Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. About me.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lose the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how
Happy Friday, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Don't we all love Fridays? Fridays are lovely, don't we think? As always, gotta love Fridays. Okie dokie. How's everyone doing out there? Sorry, forgive me, forgive the pause it took me before I got started. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Let's see here. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? We got Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Yes, huzzah! Hello, Outer Signal. So glad you're here. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here as well, James Nordoff. As always, so glad you're here, James Nordoff. Um, Sir Bart, why'd Big Ran have to cave? Sir Bart, I don't think they did. I don't think they did. I think this is a tactic they're adopting so that they're not the bad guys, or so maybe. But we'll chat in a second. I'll tell you about it in a second, Sir Bart. Um, or I'll talk about it in a second here. LaCroix says, whenever I go karaoke, I sing Wonderwall, and the bar has gotten pretty annoyed with me and asked me to stop covering it. Stop covering it, or they would ban me. I thought about it for a second, and then I said, maybe. Wait, why do they that? You can sing any goddamn song you want. Fuck them. Anyway, hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. So glad you're here. Can everyone hear me out there? Can you all hear me? Just making sure everything working, everything good out there. I'm calm, Matt Sai guy. By the way, guys. By the way, I added a new thing you can do on Twitch called you can say you can now tell me to calm down. So it'll pop up and it'll tell me in the Twitch chat. It'll say calm down, Jester. If you want me to calm down, that's because Louise recommended that. So if you have 500 points, you can tell me to calm down, but only once every 20 minutes because ain't no way I'm having you all constantly tell me to calm down. I will not calm down. I'm an independent person. I will not calm down if I feel like not calming down. All right. But anyway, you can tell me to calm down if you'd like. Spend 500 of your points. Hello, Macon. Macon, it's okay, Macon. Hey, everyone gets busy, Macon. Everyone get busy. Glad to see you here, Macon. Hello, Demosthenes. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. Greetings, Demosthenes, also known as Vaporous Orb. Hello, LaCroix. Oh, wait. We already saw this. We already saw Weirdomorphous Blob. We're gonna call We're gonna call Weirdomorphous Blob Tawab now. That's fantastic. Hello, Fetty. Hello, Fetty. Fetty, I love Fetty. Hello, Fetty. So glad you're here. SoCal, hi everyone. Just dropping in and saying hello. Get my dose of casual revognition. Get it? Today is talk with lawyers. Oh, good luck, SoCal. Hope that goes well for you. If you're still here, because you just said you might not be here long. So if you're not still here, well, maybe you'll see this later. Good luck with that, SoCal. Hello, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. As always, Alyssa, one of the originals. I knew we wouldn't get what, Sir Bart? What do you mean you knew you want to get what? I said, LaCroix, I said TGIF to a coworker today, and I almost died of cringe. Might as well tell them I'm living in a dream. Living the dream. Right, why not, LaCroix? Tell them it's a win-win, you use a bunch of corpo speak. That's fun. I get it, though, LaCroix. It's fine. I do it sometimes, too. Hello, Inverted Panda. Hello, Inverted Panda. So glad you're here, Inverted Panda. As always. Lurking Snow Leopard, I said maybe is part of the Lurking Snow Leopard, why do you always notice my failures? And why do you do also Midnight Mist? Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know what song LaCroix was referring to. So I thought he was being serious, or they were being serious. What are your goddamn pronouns again, LaCroix? I can't remember. I think you're they, them, or he. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You're LaCroix bois. But oopsie, he. I don't know. That's right, LaCroix. He, they. Gotcha. I thought. All right. Yeah. So okay, I didn't know what Oasis is a band, right? Listen, I probably know the song if I would hear it. I just don't remember. I just didn't get the reference because you guys know I'm a bit slow with pop cultural things. I'm a bit slow. Hello, J-Mac. J-Mac says my pronouns are kiss my ass, Ted Cruz. Oh my god, I hate Ted Cruz. Hello, J-Mac, by the way. And Lurking Snow Leopard and Midnight Mist, how dare you? How dare you point out my flaws? How dare you highlight my errors? You especially, Lurking Snow Leopard. You're always lurking back there just waiting to pounce any moment you get to humiliate me. Anyway, hello, Mizzou B50. You say, Ayo, boy. Hello, Mizzou. So glad you're here. Or Missu. Um, all right. So glad. You've had decades to catch this one, Jesus. Anyway, guys, so we got some stuff to do. Obviously, we're going to do a Kahoot. I thought we'll start the Kahoot in a few minutes. Okay. We will start the Kahoot in a few minutes while we wait for more people to arrive. But in the meantime, I I'm kind of an asshole sometimes. It's Friday. We're gonna have a fun stream. We're not gonna talk about too much depressing stuff just because there's not much new depressing stuff. It's the same depressing stuff as always. I will say this. Iran has officially announced that they're reopening the Strait of Hormuz for business. Now, remember that the United States is still blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So yeah, Israel's already breaking the ceasefire. Of course they are, J Mac, obviously, right? I mean, is the sky blue? Is the grass green? Regardless, America's still blockading the strait. So I know it might sound like a concession by Iran, and maybe I need to read more to see if other people think it's a concession, but no, because they're still, that is still blockaded by the United States. And I suspect that Iran is doing this to make it solely the United States fault what's happening. Exactly, Demosthenes, because now it's only the United States stopping the trade. And as the economy starts to falter, which already is, it will be more and more on America's shoulders. And this is probably going to force the United States to unblock it because they'll be the only ones doing it. Maybe if we care, but that's an interesting tactic. And I don't know. I don't. So I don't really view it as a concession on Iran's part. Maybe I'm naive though. If anyone has any other info about that, that might help elucidate the situation and correct me if I'm wrong there. But that sounds to me like a tactic that they're using. Because if the Strait is still, um, okay, yeah, yeah. So I think it might be a tactic, but I am going to quickly pull up here. Elevator lady, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the contribution. Welcome, elevator lady. Hello, elevator lady. So glad you're here as always. Uh, yep, totally. Yeah, you're right, J-Mac. So J-Mac says, yeah, why is no one talking about the fact that even if we stopped all the BS today, there are still going to be lasting economic impacts? Correct. Because, guys, a lot of countries, this is the season around springtime where they start building up their reserves of oil. So that means that a lot of countries have not been able to build up their reserves, which means they're going to have a shortage later, even if we start doing it today. And even if we open up the strait today, and a lot of the infrastructure in the region was damaged, was very damaged. Okay. Which will take a while to rebuild, which means they won't be pumping out oil from a lot of those oil locations very quickly. Hello, Mithril. Welcome back, Mithril. Okay. No, me too, Fetty, and I suspect they will. Welcome, by the way. Oh, I already said welcome to you, but yes, I agree. Yes, invalid axiom. You're tardy. Go get a tardy slip. Fetty says, I hope Iran lets the U.S. withdraw all their ships and then closes it again. Me too, Fetty. And it might be that they wait until the United States opens it again, which will then mean there's no pressure on Iran, and then they can just close it. But we'll see. Okay. Yeah, you're right, J-Mac. Maybe, Sir Bart. We can only hope that humanity will realize it's a no-go. But on that point, guys, that was news this morning. So I wanted to quickly check to see if any updates on that, you know. And of course, Israel has broken the ceasefire. I mean, are we shocked by that? No, we all could have predicted that with our eyes closed and asleep. If we were all asleep, we would have dreamed it was true. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti. It costs so much to keep those ships in a state of deployment, and especially more to take them all the way back. Yep. Yeah, Fetty. That's Iran's game here, is that they're doing the asymmetric cost warfare. Good job, Valid Axiom. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. Yep, and Bus, if Israel's breaking the ceasefire, then they're going to probably reclose the strait anyway, because it does say that Iran is saying that in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period. So it could be that they are going to just close it again now that Israel has continued. Okay. Or do we have, by the way, evidence that I thought I did read that Israel had violated the ceasefire? I'm not really seeing any evidence on here. Does anyone know? I mean, I would not be surprised if they did. I thought I remember reading that they had violated it. Al Jazeera isn't mentioning it. Well, whatever the case may be, I'm sure they will break it eventually. Go to drop site. Okay, JMac. Drop site. Drop site. Ceasefire violation. Yeah, Israel blatantly violating ceasefire. Nope, Lebanon as ceasefire takes hold. Well, it doesn't say on here that they have violated it yet. So maybe I misread that. But, you know, because what do we expect? I mean, I guess maybe I assumed that they did. Regardless, we'll see. Yeah, it doesn't say that anything reported Israeli. Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. Okay, they have violated the ceasefire. Of course they have. Okay, so we'll see how it goes. It's a music venue here in Denver, so I'm going to assume that's what you mean. That your mom's house burned. Wait, Israel knows what the word ceasefire means? Probably not. Invalid axiom. Probably don't know. Okay, no, I found it, JMac. Thank you. Mithril says the UK news headlined last night with holiday companies saying overseas holidays were likely to be canceled due to lack of AV. I love it, Mithril. Yeah. Yes, Mithril. By the way, the UK is almost out of aviation fuel. A lot of Europe is almost out of aviation fuel for flying planes, etc. Now, this will be great for the environment, but not great for travelers, etc. Okay, guys. So let's get into it, shall we? It looks like so. I wanted to start by briefly talking about that story. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to talk about, a lot of fun things to do. We're going to mainly do fun stuff. I'm not going to do any lessons unless, except for a lesson on the fly, possibly. Oops, you're not allowed to see that. So, but what we're going to start with, we're going to do our Kahoot. All right, everyone ready for the Kahoot? Remember how to do this shit? I don't have to reteach all of you. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste the link to the Kahoot. Mithril funny. Okay. So, guys, I'm posting the link to this Kahoot. If you want to play our Kahoot, just click the link. It is posted in the Twitch and the YouTube chat. All right. Hello, Burnjabi. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Brucey, you're here. Did I see you, Brucey? Did I say hi to you, Brucey? Hello, Brucey. I don't remember seeing you here. Yay, Burnjabi. Now, remember, guys, you're the first, the first person, the person who gets, LaCroix, The Fly is terrifying. That movie's horrific and disgusting. Okay, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. I don't like the movie The Fly. Grosses me out, but it's a good horror movie because it's just so gross. Anyway, so yes, Alyssa, you are. I think you are reigning queen. I think so is Gwen. Is Gwen here? Yeah, Paul Squall. I'm not sure either, and I've noticed a lot of times Western media is really late to discovering that a ceasefire has been broken by Israel. So we'll see. That's true. Invalid axiom. That's okay, Fetty Spaghetti. You win in spirit. Did I miss one? I don't know, Alyssa. I can't remember, to be honest. So, guys, again, if you want to play, you can either click on the link I put in the chat, or you can go to www.kahoot.it and then put in the code at the top there. All right? Yeah. No, Fetty, wrong. All right. So we got 1, 2, 3. Tommy Robinson, ew. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people. Who else wants it? Who else wants to play? Come on. Lovely. There's Alyssa. All right. Oh, my darling. My darling. Oh, excellent, Burnjabi. Paleo dog. Snow leopard. The winner, remember, gets crowned King of Fools. By the way, I made some tea, and I still have to sort of make it up because it's still seeping. So while we're waiting, I'm going to finish making my tea. I haven't been here for a fortnight, so if you get lower than me, you should be ashamed. There you go, Mithril. Everyone, we have to give Mithril has been very sick. If you beat him, that means you don't like him, and you're punishing him for his illness. Okay? J-Mac, thank you. I did take a drink already, though, J-Mac, but fine, I'll take another one. Fine. Okay. Anyone else want to play? We got Mithril, Marky Bartholomew, the Kingmaker. Yeah, we'll see about that, whoever that is. I'm the goddamn Kingmaker. Okay, Your Mom's House, Twab, LaCroix, Tommy Robinson, Inverted Panda, Mithril, Alyssa, Paleo, Snow Leopard, Casual Revolt. Who the fuck is me? Who the fuck is doing that? Anyway, and Paul Squaw. Okay, everyone ready? Anyone else want to join before we begin? I'm going to quickly finish making up my tea. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? And then we'll wait see if anyone else joins. And if not, then we'll start. I got 3 tea bags because I like my tea very strong, right? I want it to be basically acid. I want it to burn the lining of my throat all the way down. I love the pain, but that's okay. So let me finish. I'll pour this in there. Identity theft is not a joke. No, it is. It is a joke, J-Mac. Okay, you're a joke. All right? Did someone just leave? It looked like someone just left the game. You get back in the game. How dare you? You get back in the game. Shame on you for leaving. Yeah, that's right, J-Mac. You cry. All right, I have some milk and some sugar. I'm going to pour that in there, and then we'll be ready to go, guys. All right, everyone ready now? I guess I'm the only one that's not ready, huh? Because I'm just standing here doing this shit. I guess I'm just standing here doing that shit. Let me just mix this up. And then, guys, after we do this, we're going to watch a little bit of a very long YouTube video called Satan's Guide to the Bible, which I think you'll all find deeply amusing, and I'm excited to watch with all you. All right, there we go. Twab is back. Everyone ready? 5, 4, a 3, a 2, and a 1. Whoa! Whoop! Bob Colton. Get out of here, Bob Colton. Oh, and Lemira's here. Okay, I'm just kidding. So I watched Satan Guide. Really? Ooh, then you know about it, Brucey. I love Satan's Guide to the Bible. It's fun. Okay, yeah, someone called themselves Tommy Robinson. I don't know who did, Jonas. Was it you, Jonas? Welcome, Jonas. Everyone ready? Anyone else need to join? Anyone else want to join? Anyone else want to join? No? No one else want to join? Should I wait? Because I saw some people just show up. Okay, fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's start. Okay. Everyone ready? Oh, I'm so excited. Remember the winner. Oh, God damn it, Jonas. Too late now. But okay, go up the goddamn chat, Jonas. If you go up the chat, you'll find it, all right? Okay, I'm just kidding. This is okay. True or false, the death tolls of natural disasters are completely natural. The death tolls of natural disasters are completely natural. Trying to see if I can find that link again. I'm sorry, Jonas. If you go up the page, you should find it. Okay, what do we think? What is it? I think most of you were here that day. And if you get it wrong, I'll be enraged. I'll be deeply enraged and I'll throw a fit, but I normally throw fits. Good. Almost all of you got it. One person got it wrong. That's okay. That is not natural, right? The death tolls don't have to be so high. Those are human-caused death tolls, all right? Yeah, calm down, Invalid Axiom. Basically, everyone's on the podium at this point, okay? So remember how we build things, how we treat the poor, etc. You know, I'm not even going to list people who got it right. Most of you got it. Well done. Well done, class. I'm very proud of you. You all going to get a letter home. 3 cheers for tragic deaths. Woo! God bless America, okay? Let's go on. I don't know who got that, okay? What is the enhanced Fujita scale rating given to the worst tornadoes? Is it EF1, EF3, EF5, or EF10? And there's a cute little gif of a tornado because you guys know how obsessed I am with tornadoes. I did that for you, elevator lady. No, Alyssa, it's not debatable. Compared to these, Alyssa, compared to these, there's only one right answer, right? I didn't put... Whatever. You know. Okay, that's okay, Evo lady. Ludicrous EF. There we go. Correct, EF5. Yes, but that's why I said that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Melissa. I swear to God, the question is given to the worst ones. You know what? It doesn't matter, Alyssa. It's fine. You're right. There's potential 6, but basically it's always been 5. Okay, whatever. I hate you, Alyssa. Okay. Just kidding. Okay. So it's EF5. They are ranked from 1 to 5. There was one tornado that was debated as being ranked as a 6, but they never did. They only ranked it as a 5, Alyssa. Okay, here we go. You know what? I'm not even gonna list you guys again. Almost all of you got it. It's EF5. There we go, Alyssa. Damn right. You better give me lovey eyes. Okay. Sorry, that sounded weird. Um, which postmodernist thinker wrote books like Madness and Civilization and Discipline and Punish? Which postmodernist thinker wrote books like Madness and Civilization and Discipline and Punish? And the options are Derrida, Rousseau, Marcuse, or Foucault. Ooh, let's see who gets this one right. Ooh, there you go. Right, hilarious weirdomorphous blob. Okay, you're such a nerd, weirdomorphous blob. Jesus. Okay, LOL. My faves. Don't I love them? Don't I? I love them so much. Elevator lady. Well done. There is a podium, Brucey, but we don't do it during the we have the game set in a way where timing doesn't matter, so there is no podium. We just get to see who gets it right, and then at the end we see who wins. So that'd be Foucault, correct, folks? Foucault. Now, some of you were actually outsmarted me, not really outsmarted me, but must know something about postmodernism because 3 of you said Derrida, who is another postmodernist. But it was Foucault is the one who did Madness and Civilization and Discipline and Punish. Okay. Gross. Tommy Robinson has a streak with 3 correct answers in a row. Who the hell is Tommy Robinson out there? Gross. He's a horrible person, Tommy Robinson is. Anyway, going on here. This hero just returned home after a long stay at the hospital due to a heart attack. Ooh. And by the way, the image on the screen is an actual real-life picture of this person. Okay? That is a real picture of the person that just got back from the hospital. Was it Mithril, Alyssa, Lequabois, or Trump failed? Haha. All right, who was it? Who in our community just got back from the hospital? Now, weirdly enough, I think I may have put a bunch of the hero questions right next to each other accidentally. So if there's another one after this, I apologize. Mithril! Hey, yes, Mithril is back from the hospital, and we're all very happy about it, okay? So thank you. I'm so glad you're here with us, Mithril. All right. Yes, and yeah, that was a real picture of Mithril, okay? Mr. Bean is Mithril, I guess. That's Mr. Bean, right? The Kingmaker has a streak with 4 correct answers in a row. Hey, Christina. Welcome, Christina. Welcome back, Christina. So glad you're here. All right. The Kingmaker. Who's the Kingmaker? Good job, Kingmaker. Oh, my God. Good for you. I'm not even, again, most of you got it right. You all are doing very well. Very proud of you. Next question. This hero, a customs official, had a brother, son, question mark, because I couldn't quite remember, who was killed after being placed in adult prison as a minor. Most of you may not know this. We learned this a long time ago. And I hope I'm not getting any part of this wrong. But I think this person is a customs official who had either a son or a brother who, I know, it's pretty horrible, who lost a, so I know it's dark, but what do we think? That was kind of a weird transition I just did there. Maybe I should have. This is a bit too depressing. It's Lemira. Am I correct about that, Lemira? Did I get that right? I couldn't remember if it was your brother or your son. And I thought you said you were a customs official. I'm trying my best here. I know that was a weird transition. Regardless, it was Lemira. Okay. I don't know if Lemira is even here. All right. Okay. How many questions have I gotten right, CR? I'm not playing Outer Signal, all right? So anyway, we all love Lemire. Lemire is an established member of our community, and I always remember that story she told us. But his life was taken in a different way. Okay, forgive me, Lemire. I do know that. Yeah, I do remember hearing that. Got you. Okay. I was like trying to remember Lemira because I feel like I only know a little bit about you. So so we got Paleo, the ones who got it right, Paleo, Mithril, the Kingmaker, Bob Coltgen, Bartholomew, Pete Hegseth. Well done, folks. Well done. Okay. Well done for those. Paleo, Mithril, the Kingmaker, Bob Coltgen, Bartholomew, Pete Hegseth. Okay. All right. Next question here. Which of the following is not an example of a type of everyday resistance practiced by peasants and workers? Which of the following is not an example of a type of everyday resistance practiced by peasants and workers? That wasn't me, Outer Signal. I don't know. Oh, is it you, Outer Signal? I bet it's you. I bet it's you. I bet it's you. Okay. Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much for the contribution. Is it false compliance, pilfering, unionization, or gossip? We only talked about certain ones, okay, that were listed in the book we talked about. Yeah, no, you never listen enough, Alyssa, okay? No, bad community, all right? It was unionization. That was not included in the things we talked about. Hello, Christina, so glad you're here. Thank you so much for the contribution, really, okay? Like, come on, okay, we never listed that. Whatever, fine. The correct answer was unionization, okay? Shame on all of you, okay? How dare all of you say pilfering? That's when you steal from a workplace, and we all know we do that all the time, okay? At least, well, some of us steal all the time from a workplace. Anyway, thank you, Tommy Robinson, Kingmaker, Sir Bart, and Brucey. Well done. Well done, okay? Well done. Okay, good job. The only one that we didn't talk about was unionization, all right? No, Jonas, it's not when guys get Pilsners. If that's the case, then I have a big problem with pilfering, okay? All right, okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. Which elite recently had a Molotov cocktail thrown at their house? There's a picture of a Molotov cocktail. It's not, but, you know, for the sake of the feds out there, that's what I think about. I think that he just had a literal cocktail thrown at his house. Which elite recently had a Molotov cocktail thrown at their house? Was it Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, or Peter Thiel? You know what? Whatever, Paul Squall. Whatever, okay? Jesus. How many questions is this? I'm so tense. 25 or 23, Sir Bart. Why are you freaking out, Sir Bart? You should smoke something. That might help you a bit. Thank you. Oh my God, Christina, why do you keep sending me? Thank you so much for the contribution. Okay, thank you. Correct. Sam Altman is the correct answer. Recently had a Molotov cocktail thrown in his house. Almost all of you got it. We got Kingmaker with a seven correct answers in a row. Well done. Well done. You had a lucky day yesterday. Oh, Christina, that's fantastic. Okay. Oh, good job, Christina. I'm proud of you. Okay. Thank you for sharing it with the rest of us. Fantastic. What was the name of the 1676 rebellion in Virginia that saw white and black enslaved people rise up together? What was the name of the 1676 rebellion that's in Virginia that saw white and black enslaved people rise up together? Was it Smith's Rebellion, the Whiskey Rebellion, Bacon's Rebellion, or Harper's Ferry? It is telling, J-Mac. It is telling. Yes, most of you got it. Most of you got it. Hello, Matt Sai, guys. So glad you're here. Most of you got it. It was Bacon's Rebellion. Okay, Bacon's Rebellion. Well done, everyone. Inverted Panda, Mithril, Kingmaker, Twa, Bob Coltgen, Marky, Bartholomew, Brucey, Pete Hegseth. Look what God, horrible people today. Alyssa, Paul Squaw. Excellent, guys. Excellent. A lot of you have very disturbing names, by the way. Okay, just wanted to throw that out there. Brucey is making a comeback with 3 in a row. Ooh, well done, Brucey Bruce. Thank you, Brucey. Well done. I don't know. They won't tell me, Alyssa. I don't know who Kingmaker is. Why did enslaved people rise up against the government during Bacon's Rebellion? Was it because they were upset they couldn't take more land from the natives? Was it because they were starving? Was it because they wanted to liberate mistreated colonial women, or was it none of it, or was it none of the above? I did greet you, Matt Saga. What do you mean? I just said hello. What do you mean? Hello, Matt Saga. Okay. Were they upset? I know these are very long answers. The first one is, were they mad that they couldn't take more land from the natives? Second is they were starving. 3, they wanted to liberate mistreated colonial women. Or 4, was it none of the above? No. Okay. This was a while ago. It's been what, 3 weeks? Been 4 weeks, I think, since we've actually had a Kahoot. So I don't blame you guys for forgetting this. They were mad because they couldn't take more land from the natives. They thought the government was being too nice to the Native Americans. So 3 of you got it right. I know that was a while ago. That's okay. That's Mithril, Marky, and Bartholomew. Yay! Guys, it's American history. When in doubt, choose the most disturbing option. Okay. All right. Let's go on. What is the name of this jester? Not me, the jester on the in the image here. This guy. What is his name? Is it Benji, Stanchik, Ronald, or Renoir? What is it? What is the name of this jester? Is it Benji, Stanchik, Ronald, or Renoir? Let's see here. It's wannabe CR. That's true, invalid axiom. It is, Brucey. I agree. I wish it was me in a past life. Although I probably wouldn't have wanted to live during the Middle Ages, but no, weird amorphous blob. Okay, correct. Stanchik. Okay, he's a Polish jester. By the way, someone put up his face right now in the chat. I think you can put up, I think his face, you can use it on YouTube and Twitch. Put it up so people can see it. You can use that emote, by the way. It's a sad jester. There, thank you, Demosthenes. Vaporeous Orb, you can use Stanchik's face, all right? So, almost all of you got it. I think only a couple got it wrong. So, there we go, all right? Okay. The kind of combat experienced by Germans during the Battle of Stalingrad was referred to by the Germans as what? There you go, Fetty. So I phrased this question weirdly. What did the Germans call the kind of combat they experienced in Stalingrad? Was it dog war, crawling war, freezing war, or rat war? There was actually a German word for it that I told you, and then I told you what it meant. I know this is kind of a random thing. All right. I know we did wait too long, Melissa. This is my fault. I needed to. Yeah, it is Fetty Spaghetti. Correct, the rat war. Okay, because it was like rats. Everyone is a cool jester or Napoleon and Pat Lice, but that's true. Outer Signal. That is true. That's a fair point. Outer Signal. Okay. Yes, the rat war. Okay, Rottenkrieg. All right. Did you get it wrong, Alyssa? Shame on you. Kingmaker, Bob Kulchen, Marky, Sir Bart, Brucey, Pete Hegseth, Lacroix, Alyssa, Paul Squall, Your Mom's House, Mithril, The Kingmaker, Bob Kulchen, Marky. Okay, we already settled through all this. You're right. This is the final exam before summer. Okay. How dare you put a picture of people by a fire? What do you mean, Lurking Snow Leopard? I'm so paranoid when you're here, Lurking Snow Leopard. You always find reasons to critique me, and I don't know if they're like good critiques or not. Anyway, well, there's that is fair, Mithril. Well, that's possibly it too, Mithril. Okay. All right. So Sir Bart has the highest answer streak of 10. Ooh, who's gonna defeat Sir Bart? Who's gonna defeat Sir Bart? All right. Someone ought to defeat Sir Bart. We can't let the Canadian win. This is true or false. Nazi Germany launched its invasion of the Soviet Union during the winter. True or false? Nazi Germany launched its invasion of the Soviet Union during the winter. By the way, that's an image from St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg's, the Red Square, where they hold a celebration of the Great Patriotic War. Why do you hate this question, J-Mac? It's very easy. It's easy, J-Mac. Did they start it during the winter? Okay. False. I'm sorry. No, they did not launch it during the winter. Okay. That's a common misconception. Now, the winter came while they were in the Soviet Union, but they started it in the spring, and then it ended up lasting longer than they thought it would. So winter came while they were still there. All right. So that's a common misconception. People are like, Hitler attacked the Soviet Union during the winter. No, he didn't. But he was stupid, and he got stuck there because he thought it would be much easier than it was. Okay. So anyway, no. All right. Mira, Inverted Panda, Your Mom's House, Mithril, The Kingmaker, Twab, Marky, Sir Bart, Brucey, Lacroix, Mira. Well done. Well done. Your mom's house, Mithril the Kingmaker. I think I said everyone. Well done for those who got it right. The rest of you, you failed. Try harder next time. Moving on, okay? Which of the following is not an example of why Stalingrad was disastrous for the Nazis? Was not an example of why Stalingrad was disastrous for the Nazis, okay? Hitler suffered a symbolic defeat. They lost a lot of equipment. They lost a lot of soldiers, or none of those, okay? Or for the last one there, you could also frame it as all of those are reasons why it was disastrous. Okay. It's like a double negative. I could have phrased it differently. What do we think? This was a long time ago, and this is my fault because it's been so long since we've done a Kahoot. Whatever. Correct. Okay, well done. I hate you, Sam, when you use double. I hate you, Matt Sai Guy. How dare you, Paul Squaw? Okay, correct. The answer is none of the above. All of those were reasons why it was disastrous, okay? All of those are you know what? I hate all of you, okay? Whatever. Paleo, Mira, Paul Squaw, Your Mom's House, Tommy Robinson, Bob Colgen, Marky, Bartholomew, Brucey, LaQuois, Alyssa, Paleo, Mira, Paul Squaw. Okay, we got it. Bartholomew has the highest answer streak of 12. Dear God, Sir Bart is on the way to victory. Okay. Dubai chocolate can be viewed as propaganda for which government? Dubai, I love you too, Christina. See, Christina is the best member of this community. Look at how kind she is. And then we have Matt Sai Guy, who's a monster, who just comes in here and is like, I hate you, Sam. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Why are you so full of hate, Matt Sai Guy? Just feel love. Just feel love, okay? Just love everyone. I love everyone, for example. I'm a very loving person. Okay, I love everyone. Okay. So what do we think here? Is it Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, or Saudi Arabia? All right. Kind of, Brucey. Okay. Yeah, it's right, guys. That would be the United Arab Emirates. All right, United Arab Emirates. That's fair, Matt Saga. You can hate me as much as you want. Thank you for all your contributions in the past. Okay. All right. So thank you. That would correct. United Arab Emirates. Oh, I totally get it, Christina. All right. So most of you got it. Mira is back in the game. Fantastic, Mira. 3 in a row. All right. While walking to work through an alley in Detroit, what fell into Joseph Figlock twice? Onto Joseph Figlock twice. So, I don't know. Well, someone just did something. Oh, I'm calm, Matt Saga. I'm calm. How dare you? All right. While walking to work through an alley in Detroit, what fell onto Joseph Figlock twice? This is a very specific question, but for those that were here, you almost certainly remember what happened. Okay, because you probably can never forget this story after I told it. I'm hoping. This is a real story, by the way. Okay. Correct, a child. So Joseph Figlock was walking through Detroit one day, and a baby fell on top of him, and he saved the baby's life because it had fallen out of a window. And then, no, I'm not joking, Christine. Look it up. And then a few years later, he was walking down the exact same alley, and a child from a different family in the same apartment fell out of the same window and landed on him a second time, and he saved a second child. So that is a true story. And that's my point here, is that sometimes coincidences do in fact happen historically. Thank you, Matt Saga. I'll take a break. Okay. I know. So Bartholomew has oh my God, Sir Bart, you need to calm down. Calm down. Maybe get one or two wrong. Okay. Just, calm down. All right. Let's go on. This idea, promoted by the power elite, requires that every change in society should also benefit them. This idea, promoted by the power elite, requires that every change in society should also benefit them. Is it zero sum, solidarity, win-win, or philanthropy? This idea. Hello, Barbara. So glad you're here. Correct. It's the win-win. Win-win, right? Win-win. Now, Sir Bart, you probably said philanthropy. I kind of threw that in there as a trick. Because, yeah, I guess technically philanthropy, But, like, the idea that the philanthropy should also benefit them is an idea of a win-win, okay? So, yes, I got you, most of you, okay? I got most of you. All right, Allah has betrayed you. He would never betray you. He would never betray you, Sir Bart, okay? So, yes, most of you got it, though. Paleo, Snow Leopard, Mira, Paul Squaw, Your Mom's House, Mithril, Twab, Paul, Bob Coltgen, Alyssa, Paleo, we got it. 3 participants have an answer streak of 4. Yeah. You know what? Invalid. I don't know what the other one was. Screw it. Okay. This hero was in the military, bakes beautiful breads, and posted the above picture on Discord. Ooh, look at this cute little picture. Cute little picture. Mayflower Kid is here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. This hero was in the military, bakes beautiful breads, and posted the above picture on Discord. Ooh, who is it? Is it a Bright Love, Fetty Spaghetti, Outer Signal, or Invalid Axiom? Invalid Axiom is incapable of producing anything of value. So, it obviously can't be that one. Oh, yes, it's Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, we gotta love Fetty Spaghetti. Please join our Discord, folks. You get to see all of Fetty Spaghetti's cute animals and the amazing pictures of food that Fetty Spaghetti's. Yeah, okay. Paleo, Snow Leopard, Mira, Tommy Robinson, The Kingmaker, Twab, Bob Coltgen, Bartholomew, Brucey, LaCroix, Alyssa, Paleo, Snow Leopard. Okay, Paleo's making a comeback with 3 in a row. Ooh, fantastic. Okay, what position did Sam, me, play in soccer? Because we got into a fight about this. Do we remember this, folks? I want to emphasize, because I'm selfish, I want everyone to make sure that we know what position I played in soccer. Was it striker, center back, goalie, or left fullback? Okay. What was it? What was it? Now, I incorrectly said the wrong position, and I got yelled at by Norman. No, I was not a cheerleader, Mayflower Kid. How dare you? No, it's not football. It's soccer, Invalid Axiom. Okay, I am important. I am important, Sir Bart. It was center back, correct. Center back, okay, which I thought was called center fullback, and then I was corrected. I played center back, and the majority of you got that wrong. Shame on you. I am the cult leader. You all need to know every single part. You all need to know all about my life. You all need to know all the details about me. Otherwise, what's the point? Okay. Mira, Paul Squaw, Your Mom's House, Tommy Robinson, Twab, Marky, Paleo. Okay. 3 in a row. Twab is back in the game. Woo! Oh, Burn Jobby, that's fun. How dare you, Sir Bart? Sir Bart says bench warmer wasn't on there. How dare you, Sir Bart? How dare you? You're all at. You know what? You all get a bonk. Bonk. Fetty Spaghetti says Sam is a switch. That makes sense. How dare you? You too. Paul Squall says water boy. You know what? Fuck all of you. Okay. Hello, Burn, Stan Durko. Hope you're doing well. Let's go on. You came in at an awkward time. All you had to do was pay us enough to blank. All you had to do was pay us enough to blank. Survive, eat, live, thrive. Okay. Oh, I know I threw a wrench in there, right? I bet there's a couple answers you might think it is. You, Matt Saga, you die, all right? What do we think? Is it survive, eat, live, or thrive? I know, right, J-Mac? I tried not to make it too easy on all of you. Ooh, good. Some of you fell into my trap. It was live. It was live. Okay, it was live, not survive. Okay. All you had to do is pay us enough to live, which was the statement made by the gentleman Abdul Karim who burnt down a warehouse. Okay. For those that remember here, that Paleo, Snow Leopard, Mira, Paul Squall, Your Mom's House, Tommy Robinson, Mithril, Twab, Bob Coltgen, Marky, Alyssa, Paleo, Snow Leopard, Mira, Paul. Okay, you guys got it. Thank you. Tommy Robinson is back in the game. How unfortunate. I have not watched the last episode of Pit. I haven't had time, to be honest with you, Matt Saga. This island in the Persian Gulf, which contains several ancient historic sites, has been bombed twice by the U.S. Okay. Thank you, Stan Durko. Okay. Is it Karg Island? Al Adlib Island? Is it Hormuz Island or Bahrain Island? Shh, weird amorphous blob. Shh. We've talked about this island a bit because the U.S. keeps saying it might invade it, put troops on there. Okay? Hormuz Island is great. How dare you invalid accent? Okay. It is Karg Island. Woo! Karg Island. Yay, Karg Island. All right. Yes, Karg Island. Are you here, LaQual, by the way? I feel like there's several people missing that I thought were here earlier. Dolly Boy, are you here? Are you? Anyway, I don't know why I'm asking. It's not the end of the world, I guess. Okay. I was complimenting you on your height when I said you were a goalie, Sam. Oh, thank you, Mithril. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mithril. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I start yelling. I just started yelling at everyone I saw on stream. Okay, that's so I apologize, Mithril. You got friendly fire. All right. Okay, most of you got it. I wonder why CR chose Bahrain. I don't know, Outer Signal. Honestly, I was just like, what's in the area? Okay, anyway. So also because I may have missed it before when I was, when I did the country thing. Okay, whatever. Most of you got it. Let's go on to the next one, okay? This is, the British Isles are surrounded by which ocean? Which ocean? Ooh. Which ocean? This is an easy one, and I would really hope that everyone gets it right. I hope they do. Let's put it that way. Okay, the Ocean of Tears. That's true, Mithril. Okay. How dare you, Mad Saigai? No, Bahrain is a separate goddamn country. I was just thinking of words that might confuse people. Okay, because okay, not everyone knows the geography very well. All right, correct. It's the Atlantic. It's the Atlantic. Okay, and anyone who said otherwise ought to look at a map. Okay, ought to look at a map. Yes, I know, Inverted Panda. Okay, what is with this Bahrain comments? I said Bahrain because it's an island in the Persian Gulf, and I'm trying to confuse people, all right? So, yeah, all right? I don't know why everyone's upset by me saying Bahrain. What's wrong with that? Okay, it's supposed to confuse people. Jesus, okay? Tell me why I wanted to pick Arctic. Because I don't know, Alyssa. God knows, all right? Who knows, all right? I don't know. You ate something that's messing with your brain. I don't know. Okay. Twab has a streak with 6 correct answers in a row. Yay, well done, Twab. Okay. Next question here. Chimpanzees in Central Africa have been causing issues for local villages because they have been doing what? Chimpanzees in Central Africa have been, causing issues for local villagers because they have been doing what? What have they been doing? Hilarious, Invalid Axiom. Have they been eating crops, hooting loudly, stealing children, or ambushing soldiers? Honestly, it could be any of them because they're little monsters. Yes, they've been stealing children, and they also are in a civil war, Bruce. They are also in a civil war. That's true, Paul Squad. But so they've been stealing children and sometimes eating them, and it's been a problem. Yeah, okay, that's cute, right? We love that. Now, they also are in a civil war, but all right. This is why we don't like chimpanzees. Snow Leopard, Paul Squall, Your Mom's House, Tommy Robinson, Bob Colchin, Bartholomew, Paleo, Snow Leopard, well done. Tommy Robinson has a correct streak with 6 correct answers in a row. I love it. No, Burn Jobby. No, they're not. Actually, yes, they are. They are like us. Okay, fine, Alyssa, fine. They are, LaQuad. They were okay, whatever. LaQuad, where have you been? I asked for you earlier and you didn't. You know what? I don't value your contributions, Invalid Axiom. To be clear, I do not value them. Okay? Jesus. All right, going on. Which of the following is not a cult/religion within our community? The Cheeseburger cult, the Shrek cult, the Church of Gazoo, or the Dolly Boy cult? Which of the following, fine, Invalid Axiom. That's an invalid axiom. I don't know, it's not really. Which of these is not a cult or religion within our community? Okay. The Cheeseburger cult, the Shrek cult, the Church of Gazoo, or the Dolly Boy cult? Correct. The Dolly Boy cult doesn't exist, okay? Because who the hell would worship Dolly Boy? Is Dolly Boy even here? That was I wanted him to be here so I could make fun of him. All right? There is kind of a Dolly cult, I guess. Oh, I got you. So you're focused. I got it, LaCroix. Okay, yeah, I know. We got the whale in the chat now. We got the cheeseburgers. You people like me spamming. Of course we do, Mayflower Kid. We love it so much. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. That's right, by the way, guys. But seriously, though, everyone like the stream if you haven't already. It'll help get more people in here. Okay. So how many questions are left, man? Not that many, Brucey. If you don't like it, Brucey, you don't have to play. Okay. All right, we're almost done. Oh, wait, that's it. That was the last one. Okay, let's go. Third place, Marky Kingmaker, Mom's House. Great job for getting third place. Second place, Paul Squaw, Tommy Robinson, and Alyssa. Ooh, okay. The gold goes to 2 people, Bob Colchin and Bartholomew. Hey! Who's Bob Colchin? Who the fuck is Bob Colchin? Okay, who the hell is Bob Colchin? I know who Bart is. Bart is definitely ahead now. Okay, we'll take a look. I'll see if I can figure out who was in last place. Your Mom's House will always be first place in my heart. So who's Bob Colchin? You are, J-Mac? Are you lying, J-Mac? Are you lying to me, J-Mac? I bet you are. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can see who did what. View the report. Can I view the report? Oh, it's like a teacher's report card. I can see who did what. How people did. Participants. Oh, God damn it. I can't see the full report. We can't see it. I'm sorry, guys. We can't see who got below the top 3 spots. Forgive me. Regardless, well done. Okay, you're Tommy Robinson. Okay, well, who the hell's Bob Colchin? Who's Bob Colchin? Who's Bob Colchin? Anyone? Okay, fine. Well, I guess then, Sir Bart, that leaves you as the only King of Fools. Okay, as the only King of Fools. All right? The only King of Fools. Because the other King of Fools doesn't want to announce themselves, so they don't get crowned. All right? So, Sir Bart, I hereby crown thee the King of Fools for the next 2 weeks. It's very fitting for you, Sir Bart. All right. Oh, what were the questions you guys didn't do you did badly on? Ooh. The one about Lemira, the one about everyday resistance, and the one about enslaved people. Okay, that makes sense. All right, yay, guys, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. I am very, very proud of you. Yes, you guessed correctly. It was me. I knew it, Outer Signal. How dare you? Okay, I knew it. All right, yeah, I guess we gotta, okay, I guess we'll never know who the other revolter is, that one of that. Okay, guys, so, that was lovely. Well, congratulate. You're Bob, Doug, are you serious? You're actually Bob? Okay, Doug, congratulations. Doug is the second King of Fools. Fantastic. I am proud of you, Invalid Axiom, but not you, just everyone else. Congratulations, Doug. You are also a King of Fools. It's the duopoly of fools. The King of Fools, plural, okay? Sir Bart I am Sir Bartholomew, King of the Andals, the row near her, whatever. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. You got third, Invalid Axiom. Good job, Invalid Axiom. Try harder next time. You were your Mom's House. Fantastic. All right. So, guys, everyone ready? Let's go on. Everyone ready? So, I thought, guys, we're going to watch a little bit of this. And, because it's fun Friday. Friday fun day. Demosthenes, dear God, Demosthenes. Why, Demosthenes? Why? Thank you so much, Demosthenes. Oh, my God. Thank you. You're going to make me cry, Demosthenes. Thank you. Demosthenes just gave me 10,000 bits, which is an exceptionally large amount of money. How dare you, Demosthenes? You're the best, Demosthenes, really. Yes, I know. You're trying to make me cry. That's probably what your goal is. Thank you, Demosthenes, really. You know what, Demosthenes? Just because you gave me 10,000 bits, dear God, I do not hate getting money, LaCroix. How dare you? I'm going to put on the Jester hat. All right. Thank you, Matt Sai guy, really. Brucey. Well, you just send me a message, Demosthenes. We can work it out. Okay, anyway. Okay. Is that an After Dark? No, Sir Bart. Nice try, but no. No. Okay? No. All right? It's not an After Dark. Thank you, Demosthenes, very much. Okay? Demosthenes has been a little sugar daddy. What do you mean? Don't humiliate. No, Demosthenes has never reached out and been like, hey, I want things sexually from you. Okay, see, now this is getting awkward. No, he's not a sugar daddy. He's just being very nice, okay? He's being very nice. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is getting awkward. Thank you, Demosthenes. Please, thank you for your contributions. I didn't say no, Vaporeous Orb. That's what Alyssa said. I'm trying. Okay, whatever. How dare you guys? Thank you, Demosthenes. Really. Okay, he's a glucose guardian. Okay, you're all assholes. You're all assholes. Okay, how dare you? How dare you demonize someone who's helping me survive? Okay, shame on you. All right, guys. So I thought we could. No, you did mean it in a gross way. Do I need to top this now? I mean, you said you don't want to contribute that side, guys, so you don't have to. I would never force you to do that, obviously. I mean, I couldn't if I wanted to. All right, guys. So we have here it's a sort of a documentary type thing on YouTube, and it's called Satan's Guide to the Bible. And I thought because I'm an asshole, I thought, see, Sam, now you made Demosthenes sad. He was just trying to be your sugar daddy. How dare you, a bright love? Okay. Yeah, look cool. All right. So I thought we could watch a little bit of this. I haven't seen the whole thing. I thought it would be funny. Okay. Oh, outer signal. That's cute. I thought it'd be funny if we watched a little bit of it because it's sort of a critique of the Bible. That's kind of silly and cute. And then it's an hour long, so we're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch some of it, and then we'll move on to something else. Okay. So because it's Friday Fun Day, yay. And then we'll move on to something else. And if it's boring, we'll stop watching it. But everyone ready? I'm excited. Also, I'm hungry. 'Tis heresy. Then eat something, Sir Bart. Shut up and eat something. Maybe put something in your mouth so you don't complain as much. All right. Jesus. Okay. Everyone ready? Let's go.
I love Sunday school.
I love singing in Sunday school. I hope we get to sing my favorite song.
Every day.
Where's the teacher?
The teacher is late. I sure hope nothing's wrong.
Okay.
Do you think something bad happened?
Ooh.
For reals? Let's all pray for the teacher.
You should, Weird Morse Blum. I'm excited, guys.
For reals? It can't be.
Oh my gosh.
Is that?
Yeah, Brucey. Brucey says, wow, you have no attention span. Yeah, no shit, Brucey. Do you think the people here watch me because they think I have an attention span? It's so goddamn obvious I have no attention span. Of course I don't.
Your teacher. Your substitute Sunday school teacher.
This little light of mine,
Satan's Guide to the Bible.
I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine,
Oh, really, Abraham?
I'm gonna let it shine.
This little light of mine. God, this is funny.
Let it shine. Every day.
This looks funny. I'm excited.
Every day.
Okay.
Every way. Sing it with
There
me.
better be something I can give commentary on so I don't get copyrighted, though.
My little light shine.
You can't be here.
Yeah, this is God's house.
You're evil. Literal evil.
Students, the New Testament writers really messed me up.
Messed you up?
Huh?
The New Testament, a Christian amendment added to the Bible. They mixed me up with the devil.
Hell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I fail to see a resemblance. The original Jewish part, the Old Testament, the vast majority of the Bible, bears witness to the real me.
The real you.
Who do you say you are?
I'm the adversary. Satan literally means adversary. I'm the opponent in this match.
You're gonna fight the Bible?
evil.
No fighting. I'm here to reveal...
Yeah, honestly, guys, if that's what it actually means, if Satan is like the adversary of God, then I'm all for that, because read the goddamn Bible. Read the goddamn Bible. It's not exactly like God is the good guy, okay? I mean, Jesus.
Peacefully.
No pun intended there.
Hidden Bible secrets.
Bible secrets?
None of us will believe your secrets. The Bible says you're the father of lies.
Yeah.
Again, that's him, not me.
I rebuke you, Satan.
Thanks, Jen. Noted. There are, of course, other witnesses to these Bible secrets. One of the witnesses everyone here trusts.
Who?
Your
Ew.
pastor.
Pastor Mark knows these Bible secrets too?
He does. Like lots of pastors, he learned a bunch of Bible secrets at seminary.
And he won't share them with us?
He's keeping secrets.
That's not.
So this is actually true. A lot of folks that go to seminary do learn about the reality of the Bible. They learn how it's not. How do I frame this? They learn that like the Gospels aren't very reliable. They learn the history of it. Okay, and they do know this. As a matter of fact, my father was trained as a Catholic deacon. He went to a seminary called the Josephinum, which for priests to be trained as a deacon, and they openly said it. They said, yeah, we don't really know if any of this is true, but you have to help people keep the faith. I'm not joking, okay? And, there are lessons in here, and obviously a lot of this stuff can't be certain, and he didn't like that, so he actually stopped becoming a deacon. And there are a lot of other pastors who actually are directly taught by biblical historians and stuff how unreliable these documents are, and then they're still pastors. But then they teach their their flock, I guess you could say, that it is reliable. That's kind of dark, isn't it? And I'm not all of them, guys, not all of them, but there are quite a few that are taught that. Paul Squaw. I think that's what they're about to refer to.
Fair.
Are there any pastors that went to seminary that will share the Bible secrets?
There are, but they're not called pastors. They're called
Biblical scholars? Yeah.
scholars.
Where can we
I like biblical scholars. They're interesting kind of historians.
find them?
Surprise!
Most of them, by the way, most of them are atheists, which is funny.
Brought them with me. The best and most famous biblical scholars are standing by live to answer your questions.
They'll tell us what Pastor Mark learned in seminary?
They will. The biblical scholars will tell you the Bible secrets.
Oh, wow.
I like secrets.
Me too.
Yeah, Mayflower Kid. The Mormons have an interesting take on that.
But heed this warning.
What about?
When it's revealed I shared the Bible secrets, ooh boy, Mommy and Daddy are gonna be super pissed.
Uh-oh. Am I getting grounded?
This is where all the Bible secrets
This
are
is
kept.
actually good. Sorry,
On
I'm
a
not saying much, guys.
bus.
I hope I'm not boring everyone. I think this sounds super interesting.
A seminary is a religious college.
Yep.
Christians go there to become a pastor, a leader of a church.
I want to be a doctor.
Future doctors go to med school. Future pastors go to seminary. Now, watch this.
Well, and priests are slightly different. They tend to go, they go to seminary too, but it's a different kind of seminary.
Biblical scholars reveal what pastors learn at seminary stays at seminary.
Pastors that were trained in biblical studies, that went to seminary, they've been working on the sources
Kind of
and
mithril.
doing history. And then they come to the reality that they have to actually preach to their congregations.
Yeah.
And they cannot always say what they've learned.
Why not? These are Christian colleges.
How can you take all of the stuff you study and translate it to the ordinary person?
They could.
Isn't that interesting language he's using? Translate it to the ordinary person. You know, the filthy masses. The one they can't understand the history of it, so we need to translate it for them.
Could just blurt it out?
Pastors have to discern on a daily basis. How do I take these questions and the study that they feel like their congregations aren't ready for?
I'm ready.
It should be the role of
There
the
you go, Lukewarm.
pastor to convey
Yeah, valid axiom.
what is actually.
And I want to point out, guys, again, I'm not talking about all pastors, right? But there's some really good people out there who are pastors. But, there are some, and even Catholic priests who are taught this way.
in the Bible and what is not. This is where people depend on their pastors, and where the pastors are falling down on the job.
I still don't get why they don't tell the truth.
Yes, why can't pastors just tell us the truth? Dr. Ehrman?
It's for
Dr. Ehrman, I love. Yeah, it looks like it, LaQuad. Dr. Ehrman is a fantastic academic. He's written some amazing books. I highly recommend his work. A lot of my knowledge about the history of the Bible comes from Ehrman. He's just a really good historian, a really good biblical scholar.
Pretty obvious reason that they don't tell their parishioners these things, because these things would be challenging to faith, and they're afraid that they'll lose members or that their church will rise up against them.
If they really told them
what's in the Bible or what we found out about the Bible, their members would be lost.
Ministers don't want to lose their jobs.
Pastors can lose their jobs.
And their family's health insurance.
Many pastors simply are silent about the things
Yeah,
that they
Mithril.
learned in seminary.
I've been blessed with permanent employment.
This is true.
I can spill the Bible secrets.
What kind of
Tell us, Satan.
secrets?
Secrets about history. Secrets about moral issues. Authorship secrets. Oh, and my biggest secrets of all are secrets about Jesus.
Big secrets about Jesus?
Secrets about Jesus? Secrets everyone at seminary knows and we don't?
That is totally not fair.
There are no secrets in our house.
Well, then let's begin. I've got big seminary secrets about Bible history.
There was a famous anarchist newspaper in the early 19th century in the United States, or late 19th century, and it was called Lucifer the Lightbringer. And the idea here was that Satan was the first truth teller and the first anarchist who rejected arbitrary authority and who had questioned authority figures. So there is kind of a tradition, in a lot of Satanists today, that's how they view Satan, as like this truth teller who rejects authority and doesn't blindly believe in what they're told.
Or God acts in history.
The Bible does make that claim. And God's biggest act in history in the Old Testament, that's the Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus is complete nonsense. What I'm putting is there's zero evidence. I want to repeat this: zero evidence that the Israelites were ever even in Egypt. None. Okay. The evidence we do have is that the Israelites, the early Jewish people, actually lived in the Holy Land. They were just one of many tribes and groups of people, okay, that lived there, and early archaeological evidence. So if you go back and you look at early archaeology of the settlements of early Jewish folks in the region, their settlements look almost exactly the same as anyone else in the region, and there's zero evidence of any Egyptian influence whatsoever. And we have no evidence of any influence in Egypt that these folks were there. Okay, so they were never there. And it is a lovely story because Egypt at the time was sort of the global power. Egypt at the time was a global power. So, of course, you would want to associate yourself and your people with getting escaping slavery from the most powerful empire at the time. Okay, so anyway.
This.
Freedom.
Liberation.
The Bible says Israelites lived in Egypt for more than 400 years.
Yep.
Slaves to the empire.
They didn't.
The Bible tells about a great man.
Moses.
That's Moses.
Moses takes on Pharaoh and his empire.
Oh, we got music too. My people go.
Let my people go.
Yeah.
The Egyptian pharaoh did.
Well, Bright Love, if you want me to tell you what I learned, right? You say also the razor sharp beds of coral along the bottom of the Red Sea. So most theologians would say that is a mistranslation, and the original translation says the Reed Sea. They parted the Reed Sea as sort of an excuse for this. There was no such thing. They were never there, so it doesn't matter.
Did not let go of Moses or his people. More than 2 million Israelites.
You guys are never leaving Egypt, okay? Like never, ever, ever.
Yeah.
So God intervened, attacking Egypt with 10 truly awful plagues. The last plague, killing all firstborn children.
Ouch.
Listen to what the Bible.
I also love it, guys, when there are some people out there, even some like legitimate historians who say that there probably were plagues, there were probably locusts that came in, and then they try to come up with reasons why all the firstborns died. They're like, well, maybe because firstborns lived near the ground or slept on the ground, and so some gas that was heavy came, and it's all, I'm like, why do we don't know, okay? None of these things happened likely. Yeah, there were locusts, there were other horrible things that happened that were natural at the time, but the Israelites were never there. We have zero evidence that they were there. All the evidence points to them always living in the Middle East, okay, or always living in Canaan. Hello, politics.
The Bible says,
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
By the way, isn't God a lovely person?
Just keep praying.
God's smoting gives the Israelites their chance to finally escape Egypt.
Rise up. Get thee gone.
For now.
We out.
But it wasn't long before Pharaoh sent his army to take back the Israelites.
Dumb decision.
On the banks of the Red Sea, the Israelites' quest for freedom has reached a dead end. Moses parts the waters, and more than 2 million Israelites escape Egyptian bondage.
Freedom!
Right.
Freedom!
Couldn't a tsunami have parted the sea? Yes, but then where? Yeah. I mean, no. We could come up with like legitimate reasons why a body of water could have spread and things like that. But of course, that would mean that all of these, but it just seems kind of like a pointless exercise to me, just because they were never there. The Israelites were never there. And it would be very coincidental if we did justify all these plagues and things like that, that they all happened right around the same time. So, that's very unlikely anyway. So anyway, you see my point. It was the Israelites were never there.
People go!
And now a reading from Dr. Hendel.
Okay.
As a story of deliverance from oppression, the birth of freedom, the Exodus story has served as a paradigm for over 2.5 millennia.
Paradigm.
Liberation.
And freedom.
God acting in history.
Yeah.
So the Bible says. But what do biblical scholars say?
Okay.
There is no archaeological evidence
Yes! Thank
that
you.
would support an idea of a historical, large-scale exodus from Egypt.
The Exodus from Egypt never happened?
He's a Berkeley professor, Michelle. They're all liars there.
There's no archaeology evidence for the Exodus?
Out of Egypt they did not come.
But the Bible says the Israelites lived in Egypt for 430 years.
The Bible does say that. Archaeology.
So, Cybersnake, this is called Satan's Guide to the Bible, and it's just this guy who's pretending to be Satan, dismantling the Old Testament and the New Testament, and talking about all the falsehoods in them and things like that.
He tells a different story.
In early Israelite settlements, there is no Egyptian influence on the pottery forms, on the architecture, on the material culture, the daily lives, etc.
No influence.
Nope, nada.
Wowzers.
Israelites never lived in Egypt?
And if they never lived in Egypt,
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites really from?
the secret of Israelite
I do not,
origins,
Cybersnake.
Well, the answer to that secret is gonna cause some big problems for the Bible.
Oh, for the love of me, I have to interrupt Satan here.
Is that Jesus?
Jesus golfs?
Yeah, Standard.
Children, if you're taking notes this morning, I want you to write down a word. Will you do that for God?
What word?
We praise you.
Anything
Yeah,
for you,
Cybersnake.
Jesus.
Inerrant.
Inerrant.
It means without error. Later, Satan.
Gotcha.
All the history told in my book is without
Yes. So a lot of guys, are we enjoying this? And give me some feedback here. People liking it overall. There are a lot of, especially evangelical preachers, Protestant. I should say not evangelical. A lot of Protestant, like Baptist, especially in America, are taught that the Bible is inerrant, as in it contains no errors. It is the perfect word of God. None. No errors. All right? None. Which is very funny to me, since how the hell then do you account for all the obvious contradictions in it? I can actually understand people who are like, yeah, it's not a perfect book. I'm a Christian. I understand it's not a perfect book. I'm all for that, okay? But, totally, Cybersnake. Same with Christmas, okay? You see what I mean? Like, I still celebrate Christmas and shit, even though I know it's all bullshit. And I'm not in, I have no, but, okay. So regardless, you see what I mean? Okay.
error.
Then Israelites are really from Egypt?
For reals?
The most reals there is. The Bible says they lived in Egypt for 430 years.
4 centuries, 10 generations of Israelites living and dying in the empire of Egypt. And yet, archaeologists found no Egyptian influence on early
none.
Israelite settlements.
Satan thinks there should be pyramids in Jerusalem.
Inerrant.
It's inerrant.
What
it's
about
perfect.
Satan's biblical scholars?
I know,
So
Standard.
Satan's got biblical scholars. God's got himself some scholars too.
Politics.
Evangelical biblical scholars. They're the freshest,
Oh,
coolest,
no.
hippest biblical scholars. Come on now.
Yeah, they're not real biblical scholars. It's unfortunate because there's not, unfortunately, the academic study of the Bible, like biblical scholars, like the real biblical scholars, are academics and are historians. But then a lot of religious organizations form and then declare their own biblical scholars who are not real scholars. They're not. They're theologians. They're not biblical scholars. So it's unfortunate that that's
Every
the case.
year, God's scholars have a big old get together where they state the fact. My book's perfect.
Yes. So the 65th meeting of the Evangelical Theological Society.
Yes, that's the book for me. I stand alone with the word of God, the Bible.
It's a great
There you
honor
go, Ballad
to
accent.
join you in this forum. There cannot be many subjects that compete with this one for importance, and I suggest we bow together in prayer before our hour begins.
Yeah, Crawl. Yeah, and that's okay, Stan Durko. Like, I'm not, you all know I'm an asshole. You all know I'm an asshole, that I'm always trying to dismantle the Bible and things like that. But I will repeat, I want people to believe what they want to be happy. Okay. I get annoyed though, just because of my personal history. I have trauma related to Christianity. And I also get annoyed as a historian that people don't know the real history of like, don't understand the real history of all these things. Okay. It's like one area where people don't want to know the history of it. And if they do hear the history of it, they say they ignore it. But regardless, okay. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. And that Reza Aslan is also, by the way, Reza Aslan is a biblical scholar also. He's a biblical and Quranic scholar. And he doesn't, by the way, Reza Aslan does not completely dismiss everything, for example, in the story of Jesus or in the Quran. Doesn't dismiss it. But it's just interesting.
Our first panelist, Dr. Al Mohler, will be presenting his position.
No, you're right, Cybersnake.
Classical inerrancy is necessary for evangelical integrity.
The centrality of inerrancy has been a core affirmation of evangelical Christianity as a movement, as evidenced by consensus documents such as the Chicago Statement on Biblical Inerrancy, and the fact that the Evangelical Theological Society has required an affirmation of the Bible's inerrancy from the society.
Is that so, Cybersnake? That's interesting.
His inception.
What a blessing! The 1978 Chicago Statement on My Perfect
Correct,
Book.
LaCroix.
To be a member of the Evangelical Theological Society, every biblical scholar annually must affirm the Chicago Statement.
Yes.
It really is a thrilling read. The important part is number 4. My book is without error in all of its teachings about the events of world history. All the history in my book?
Inerrant.
Totally
It's
proved
all wrong.
perfect. Zero historical
Interesting.
errors.
Cybersnake, I could be wrong about that. From what I know about him, I've read a few of his books and I've read about him. He's pretty good on a lot of things, but that is interesting, Cybersnake. I could be wrong about that.
So happy we had this chat, children.
Gotcha,
No
Cybersnake.
historical errors, he says.
Inerrant.
How about we continue investigating Israelite origins?
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites
Okay.
really from?
To uncover that seminary secret, we got to talk about a well-known bro.
He one of my bro?
Yeah, they Philly Cheese. I don't know what to tell you there. Philly Cheese says, "How do Christians reconcile translations of original texts?" I've got to think there's so much left out from ancient Hebrew. There is. As a matter of fact, to give you an example here, guys, in the original, and actually most of them were originally written in Greek. By the way, when it comes to the New Testament, most of them were originally written in Greek. The Old Testament, Hebrew. But like for example, the word Mary. The word Mary, for example, okay, we in English, we've translated that to Mary was a virgin. That is not the original meaning of the word, okay? The original meaning of the word is that Mary was a young woman, okay? Mary was a young woman. She was not a virgin, she was a young woman. And when it's been translated to as she was a virgin. Now, that is a pretty big difference in meaning. And my point being that I don't know how Christians reconcile this. And this is why it's sort of a pet peeve of mine. And I'm partially an asshole, how people believe certain things. And then when they hear when they hear something like that, it does not compute with them. It just does not compute with them. I could be, I don't, Mithril, as far as I know, the originals were in Greek. Maybe I'm wrong, Mithril. Maybe they were in Aramaic. I can't quite remember, to be honest with you. Whichever one it was, whichever the original language was, and it might be that different gospels were in different languages. They were not. The translation was wrong. But okay. But all pure and godly women are virginal, right? Okay. Anyway.
He's a bro beloved by Christian
Yeah,
bros,
damn it, Clown's
Jewish
good.
bros, even Muslim bros.
That's a heck of a bro.
In the 17th chapter of
Yeah. What do you think? Yes, that's the implication, Mayflower Kid.
the book of Genesis, God is broing out with him too.
That's Abraham.
Father Abraham.
He owns the title, the first Jew.
Okay.
Father, bro, Abraham.
Father Abraham had
Father Abraham is actually the father of 3 different religions: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
many sons. Many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just praise
I agree,
the
Cybersnake,
Lord
I do.
right arm.
Abraham was God's bro. So,
I'm sorry, Philly cheese.
2,000 years before Jesus, God promised Abraham land.
Yes, invalid.
We know what God promised Abraham.
Sorry, guys. I know these are kind of traumatizing. How dare you, lurking snow leopard? Yeah, I don't. I like him a lot.
Delicious milk.
Hello, Norman.
And I've seen the promised land.
In Genesis, God says,
For all the land that you see, I will give to you and to your offspring forever.
Look, bro, I don't want to seem ungrateful, all right? You're insane, but aren't you forgetting something kind of major?
What's that, bro?
I
The
know,
land
Mayflower
ain't
Kid.
empty. And I don't think those people are on vacation
Yeah,
either.
a lot of genocide going on in the Bible. Like a lot of, I mean, but honestly, like everyone at the time did this shit. Like, I'm not saying that the Israelites were special in this regard. Like, everyone at the time was, like, every group of people were wiping each other out, killing each other. It was very common. Genocide was extremely common at the time. And yeah, that is one part of the Bible. There's a lot of genocide in the Bible. A lot of it is actually ordered by God. And it's, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they killed Canaanites. But again, like, I don't. There's also some anti-Semites out there who will then go on to make the claim that that shows that Jewish people are somehow uniquely evil, or like, look at how evil. Well, no, like every group in the world did that at the time. We just happened to have the book that was written by the Israelites that talked about it. But yeah, like but anyway, Christians, Jewish folks, anyone else who follows the religion, I like how all that genocide is written in the Old Testament, but like it doesn't. People still like God. He seems like not that great of a person. All right. Hello, Tater.
But this land has already been promised.
The promised land was already promised?
Yeah,
To who?
cyberspace. Yeah.
That's who. Promised to Canaanite peoples.
The Canaanites?
The Canaanites were the indigenous tribes living in Canaan.
Looks like a lot
Mayflower
of
Kid.
ites.
Yeah, etc. Ites. These ites never got a promise from me.
Guys, here's the fun part. The Israelites were Canaanites. They were one group of Canaanites. Hello, Norman Smiley fam. We're watching something called Satan's Guide to the Bible, which is talking about the secrets of the Bible, and it's not like positive about the Bible. So anyway, so yeah, the Israelites were in fact Canaanites. So as far as we know, right, there's the archaeological evidence seems to indicate that the Israelites were just one other group of people in the Middle East or in the Canaan. And most of the doing well, Dolly Boy. Most of the other groups of people had like these city-states or regions, and most of them would worship a god. Okay, they would have like a god that they were devoted to. They were polytheists, but most of them were devoted to one particular god. And it just happens to be that the Israelites were devoted to one particular god named Yahweh, who was a storm god. And other Canaanites also believed in this god, but that was not their primary god. So after the Canaanites conquered all the other peoples in this area, they were left as the dominant faction in the region, and they were worshiping this one god, Yahweh, who defeated all the other gods, if that makes sense.
The only one here who got a land promise from me is my bro Abraham. It's my land, I made it, and I can give it freely.
Any chance we could take a vote on that?
God promised Abraham land, but it was the land belonging to the Canaanites.
Yeah,
bro or
Cybersnake.
no bro?
Not cool.
Yeah, this was definitely his idea.
Good luck,
100%.
Standerco.
He's insane.
Nation will rise against nation.
So let's just praise the Lord. Right arm, left arm, right foot, left foot, chin
Interesting,
up, turn
Cybersnake.
around, sit down.
There are references in the New Testament to there being multiple gods.
It's my favorite Sunday school jam, too. However, the Canaanites have every right to stay in their land.
Well, Norman, welcome. Okay, we're learning some history here, real history about what actually happened, despite what the Bible says.
Come on
okay?
now. We've been living here for generations.
Great Grandma Eloise is buried in the backyard.
Somebody get a box for Eloise. The Canaanites are full on evil. My evangelical biblical scholars have already proved this. Canaanites
God.
were totally crappy.
The iniquity of these Canaanite tribes was so pronounced, they were so vile and so evil. Clay Jones has written an article on this.
In that article, I documented that among the Canaanites...
So, guys, this is what the biblical scholars do. They justify genocide. Okay, they literally are like, well, there was reason to murder all the Canaanites. God isn't a bad guy. There was a reason to murder all the to murder all the Canaanites. Okay, yeah, isn't that great? I just love that, and like it is, but it's just like considered. It's just considered like okay shit, right? Like for a lot of Christian folks, no one cares. Yeah, HDMS, like it sounds very similar. Okay. All right.
There was incest, adultery.
Yeah, Mayflower Kid, but right, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if the Canaanites were real or not real. There's still the modern day, a lot of modern day preachers still try to justify what God did in the Bible, which is crazy to me.
Bring children to a bull-headed idol named Molech, homosexual acts, and that bestiality.
Oh no, and they say things like that because in the Bible it says that one of the evil things these groups were doing was homosexuality. I guess if you're gay, that means you have the right to be exterminated. One of the reasons I have a lot of trauma, guys, is because I know what religious ideology does to gay people. And I've known people who have lost their lives because of it, and I just gonna lose my mind.
All these were rampant.
All sorts of abominable practices. They get to the point where they're actually sacrificing their children.
So it's not as though they're just people who are wearing tattoos or eating shrimp, unlike the Israelites.
The Canaanites are the bad guys, children. He that is not with me is against me. Verily then.
Flock?
Thank you, Invalid. Jesus loves me.
Okay, the Canaanites, according to evangelical scholars, are so awful they deserve to lose their homes.
Please locate your nearest exit now.
God simply wants to steal the Canaanites' land.
Thank God.
Satan gets it.
But God's plot to steal the Canaanites' land is about to take an
I got you, Norman.
unexpected turn.
No,
Think back to the ites of Israel. If Moses and the Israelites...
You're right, Cybersnake. Isn't that funny? And that's because they pick and choose, Cybersnake. The Christians that I've known, that I grew up with, pick and choose. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, but being gay is evil, right? Homosexuality is evil. Other things like that, okay?
Never came from Egypt.
If not out of Egypt, where the Israelites really
That's
from?
fantastic, Mithril. That is absolutely fantastic.
For real.
Your dad is a hero.
So when the archaeologists look at the material culture of early Israelite villages, they're continuous with the material culture of Canaanite culture. It's the same culture.
What?
Aren't Canaanites the bad guys?
Hebrew is a Canaanite language, and the early writings from the Bible show a clear continuity with older Canaanite literature, with Canaanite poetic forms, literary forms,
Invalid axiom, I know.
people's names, people's
How
language.
dare you,
This is all native Canaanite stuff.
Early Israelite settlements left archaeologists with native Canaanite stuff.
One of the names of God in the Bible is El. And El, we know, was also the name of the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
Israelites worship.
I didn't know that was the name of the chief god of the Canaanites. So I guess that was just one of the many gods in the pantheon.
The Canaanite god, El, is written into the name Israel itself.
It is?
Including the name Israel itself, which originally meant something like El rules.
El
Interesting.
Who rules?
The Canaanite high god, El. El rules. Now watch this.
So the combination
You're right,
of
Cyber.
archaeological evidence and textual and linguistic evidence makes it seem pretty
Invalid.
obvious that the early Israelites were Canaanites.
Whoa.
That's for sure,
Can it
Mithril.
be?
The Israelites are another group of ites from Canaan.
You little fibber, you.
Eat my
You
ass.
little fibber.
Israelites are Canaanites?
The archaeological conclusion is that these are the same people.
Israelites
Yeah,
cannot be
politics.
Canaanites.
That would make a dirty diaper of the entire Bible story.
Hello? Anyone
I didn't
with a
say it,
brain
they said it.
available? Like, duh, Israelites can't be from the promised land. Because later in my book, they still gotta enter the promised land.
This guy, all right? I already entered,
Yeah.
okay?
Why lie about escaping Egypt?
Inventing fantastic origin stories is what everybody
Yeah,
did.
Cybersnake.
Every schmuck has an origin story. That's what I'm trying to say. We all got them, okay?
Israel is right. John Collins explains it.
The peoples of the ancient Near East engaged in what might be called competitive historiography.
But that's classic, right? Around that time, guys, every group, every tribe had sort of their own mythology, their own origin story, that their own like story, and they were kind of in competition with each other. So yeah, that's a really good origin story. You know, you came from Egypt, you know, you escaped slavery. You ended up, God promised you the land that you're on, which gives you a justification for taking it from everyone else. And all the groups had this. It wasn't just like the Israelites, okay?
To show how their national heroes outshone the heroes of other peoples, or were the true and most ancient founders of culture.
You're saying all this Bible history was just made up to impress the neighbors?
Is that really
Cybersnake.
all it is?
There's no need to minimize the power of story.
The original function of the story was to initiate people into an identity of being Israelite.
The Bible calls the first Israelites a mixed multitude.
From a mixed multitude of Canaanites into a unified, connected group of Israelites who were in the process of crystallizing into the people of Israel. In other words, the story, in a way, makes the people into the people.
The story makes the people into the people?
Yes,
The
it's kind of like
story
nationalism, but not.
Makes the people into the people.
So, no Egypt.
And no escape.
No entering the promised land.
Israelites are from the promised land.
Just more ites.
Yo, Tater, not kind of. God is a major serial killer, okay? God kills millions of people in the Bible, okay? Absolutely.
Canaan.
Now, this new group of ites,
That's
the
right.
Israelites,
Gazoo is the one for
entered the
Lord.
world stage 500 miles east of Egypt.
Interesting,
sometime
Cybersnake.
around 1200 BC.
Right,
That's
Norman.
way later than what the Bible says.
You guys
Yeah.
are just a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys.
I'm right on time. Get hip, huh?
Yeah, we're hip to your lateness.
Perhaps, as Amos Funkenstein suggests, Israel's conviction that it was God's chosen people was a compensation
Isn't it always?
for its awareness of its belatedness on the historical scene.
Amos Funkenstein suggests? Funkin' whatever.
Glass-
Satan scholars are just being mean. I mean,
Yeah.
they're super meanies. Satan's biblical
Yeah,
scholars?
but all right, I got to tell you, the reason I always say I know I'm an asshole is because I am always told when I talk about this stuff to people that I'm being mean. I am told that. And listen. Okay, I'm saying this because that's why I say that, is because I have a lot of experiences that when I start talking about these things with people, I am told that I'm mean. And it's just how do I frame this? I'm not trying to be mean. I know I sound mean, but the point here is that religion is something that we're not allowed to talk about. Okay? Like we can't, if I were to state out loud to a group of Christians the reality of it, they would say I'm mean and then dismiss what I'm saying. Okay? And I totally respect people, as you guys know. I don't care what your religion is, but that's one of the things that bothers me about religion. Okay? Is that regardless of the religion, if I say something that's realistic, I am dismissed as being an asshole. Okay, or like being a mean person, and it makes me defensive. Okay, because that's why I'm always like, I know I'm mean, because I know immediately as soon as I start as soon as I start talking about it, I know people will immediately start thinking I'm an asshole and that I'm being mean and I'm taking their toys from them. I'm not, see, even I sound like an asshole when I say that, okay? Safe space religion talking about atheist safe spaces is hilarious. I know, I'm just saying, it drives me crazy. Okay, anyway.
They're critical scholars. Critical and criticizing.
Yeah, critical doesn't mean being mean. It's not like I'm criticizing you for not cleaning up your...
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, Tater Tot. If I were to do that, like, if I were to be honest about most things in history, people would listen to me. But if I'm honest about the history of some of these religions, like what we know factually, I'm suddenly an asshole and a mean person. And that's the only response I get. I don't get the response that, like, oh, that's wrong. Or that, like, oh, you know, you have the wrong information. You're just so mean. Why are you saying that to me? Like, I'm like, I'm not a mean person. I'm just, anyway. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. All right.
Room.
It's clean.
It goes back to the Greek word.
Yeah, exactly, Mithril. You're right, Mithril. Okay.
Kritike.
Which is Greek for a bunch of atheists undermining the Bible.
Yeah, not quite.
And if you say atheist biblical scholars, you're looking at one of the, maybe there's 4 or 5 that I can think of.
Then who's the biblical scholars?
You mean it is mean. You sound Abrahamophobic. Jonas, I could criticize any religion. I just only mainly criticize Christianity. Okay. Because I know there's a lot of Islamophobia. That's why I don't talk much about Islam. I don't talk much about Judaism for the same reason, okay? There's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. But I focus on Christianity just because I was raised a Christian. You see what I mean? I could also talk about Hinduism. I could talk about all these, but I focus. Okay.
How do we recognize them?
That
What
is
do
true,
they look
Cybersnake.
like?
No, you're right,
What does a
Cybersnake.
biblical scholar look like?
You can pan the camera around here and you'll see all sorts of examples.
Bible scholar. Bible critics, what? Critical scholars, okay.
White, middle-aged, or aging, male, Protestant.
They're Protestant?
Christians?
That's right. Most all critical biblical scholars are
Yeah,
atheist,
Cybersnake, a lot of scholars of religion are atheistic.
but Christian.
For sure, Christians.
Biblical studies has always been mostly Christian.
He said white Christian.
Dudes.
That's true.
All of the early creators of biblical scholars.
Isn't that odd? A lot of, and by the way, this is a big problem in the West, that most of the Bible scholars whose information gets spread all over the globe are white guys, which is why there's still a lot of connections. There's a lot of racial ideas mixed in with it, especially on the wings. Like the extremists oftentimes mix up racial ideas in the Bible and of race and things like that. Yeah, this looks like a very boring call. Hey, is Luke here? Look, Luke is here. Oh, Luke. Hey, Luke. Anyway.
Religious people. They were ministers, they were priests.
Most of the great founding fathers of biblical scholarship were church-going, pious people.
Yes, most of them.
False believers.
They were usually ministers of Protestant churches.
Yeah, and guys, this shows you something too. A lot of the biblical scholars who discovered the things I'm talking about were Christians, were religious, okay? And they critiqued the religion like I'm doing it, okay? They still believed in it. And they would often say that there is a difference between the scholarship and religion. You can still be a believer even if you hear all this stuff. So I'm not, okay, whatever. I'm defending myself against nothing. No one's yelling at me.
Each other about the best way to understand this text, with the idea that you didn't need any special office to read the text closely. So modern biblical scholarship comes
How dare you guys?
Primarily Protestant theology.
Yes.
Modern biblical scholarship comes primarily from heretics and false believers.
And Christians.
There we go.
Mostly Christians.
I have a question, Satan.
Yes, Kathy?
If most biblical
thanks,
scholars
Jonas.
are Christians and these secrets you're sharing are taught in seminaries, well, my question is, why would Christians attack the Bible?
That wasn't the intention of the scholars that created biblical studies. They wanted to elucidate the Bible and show its truth, and they believed that all sorts of scholarship would be compatible with the Bible.
I'm so glad. I can tell that whoever made this video has experienced what I've experienced, that the fact that they're talking about this and they're being like, look, we're not trying to say... Anyway, I'll shut up.
And how
I'm
that
making this
turn out?
personal.
That was overly optimistic.
Thinking that archaeology would verify
Yeah,
the
they
Bible.
thought it would.
But then it turned out that it didn't.
No, it did.
Didn't.
Did.
Didn't.
Did.
Didn't.
Whatever.
So what do biblical scholars, mostly Christian biblical scholars, think today about
Yeah, well, Doug, there's a lot of biblical scholars out there, so they're only talking to some of them, obviously.
the Bible's version of history?
Today, most of what was held 100 years ago, say around 1900, as history is no longer held that way. Certainly the creation stories are not held to be history.
Talkie snake.
Most of the patriarchal narratives are not held to be history.
A phony bro?
Moses is not held to be mostly historical.
Demon lies.
The Exodus is either minimized or not held to be what is depicted in the Bible.
The biblical texts are not historically reliable accounts of early Israelite history.
Says who?
The more history we learned, turns out that a lot of the biblical history was simply wrong.
You guys are not exhibiting the kingdom mindset.
Jesus is getting angry.
Wrong does not compute with perfect.
Inerrant.
The Bible's
is inerrant.
perfection is crucial for preachers.
Inerrancy is a crucial component
Oh my God,
for
these
the
lunatics.
preacher to be
Okay.
able to say,
I am
this
a
is the
commie.
word of God.
Whose word?
Your word.
Your perfect word, Jesus.
Word up. Scram, Satan. Perfect Jesus. Perfect book.
Perfect book.
I love Slanesh. Slanesh is great.
Hate to pump the brakes on biblical inerrancy.
Pump the brakes? This is the open highway.
And the check engine light just went on. Hey, we have a problem.
The problem is yours alone, Satan.
Your scholars share this problem too. Evangelicals say there's no agreement on what
No,
exactly
Jonas, I
inerrancy
don't know. I don't know who
is.
Slanesh is.
The problem, however, is that there are various understandings and misunderstandings of inerrancy in circulation.
Different people have different definitions of what counts as inerrancy
Of course,
and what
of course.
doesn't count as inerrancy.
You see how that's a problem, guys? If you think everything's inerrant, but then you agree that not everyone, but people don't know what it means. So how could, anyway?
Well, it really depends on whose inerrancy we're talking about.
How are there different versions of inerrancy?
Hey, these are your scholars, J-Man. Evangelical scholars can't even agree on what inerrancy is.
I'm sure all of it can be harmonized.
In my view, a rich and sophisticated doctrine of inerrancy is part of biblical fidelity.
What?
I don't know a lot of people that have a sophisticated doctrine of inerrancy. I live in the South. And
They even admit it.
Welcome, Professor Frank.
My current title it keeps changing. My current title is Inerrancy, a Place to Live.
By
Oh my God.
inerrancy, I mean
Inerrancy is simply a way of stating
that the texts don't contradict each other.
They do. I'm sorry to say it. They do. Sometimes the same text contradicts itself. Let me give you one example of this. Okay, do you know that there are two in Genesis, which is the first book of the Bible? There are literally two creation stories right next to each other. There are two creation stories in Genesis, and they aren't the same creation story. So which one is right? Which one is the correct goddamn creation story if there's two of them? So like that's right at the very beginning, there's a big contradiction. Okay, so my point is like these are all over the place. Yeah, like they're like across the Gospels, guys. There are contradictions across the board. There are so many contradictions. I don't even have time to list them all here. Okay, so all right, even like a simple contradiction, like Jesus says, "Love everyone," and then God says, "Kill people." There's like not much overlap between a lot of these things. Okay.
But neither do they cohere.
Okay, so wait a minute. So he's admitting he's like they are inerrant and there's no contradiction and they don't cohere. What? Okay.
That does not cohere.
These guys sound confused.
They just need more Sunday school.
My bro Kevin will get us back on track.
the biblical authors speak truth in all things they affirm and will eventually be seen to have spoken truly when right-minded readers read rightly.
2 times.
When right-minded readers
read rightly, as in you read it and you believe it uncritically.
Are the right-minded readers. Thank you, Kev.
Oh, I love all these songs, guys. This is cute.
We could agree that inerrancy, if not essential, is nevertheless expedient.
Could you define expedient for me?
Convenient and practical.
Although possibly improper or immoral.
Or
Yeah.
just biblical.
Why is the inerrancy and the
Yeah, I know, Crawl. It is. It is. Okay.
infallibility and the flawlessness of God's word so
By the way, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of all these contradictions in my head. You know, there are lots of contradictions. You know what? I'll go on.
important? Because, friends, if this book is not true, you're in a heap of trouble.
Hell level.
No, I feel like I'm much better off. I'm much better off if the Bible isn't true, because that's terrifying. Damn it, Norman. Okay, not the point, Norman. Because I think it's scary. If the Bible is true, that's like living in a horror movie. Think about it. That means there's an all-powerful, almighty, omnipotent God who is very arbitrary and can easily call for the extermination of groups of entire people on a whim, who has the power to destroy the planet, who can spy on your thoughts, who does it's basically like, as Christopher Hitchens used to say, there's a lot of issues with Christopher Hitchens, but Christopher Hitchens used to call it a celestial North Korea. It'd be like living in a celestial North Korea. No, thank you. All right, that I would not a fan. I don't know why you'd want to live under that if it were true.
And kids, you're stumbling. Be very careful about the things you're thinking.
Yeah, that means he watches everything you do. He watches you crank your hog. Okay, he watches you have fun with a partner, if you know what I mean. He's watching all the time. Holy juice, hilarious, LaCroix. You see what I mean? God is very obsessed with our genitals, apparently. But what's even worse, I like to think of it more, he's been misunderstood and like a hands-off gardener. I understand that, Jonas. But guys, at the same time, he's watching you masturbate. He's letting children in Africa die of starvation. Or, while he's doing while he's judging you for having sexual relation with two men having sex together, he's also like, oh, that African child deserves to die. Or like that, that child in West Virginia deserves to have a father who dies of a drug overdose. So okay. Yeah, you're right, Cybersnake. So I know for some people that's a turn on, the idea that someone's watching you all the time, but not for me. I'm not exactly a big fan.
Do you want to hear me say, I never knew ye?
Don't cast us aside.
We love you, Jesus.
Don't cast us, please.
Yeah.
We believe you, Jesus.
You are Lord.
Yeah, Elevator Lady. Yeah, Elevator Lady, the story of Job, where he literally tortures Job. Poor Job. Just tortures him because of a bet he makes with the devil, right? And just tortures anyway. And it's supposed to be a cute story of faith when he's taking everything away from this guy.
Well, okay then. I want everyone here to pray. Pray on this word. Ask me. I'll open your spiritual eye to the truth and trustworthiness of this holy word. Pray now. Oh, wait.
No, I love it, Norman. You know I love you, Norman.
Witness this, Satan. Discipline.
The Iraq war support sucks. What do you mean there, Brucey? I feel like it makes sense. The intellectual matter sees no Richard Dawkins, who's a transphobe. That's true. Yeah. No, guys, this is why I'm saying Christopher Hitchens is a big problem. Okay. He was very pro the Iraq war. He also was Islamophobic. He was absolutely Islamophobic. He was one of these guys that, when he was an atheist and he would talk about religion, he'd be like, God, I hate Judaism. God, I hate Christianity, but Muslims are evil. He would lose his mind. So I don't want you guys to necessarily like Christopher Hitchens, but he did say some things that were interesting. One of them is that quote about North Korea. A lot of the new age atheists are monsters. I got to tell you. And that's not where I learned my atheism. I did not learn my atheism from Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens, or what is it? Richard Dawkins. They are very cringe. They're just assholes. They're like complete assholes. And anyway, I hope I'm not coming across as an asshole. But they demonize. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Weird amorphous blob. They're all lit up. Yeah. Yeah, the four assholes of atheism, because all they do is shit all over. No, I get it, Cyber Snake. You're right, but he's good, like, for his biology. He did some good biology work, but anyway. Okay, what do you think of I don't know who that is. Yeah, they claim to be culturally Christian, which is just weird. All right, but anyway.
Morals. That's why parents send their kids.
I don't remember, Norman.
Here. Not because of any nerd.
Honestly, guys, you know the atheists that I like the most? They're actually not really atheists, they're deists. They're some of the really early Enlightenment deists, like Thomas Paine, was he here? Rousseau, not Rousseau, Voltaire, kind of. He wasn't necessarily an atheist, but he kind of, I like a lot of the really early ones, who a lot of them weren't actually atheists, but they kind of had very funny critiques of religion. Okay, TJ Kirk, there we go. Okay, you should watch Alex O'Connor. Okay, I'll take a look at him. I'll definitely take a look at him. As long as he's not like a raging homophobe or anything, or not a homophobe, raging Islamophobe or anything. Okay.
History lesson. Parents send their children to church to learn good morals.
Okay, cool.
Is that what they're learning? Students, I got seminary secrets
Yes, and
about
valid
biblical
axiom.
morals.
Your math is slightly off there, Satan.
What math?
Math is hard. Jesus will help you.
Okay,
Without
here we go.
my book, there are no morals.
I hate that argument. I hate that argument. Oh, that's good, Jonas. Okay. I hate that argument. I hate the argument that being religious means, not being religious means you can't be moral. Bullshit. Bullshit. Why is it that there are moral people everywhere around the world? And there are a lot of atheists out there, and some of them are very moral. Some of the most moral people I know are atheistic or agnostic. Okay, it's just bullshit that you need religion to have morals. Yeah, yes, the classic. How am I supposed to know murder if it's bad? If no Bible, right? And I love that, guys, because I know all of you. No, that's BS. We have the hello, hilarious Jonas. Like. Who out here, you know what that implies to me, guys? It implies to me that all of you out there have wanted to sexually assault someone. You all have had the urge to do a murder. You all have, you all go around wanting to kill people. The only thing that has stopped you is that you believe in God or something. I have a feeling most of us don't want to do those things, and or know that that's wrong and wouldn't do it even if we did want to. You see what I mean? Whether or not we're religious, okay? Regardless, I think there are certain things that humans have evolved. One of them is a sense of empathy, because that is good for, I got you, Xander. I have to allow it. I didn't notice that it popped up. Here you go. Okay. That, it's just not true. It's just not true. And I always make the argument, guys. Let's say that the Israelites did in fact come from Egypt and go up to the promised land or whatever. I'm sorry, that the Israelites went to the top of Mount Sinai and got the 10 Commandments. Do we think that the entire way they were walking there, they believed that murder, theft, and things like that were okay? Do you think they would have made it there if they did? No, they wouldn't. Because they were people and they already had a good sense of morality. Now, it wasn't perfect because people are never perfect, but people all over the world can kind of have their own good sense of morality. And yeah, different times in different places, there's more violence or less violence. But even in ancient Rome, there was a sense that killing is not good a lot of the time, okay? That they have limits on shit. Anyway, you see what I mean? I'm just, okay. I know, Mr. Kincaid, it's just creepy to me. Let's see here. Casual Revolt. Are you ornithorachida? I don't know what that is, Crawl. Tell me. Okay. Xander, do you think most people don't murder out of morality versus not wanting to be murdered? Well, yeah, that's a good point. It could also be because they don't want to be murdered, right? I think most people don't have a desire to murder. I think most people don't ever feel that motivated to go kill someone. And it might be because they're afraid, but in that case, I guess we don't need the morals, because we just need to create a society that makes sure people are punished. You see what I mean? I don't believe that. I think a lot of times people just don't want to do it. There you go, Jonas, but the Canaanites were less good, so they deserved it. Hilarious. Okay. How dare you, Doug? How dare you, okay? Are you afraid a platypus is watching you? I love platypi. Okay, I love platypi. Yeah, and we should also point out, guys, that remember God did. That's actually a good point, David. That God killed a ton of people too, right? Which is funny to me.
Going to be the word, or is it going to be the word?
Xander, not for me. My morality does not derive from religious belief at all. It doesn't. It doesn't. I've read lots of secular philosophers. My moral beliefs stem from philosophy. As a matter of fact, I believe, yes. So Xander, that's called humanism, and that is actually a secular belief system. There is a secular religion, or not religion, a secular belief system called humanism. It's not a religion, and I'm a humanist, and that's not a religious belief. That is just a philosophy. Okay, so I'm a humanist. And that doesn't come from a religious belief for me. I just think human beings, I love human beings. I'm a human being. I think it's good that I focus on human beings. Yeah, that's just where it comes from. I don't need some deity to tell me that, to think that. And also, I think it's a bad sign if people think that they do need a deity. What does that say about them? This sounds dark, and I'm not, okay, like, what does it say about you if you need to be told by a deity that human beings are valuable and you need to care for them and stuff? And a lot of times, guys, religion convinces you of this through fear. Well, you better do these things or I'm going to punish you. What is more moral? Doing something because you believe in it or because you're afraid of hell? You see what I mean? Okay. Oh, Xander, that's fair. Okay, gladly. I would gladly say that faith, if you want to say humanism is a form of faith, sure, but it's secular, right? I don't believe in anything supernatural. So Xander, I'll buy that. Yeah, I have a faith in humanity, but it's not religious. It has nothing to do with a deity or anything supernatural, okay? And so, yeah, that's fair. Okay, I gladly say that, okay?
World.
There's that beautiful psalm.
Psalm 137, Mrs. Reichholm.
Doctor?
Yeah, Doc. You're so smart. You don't even know what
Yeah,
psalm
me
is.
too, Tater. I feel pretty empathetic. I'm not trying to compliment myself, but I feel, yeah.
This is.
I wish I could remember exactly which psalm it is, but
No, that's fair, LaQuan. No, so guys, I believe, yes, we could generally say that, like, you know, belief in humanity, being a humanist requires some level of belief in something. I believe in humans. I am a human and things like that. I think it's important and good to focus on humans. And I think we can measure good outcomes from that by focusing on the improvement of humans. But like, I'm okay with saying, yeah, sure, it's, I guess, based off faith. But you'll notice that doesn't believe in anything supernatural, right? Having hope, guys, having faith in the future is a form of faith, right? Having faith that humans will improve things is a form of faith. That doesn't mean has to have any kind of religion attached to it. No religion has to be attached to it. Nothing supernatural. So I would actually ask you, I would ask who mentioned this earlier, Xander, do you agree that you don't need to believe in a God or anything supernatural in order to have faith in an ideal? Okay.
it's the beautiful psalm.
It's Psalm 137.
And at the end of the psalm, they're dashing the babies' heads against rocks.
Yes, a valid axiom. There we go.
My turn.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
Happy baby smashing?
In the Bible?
Book of Psalms, Psalm 137. Everybody sings the first line of the psalm.
By the rivers of
Nobody sings the last line.
Taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
Yes. Isn't that great?
Metaphorical.
God telling people the Israelites to dash the little ones against the stones. Such a lovely guy. I'm so glad he's our Lord and Savior.
Perhaps toss me into the bosom of my stoner mom.
It's ideas that you should have these babies and strike them up against rocks.
Yeah.
To me, it's odious.
Yeah.
Extremely unpleasant.
And this is the other thing, guys. I think religion is more likely to make people immoral. There are things that a religious person would believe in that would believe is okay, that a non-religious person would never believe is okay. All right? maybe we could think of some things that are the opposite, but how could you like if you were a humanist, how could you possibly justify this? Like bashing a baby against rocks, unless you were you thought a god told you that's okay. You see what I mean? Or you were a sociopath. All right? Because I'm a humanist and because I don't hold any beliefs that are linked to a deity, I can dismiss those ideas that I think are immoral. Right? No, Norman, not at all. Non-religious people can crush babies, but my point is, like, if you were religious and you were told to do this by a god, or you thought, then you would do it and you would think it was moral, right? You see what I mean? So, like, I'm just, I don't have to believe in the bad parts of it, right?
Pleasant, repulsive.
Smashing babies qualifies.
It should not be called beautiful. It should not be celebrated in any way.
Yeah.
You lied again, Satan. I found someone on YouTube singing the last line.
Take your little ones and dash them against the rock.
We need to make, this is going to be a new popular gospel song, not gospel, a hymn, a new church hymn.
And so we just tend to repress or ignore those aspects of the Bible. But I think it would be more interesting to engage them.
More interesting for...
Wait a minute. Xander. So, Xander, that's what religious people do. Do you think religious people do what they're told by God because they just think it's inherently wrong? Or is it because they're afraid of going to hell? That's a self-interested purpose, right? I would doubt that religious people, it's not like people who are religious are less self-interested. You see what I mean? Okay. That is true morality, Xander. And by the way, Xander, could you answer my question? So do you agree that you don't need to believe in a supernatural being in order to have a sense of faith and morality, or like a faith-based idea of morality? What about that?
For who?
And I think what it would lead to...
And I love you, Xander. Don't get me wrong. I am very sensitive about this topic. Okay. Morality for self-interest are different sides of the same coin. I think religious people and people that follow for morality are self-interest. Okay. So I'm not sure. So only certain religious beliefs are moral? I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Deeper empathetic experience, we would understand the anger, we would understand the suffering, we would understand what they thought had been stolen from them in a much deeper way if we were willing to engage the horror that's present there. And I think something similar could happen with the engagement in the story of the Israelites moving into Canaan.
Yeah, not talking about this is why Christians regard... Oh, absolutely, Weirdomorphous Blob. You know, Christians are always claiming that Muslims are barbaric and awful. That's fair, Xander. That is fair. Okay. If that is a fine belief to have. By the way, Xander, I do love you. I hope you know I have a lot of trauma related to religion because of being a gay man. So please forgive me, but I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Weirdomorphous Blob. People are always think that like Islam is evil and violent and horrible. Okay. Just look at the goddamn Bible. Look at what Christians have done. If more Christians knew the reality, they might not be so eager to point a finger at Islam, okay?
Serious horror fans, stay tuned, okay? A story filled with extreme horror. Next.
Previously in the Bible, God broed out with Abraham.
Okay, 1 second.
He promised Abraham a ton of land, but the land was already filled with Canaanites.
Does a good God try and steal land?
My ways are higher.
If by higher you mean more violent?
Hardly. You saw me. Didn't I ask y'all nicely to pack up and leave? I offered them many peaceful ways out. North, south, east, west. I don't even have to be nice about it. In fact, you know what? The time for my mercy has ended. You don't want to vacate the land? It's your fault, Canaanites. You asked for him. You deserve him.
Yeah.
So, Josh, when it comes to mass murder, what's your take?
I will leave nothing undone.
Oh, right on. In the 7th chapter of the book of Deuteronomy, God lays out his attack plan for Joshua's assault on Canaan.
Direct orders for the Israelites when they enter the promised land.
Already entered, sir. Said that once already.
Honestly, the Canaanites sound kind of cool. If they're doing homosexuality and shit, they sound fun to me.
Again.
I will leave nothing undone.
Hey, this guy. Okay, yo. Yeah, I'm already here. Look down, huh?
Stay in your lane, Israel. Now, Joshua, listen up. And when
I
the
don't know,
Lord
Norman.
your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess, and drives out before you many nations, then you must destroy them totally. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy.
I never
Do not
said that about
intermarry
us.
with them.
Then why are all your boys sliding into my DMs?
Do not intermarrying with them, for that would turn away your children. Why are we doing it? It would turn away your children from following me to serve other gods. So ultimately, it's a covenantal thing. You know, maybe it's unfortunate, but we can't leave those people there. They're a bad influence.
Yes.
And what are Israelites to do with them?
Kill them. Kill them all, utterly.
Kill everyone?
They
deserve it.
Our pastor skipped this part of the Bible.
It's shocking.
Like baby smashing? Somebody remind me who the good guys are?
This is not, a matter of, integration.
Yeah, isn't that strange and valid, Axiom? Okay.
The book of Joshua tells the story of the Israelites' violent conquest of Canaan.
Yeah.
In Joshua 6, a city named Jericho is conquered by the Israelites. They go in and they kill all the women and children.
You know what's funny about the conquest of Jericho? So if you read that Bible passage, you know how, so there's a famous story about like the walls of Jericho, how the Israelites were able to make the walls of Jericho fall down. Do you know what they say in the story, how the Israelites made the walls of Jericho fall down? They marched around it and played loud horns and shit, and then the walls of Jericho just fell down and they were able to take the city, literally, which doesn't, it's just kind of a funny thing. It's just kind of funny. Like you thought that marching around the walls of Jericho playing instruments would make the walls fall down, and apparently, according to the Bible, that's what made the walls fall down. Anyway, but okay, that's cute. Of course, they ended up slaughtering all the people within Jericho. All right. We actually, by the way, do have the ruins of a city that probably was Jericho. So not everything in the Bible is 100% false. A lot of the places are real places. But obviously the stories are, I mean, for some of these, not for all of it. Anyway, yeah, they farted into a horn to toot the walls down.
You see, there's a lot of killing in the Bible. A lot of
You think?
genocide. A lot
There's
of
also human sacrifice. Jesus is a giant human sacrifice. Think about it.
killing of the Canaanites, women and children.
There we go. See, look, see here, these kids are going around the walls of Jericho to make the walls fall down, because that's what it says in the Bible. They circled the walls of Jericho. All right. Who's on my side, Norman?
And they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, with the edge of the sword.
Oh, fun.
Because that's part of the directive given in Deuteronomy 7, that when you conquer the land of Canaan,
What, man? I didn't shout at anyone, Norman. What do you mean?
the Hebrews are to exterminate everyone.
And they burnt the city with fire, and all that was therein.
Is that really you, God?
They should have left already.
But that's impossible.
You do know our legs are made of felt, right?
When God kills people in the Old Testament or any time, does he give reasons? Or does God just wake up like one day saying, Canaanites, I want them all dead?
Previously, we
Kinda
heard
seems
God
like
and
it.
his evangelical scholars slander the indigenous Canaanite peoples.
A culture that was incredibly
Homosexual. Sacrificing their children.
Eating shrimp.
Gay shrimp eaters.
Uh-oh.
You know,
I'm a gay
it
shrimp
might
eater.
now be appropriate to ask, are there limits to victim shaming?
Now, the really
go.
difficult problem, then, it seems to me, is the children.
Yeah, you think? Oh my God, I've heard preachers do this before too. Try to justify like God killing all the children, being like, well, you know, there were good reasons for killing the kids.
More difficult problem is the children.
You
How
think?
could God command that the children be killed because these are innocent.
Whew, that is indeed a problem, Willie. Let's restate that once more. You know, for the children.
How is it consistent with God's nature that he would command that these Canaanite children be killed?
Exactly. How could God do that?
God knows who will or will not repent of his or her sin, and if he concludes that the children would have grown up and acted similarly...
Oh, good. So God understood, guys. Don't we know that God understood that all the Canaanite children were going to be bad when they grew up, so he had good reason to kill them now? Even though, like, even if they had been quote-unquote bad, does that mean they deserve to be killed? Like, okay, love this logic.
He's perfectly right to institute capital punishment.
God has the right to give and take life as he sees fit. Children die all the time.
Oh, my God. Thus proving my theory, guys, of American pedocracy. Okay? The American pedocracy. Here we have Americans. Okay? Here we have Americans. You know, you're talking about how it was perfectly justifiable for God to slaughter all those kids. Isn't that cute?
Today, it's right for God to slaughter women and children anytime he pleases.
What?
Because, Norman, it's true. It's true. Because, Norman, I'm making a point about America, and I want the Epstein folks to be held accountable. So that's why I mention it on every stream.
Oh, and they call me the Prince of Darkness.
Also, although it isn't a given, I agree with Paul Copan.
From an article that I wrote with a friend of mine, Matt Flanagan.
This is a central part of the moral arguments. You hear people like Paul Copan.
There you go. Yeah,
and William
I love
Lane
that.
Craig.
Diddleocracy, that works too.
Since I believe in the salvation of children, that this was actually a mercy extended
Trump
to them.
failed. Hilarious.
And those children, once in heaven, would be grateful that God had issued such a command to the Israeli armies to wipe them out. So the death of these children meant their salvation. They were the recipients of an infinite good as a result of their earthly phase of life being terminated.
I love, oh my God. No pun intended there. I just love this so much. This is great. This is so great. Can we see though, guys? Here's another one of my issues. Especially in America, we have a lot of right-wing nutters, okay? Very, very evangelical Christian Zionist Protestant types, okay? You can't tell me that that they hear things like this every Sunday, believe things like this, and you can't tell me that doesn't make it easier to justify like the killing of girls in Iran, right? Like it makes it so much like this way of thinking can make it easy to justify anything, right? If we're fighting Iran as a war to bring about the second coming, well, doesn't that justify it? Because in the Bible, God justifies mass death all the time. So if we can justify it in God's name, you can really get away with whatever. Yeah, it sounds like God is an excuse for people to do bad things, right? Okay. Yeah, no, well, that's what I mean, Wizard Bread's books, right? It's thought terminating. It's empathy terminating. It allows you to dehumanize people. All right. There you go, invalid axiom.
Dr. Collins, any response?
One hopes that the Canaanites appreciated the honor.
That was horrible.
Doesn't bother me. Is this part over?
Joshua's conquest of Canaan is only now ramping up.
Okay. So guys, would you guys like me to stop there? This is it's very long. It's over an hour. We're almost halfway through, but we could go on to a different topic. Unless you guys are super enjoying this, I recommend you watch the rest of it. They also talk about the Gospels and how like the Gospels are bullshit also. Anyway, so how are we doing out there? We good? I just like getting feedback. I'm going to take a drink of my tea now. Okay, this has been enjoyable as long as you keep doing your commentary. Excellent. Okay. Does it get creepier, casual? If so, skip. Okay, skip to the creepy stuff. What is this video? Drusilla, it's called Satan's Guide to the Bible. Hilarious, Norman. How dare you? Okay. All right. Okay, you know what? I approve of this video. Okay, you know what? Let's just keep watching it a bit then, okay, guys? I see most people are saying, yeah, they like it. So, Okay, when I watch this stuff, I have to do it on 2 times. I've already because you have gotcha. No, casual revolt, laughing my ass off. Okay. We could, you know what? Let's watch it a little bit more and then we'll go do something else. All right, guys?
Lord said unto Joshua,
You shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king.
You shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho. And so it really, as I read this with you, I've never thought of this before, it becomes a kind of building thing.
12,000 men and women fell that day, all the people of Ai.
12,000 men, women, and children.
Why doesn't God put a stop to it?
Please, God, save the children.
God has a plan.
There's certainly, at the very least, a sign of approval on God's part, and then a saying, okay,
I got
do
you,
it to
politics.
them again.
Again?
Yeah, come on, Mayflower Kid. This is super fun. This is super fun, Mayflower Kid. What do you mean?
They totally destroyed them, not sparing anything that breathed. And he burned up Hazor itself.
Really?
Ooh.
Unfortunately, yes. God is in total command here.
You are to hamstring their horses and burn their chariots.
Does God say stuff? I don't think in those terms. I think I'm thinking in terms of what do human beings understand God to be expecting of them.
I will leave nothing undone. Joshua destroyed them utterly with their cities. Neither left they any to breathe.
God, you really did that?
They could have exited east, west.
Yeah, Norman, God does need a PR team, right?
North and
well,
south.
he already has it. It's like most of Christianity. Okay, most
For
Christians.
options too.
It's terrible.
As the Lord commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and so did Joshua.
He left nothing undone of all the Lord had commanded Moses. So they are truly assuming that this is what God expects of them.
So Joshua took the whole land according to all that the Lord said unto Moses. And Joshua gave it for an inheritance unto Israel according to their divisions by their tribes.
This is a fun stream.
Rested from war.
Jesus.
Did it ever happen?
I wanted to ask that.
The archaeological evidence does not support the view that the marauding Israelites actually engaged in the massive slaughter of the Canaanites.
So,
I knew it. Our God is
did you
an
hear
awesome
that,
God.
guys?
In some respects, I would say.
So even that one, okay, even that one right there, they're fair. They're like, there's no evidence that they actually did. In this case, there's no evidence that the Israelites actually slaughtered these folks, okay? So that might have been one that was added later or kind of added by different writers. But it's funny that that is included in there.
The conquest of Canaan is more analogous to Aragorn killing the orcs in The Lord of the Rings. Now, you don't like orcs. You want them all to die. If it's something that didn't happen, then it's not the same thing as things that did happen. It's not the Rwandan genocide. It's not the Holocaust.
Yeah. God didn't kill the Canaanites. It didn't happen. So we're okay. God's still perfect.
You think so? Dr. Avalos, what do you think?
It actually doesn't matter whether it happened or not.
Huh?
It's the principle that you should kill people to take their land and their property, and that you should kill people because their religion is different.
Mm-hmm.
Those principles, we should have a zero tolerance for them. Whether they happen or not is irrelevant.
And lots of the slaughters did happen, but that one mentioned in Joshua did not.
The principle remains. The author believed that you should kill women and children if their religion is different or because God told you to take their land and valuables.
Joshua's conquest of Canaan is not historical, but history continues
right,
to see real
Drusilla, you can read the Bible to find out how to get more land.
Violence inspired by Joshua.
Yeah.
There's entail ideas about violence and genocide that were parallel repeat.
By the way, this is a good book. I've read it before, Fighting Words, on the Origins of Religious Violence. It's by Hector, what is his name, Avalos. It's a good book.
Throughout history.
The liberation of the Israelites and the subjugation of the Canaanites are two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, Tater.
Read from the Canaanite perspective, this was not a liberating story at all.
No.
Oof. Irish guy knows nothing. Joshua battled wickedness, and if God commands us to kill them all,
Kill them all.
In fact, there are
she's Pete
millions of
Hegseth.
people in the world who have no objection to genocide if the right people are being exterminated. So I think it is worthwhile to take a few minutes to reflect on why we think genocide is wrong in the first place.
It's not wrong if I command it.
You seem quite fond of commanding it.
My will be done.
We also have narratives portraying genocide as actually undertaken under God's command, as in 1 Samuel 15, 1-3.
Yeah,
Not
that's who I'm named after. Yay.
More genocide.
Slay both man and woman, infant and suckling.
What's a suckling?
I'm a suckling.
Ew.
Like Willie says,
Children die.
Why did they used to call babies sucklings? That's just gross. I don't want that image in my head. Ugh. I don't want to imagine a naked breast, you know? Ew, God, that's gross. Who likes breasts? Ew.
All the time, every day.
Children die every day.
Objections to genocide may be grounded in various ways, but most, I would think, come back to some form.
I hope you know I'm joking, folks. I think women should be allowed to be shirtless if they want to be. I'm just making a joke because I'm gay. I'm not trying to police women's bodies or whatever. Okay.
Golden rule. I know that one.
Jesus invented it.
All
right about
things
accent.
whatsoever ye would
Jonas.
that men should do to you, do ye even so to them.
That we should do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Christians may regard this maxim as a summary of the teaching
No, I
of
wasn't
Jesus,
gonna say that,
but
Red
some
Bull.
form of it can be found in most religions, and ultimately, it is a humanistic principle.
Did you catch that? The golden rule is a humanistic principle. No book needed.
Yep.
You need the Bible. Jesus.
Literally, I'm glad they mentioned this. That's a humanist value. Okay. It goes back to the Enlightenment and even elsewhere. Okay. Yeah. You shouldn't, you treat others the way you want to be treated. Okay. That's cute. So, right.
But Jesus was after Krishna, after Buddha, after the Stoics, way after me.
Yeah.
It's in the Old Testament. It's everywhere. That's why Dr. Collins calls the Golden Rule a humanistic principle.
It is a humanistic principle.
No book needed.
Yeah.
You just
It's a common thing across cultures, that idea of treat others the way you want to be treated. And can I point out, guys, there's actually a flaw in this anyway. Like, I know this sounds, again, I know I'm an asshole. I have some critiques of the things that people like about Jesus. For example, treat others the way you want to be treated. What if you're a sadist or a masochist? Do you think other people are going to want to be treated like that? Like they want pain? My point being, I know I'm being very specific here, but like people have different perceptions of what they want and what they need and what they're comfortable with. And so like it doesn't really help you much to think in the way of how would I want to be treated? You have to think about, well, how does that person want to be treated, right? And you should treat people how they want to be treated, not how you want to be treated. Okay. Now you can balance it out because some people want to be treated in ways that you won't want to treat them that way, and that's fine. But okay. The other thing too is the idea of like turning the other cheek. I think, guys, that's why we teach them how they should want to be treated. Disgusting, Jonas. Okay. The other thing is, Okay, so like another thing here, this is complicated. Another thing here is the idea of like universal mercy and forgiveness. I cannot stand it. The idea that God will forgive your sins, will just wipe them away. You can be forgiven for doing anything. That is such a cop-out. Okay, I want justice. I don't want universal mercy and forgiveness, right? If you do something that hurts someone, you should have justice done. And yeah, you can apologize, you can make amends, but just having the ability to just pardon I remember I was told in Catholic high school that if Hitler had gotten to the gates of heaven and told Jesus he was sorry and meant it, he would have been pardoned and would have been able to go to heaven. Okay? Yeah, all you got to do is accept Jesus on your deathbed and you're fine. You're saved. Okay? We also have the monopoly on what's considered just. That's fair, Jonas. But I would want a secular form of justice, but anyway. So I don't what do you mean? Like you should be like absolutely always forgiven. Also, the idea of turn the other cheek, no thank you. There is a level to which, yeah, if someone's mistreating you, it is sometimes useful to turn the other cheek and be the bigger person. But if you keep getting slapped, okay, I'm not going to turn the other cheek anymore. That's just like, what do you expect to happen? Okay. And one of the things that bothers me is like a lot of times we see in our world that if a group of people, okay, if a group of people are being massively mistreated, being killed, being genocided, being pushed off their land, and they strike back, you see a lot of people going, oh my God, that's awful. Why did they do that? They should just take it lying down. They should turn the other cheek and be the other people. At what point are we okay with them hitting back? Okay. Like what do you expect? Okay. To happen. So I have issues with some of these moral things. Okay. Some of these moral codes. I think they're much more complex and that they sound lovely, but they oversimplify things that shouldn't be oversimplified. All right. Anyway. Yeah, they can just pray away their sins. I know, right?
Watch, I might pull my book back, take it away from all of you animals. Then where will you be? 24-hour rape and anarchy is where you'll be. There are no morals, no comprehension of right and wrong without the Bible. The Bible is the ruler by which goodness is measured. Trusted for like 1,700 years, kids.
Ew.
It's so much like the song says. God says, sing it now.
Give me that old time religion.
Ew.
Give me that old
Ew.
time religion.
Okay, that's a real song. I don't like it.
Give me that old time
That's triggering.
that's good enough for me.
In the ancient world, with its old-time
I know, shocking, right? Weird Amorphous Blob.
religion, we've witnessed God killing kids in Egypt. God commanding the killing of everyone in Canaan.
You're just cherry picking all the bad stuff. It's just Old Testament.
None of it scares me, Satan.
Yeah,
Not
that one actually-
scared.
Nope.
I do have one little thing these old-time religions do, and this should scare you plenty.
Child
I'm
sacrifice.
sorry, we're
Only
a bright
false
love.
gods do that.
That's totally gross.
My God is definitely not cool with child sacrifice.
Yep,
They
yes,
get
he
to
is.
the point where they're actually sacrificing their children.
And if Israel
Literally, God, that's what Jesus is, guys. Jesus is a sacrifice. Jesus is God sacrificing himself to save us from a curse he put on all of us. Which, I don't know about you, but I don't really agree in the morality that human sacrifice is a way of curing anyone of anything. And I don't think that, I think it's especially backwards that God would curse us with original sin and then punish everyone for what two people did and then try to get rid of that sin by executing someone and sacrificing them like we're Aztecs or something. Like human sacrifice. That's what it is. Okay. We don't think of it that way, but Jesus was a human sacrifice. The whole religion is based around a giant human sacrifice.
Lights or Canaanites.
Did Israelite dads kill their kids too?
I know, Paul Squaw.
It is now widely recognized that human sacrifice was practiced in ancient Israel much later than scholars of an earlier generation had assumed.
Oh boy.
Exodus 22 appears to require the sacrifice of the firstborn. The Judean kings, Ahaz and Manasseh, are accused of child sacrifice.
Lovely.
The practice cannot be dismissed as due to foreign influence, but had venerable precedence in the cult of Yahweh.
Baloney. My God is not cool with killing innocent children for
Right.
divine favors in battle.
That may be, but the God of the Bible is.
Victory in battle.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Jonas. Historically, Christians have always accused non-Christians of doing these things. Like sacrificing kids. There was the blood libel thing that was done against Jewish people too about sacrificing kids. Even though the Bible that they love is pretty much full of it. Okay, pretty much full of it. Okay.
Related in an integral way.
Yeah, no, outer signal, right? Guys, imagine if your neighbor, that's a great point, outer signal. Imagine if your neighbor came to you and said, oh yeah, God told me to sacrifice a child. You would think he was insane. But when we read something like that in the Bible, like when Isaac was told to sacrifice his child, or was it Abraham was told to sacrifice Isaac? We're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Clearly God told him that, and he's a hero.
To your offering these things to the deity.
In the 11th chapter of the book of Judges, Jephthah, the leader of the Israelites who are at war with the Ammonites,
More-ites?
From Canaan, wanting to secure victory for the Israelites, Jephthah makes a promise to God.
If you give the Ammonites into my hands, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites will be the Lord's, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering.
The leader of the Israelites promises God he will set fire
That's
to
true,
whoever
Fetty.
greets him first when he returns home from battle.
He will devote to the Lord first.
How dare you, Body Swap? How dare you?
First thing he sees. But of course, it turns out to be his daughter, his only
Body
child.
Swap.
And
I'm back, and I won. Who's behind door number 1?
Welcome home, Daddy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Sacrifice his daughter.
He did.
And
Yes.
he did to her as he had vowed.
It was good for the Hebrew children. It was good for the Hebrew children. It was good for the Hebrew children. It's good enough for me.
in a war context, what's offered is killing human beings. We have to assume that they assume that God appreciated human sacrifice, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, God did command this shit, so. Oh, the girls are
Okay,
all
that's not
happy.
good, but everything you're cherry picking is from the Old Testament.
Yeah, we already know the Old Testament God is the mean God.
But the New Testament God
don't we see how that's a problem in itself? That there's like two different gods in the Bible. There's this really mean God, and then there's another God that seems a lot nicer.
is the loving God.
Dr. Avalos?
The New Testament is far more violent than the Old.
That's totally crazy. How can you even say that?
I actually never thought of it that way. I didn't think of it that way. How is the New Testament more violent than the Old Testament?
The Old Testament God may wish to hurt and kill you, but it was only for your lifetime for the most part. If read literally, Jesus proposes torturing those he dislikes with an eternal fire. Thus, the violence is infinitely greater in both quantity and quality.
I guess that makes sense. Like Jesus said, everyone, you need to be burned with an eternal fire. So the idea here that everyone who goes against God gets burned alive for all eternity. At least if you're genocided in the Old Testament, at least, that ends. But I guess in the New Testament, we're reminded that, oh, no, you get to burn forever in hell.
Being burned for eternity is far more intense than being hacked to death.
Yeah, that's
and
lovely.
dying.
That's a fair point.
I guess
that also, guys, is not justice, right? That's not justice. Okay, no one deserves to be burned alive for all eternity. All right, that doesn't make sense. Morally, that doesn't make sense to me.
Would choose a good hacking over an eternal, torturous hell.
Total hypocrisy, Satan. What objective standard are you even using to criticize the Bible? Without the Bible, there is no right or wrong. Beat it. Satan has no authority to judge the Bible. The Bible is the authority.
What God says is moral. What God says is immoral is not immoral. And he gets to make the choice. He's God and you're not.
But also, guys, why? Why does he get to make the choices? Why? Because, do you see what I mean? It's also just blind obedience to an authority figure, which also a lot of really religious people, it's easier for them to be blindly obedient to occult leaders and authority figures because that's all they do is they're blindly obedient. They're like, oh yeah, God has commanded this, therefore I must do it. Why do we need to be obedient to God? I know that sounds like a weird question. It's almost like something people don't think of. Even if God was giving all these commands, why would we need to be obedient to him? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason that's offered is, well, if you don't, you'll get punished for it. And if you do, you'll get rewarded for it. Okay, which sounds like a mafia boss or an authoritarian dictator, does it not? Okay, it sounds like what a dictator would say. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to throw you into prison. I'm going to torture you, and I will give rewards to those that are good to me. I mean, dear God, you see what I mean? Why? I don't understand. Okay, yeah, God gave me an offer I can't refuse, right? God gave me an offer I cannot refuse. Okay, why? Why do we need to be obedient then to this God? Okay, all right, okay. Anyway.
That's exactly it, Rick. I'm God.
You are Lord.
And you're not.
should morality be based on the Bible? Dr. Avalos?
The very idea that a text should tell you what you should do is immoral to me.
How so?
Because now you're saying that whatever somebody writes is what becomes moral for you, as though it was based on authority. Morality should not be based on authority.
Yeah, should not be.
It should be based on your empathy for the suffering of other human beings.
Let's shine
This is my point, guys. Like, is it more moral to believe something just because an authority figure tells you, or is it more moral to believe it because you believe it to be right and it's based off empathy and logic? Right? Okay, pop off, impression, revolt. What do you mean, body swap? What do you mean by that?
Light on that. Morality should be based on what?
Should be based on your empathy for the suffering of other human beings.
Nice opinion, flesh human. Empathy for the suffering of others, that's all we need for good morals?
Add in the humanistic golden rule and... yeah, we're good for now.
That's it? That's only 2 commandments, and I got 10. You got nothing about idol worship. You got to look out for idols, man. And you got nothing about coveting your neighbor's slaves.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's so true, guys. Oh my God, the 10 Commandments. Guys, one of these days, I'm going to do a stream where I write my own 10 Commandments. We'll call it Casual Revolt's 10 Commandments. Because, you know, I'm selfish. And I think I put myself in the same, you know, I'm like God, basically. So I can make my own 10 Commandments. But no, I'm going to do it because the 10 Commandments, I can't stand them. I cannot stand the 10 Commandments. Some of them are okay. But like one of the funny ones is the one that's like, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And then it goes on to list like, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's livestock, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's cows, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Do you notice how they lump in women with livestock, cows, and other animals? You see what I mean? Like lumping in women as if they're just like property. Yeah, because that's how women were viewed at the time. They were viewed as property, and thou shalt not covet thou neighbor's property, right? And of course, they put something like murder, thou shalt not murder, on the same level. Yeah, just chattel. They put it on the same level as something like thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain. Okay, so me cursing about God is as bad as murder, if not worse, because it's higher up there on the list. All right, and then I could go on and list some other big issues here with it. Like, for example, the very idea of saying coveting being a sin. It's not a sin. It's not morally wrong to covet. I'm sorry. Like, think about it. We all get jealous sometimes, right? I'm jealous of Hasanabi. He has a massive stream, okay? I would love to have as big of an audience as he did, right? I covet Hasanabi in more ways than one. But anyway, like, you see what I mean? Like, you'll be walking down the street. You might go by a house that's huge, and you're like, oh my God, that's a nice house. I wish I had that house, right? That's a human thing. It's so like, why is God prosecuting us for thought crimes, right? Why is God prosecuting us for thought crimes? Just because I'm jealous of something doesn't mean I'm going to like try to steal it or take it or like something wrong. Okay. So anyway, all right. Well, Wizards, Breads, Books, I am not mixing them up. Whether it's envy or jealousy, it doesn't matter. Either one. That is not something that should be viewed as a thought crime, because it's like living in 1984, right? Why is God like the totalitarian state who can judge you for your thoughts if you don't do anything with them, right? I've had some pretty dark thoughts about some people in office, okay? Does that mean that I have done something to them? No. Okay, and God shouldn't be judging me as a thought crime for that. All right? Jesus. They are thought crimes. Yeah, all right? So I don't know why we're being judged for thought crimes. We don't view that as authoritarian or totalitarian, but in any other circumstance we would.
Once again, Satan, you finish below me.
Hello.
Get back to me when you've authored 8 more.
Authored?
Yeah, authored. As in,
No,
I'm about to author
Wizards.
another.
No, Wizards. I literally don't care, though. This is my point. I don't care if someone is jealous or envious. Yeah, what if What? Yeah, exactly, Wizards. Like, what if you do want something someone else has? You're not taking it from them. Like, of course, guys, who in here, you don't have to tell me, but who in here hasn't experienced that? That's a human thing. You see something that you want that someone else has. You see what I mean?
One here.
Students, you already know I've got seminary secrets about Bible authors. And we're going big on this next one. For there is one name known round the globe when it comes to issues of biblical authorship.
What do you mean I'm going to digress? How dare you, LaQuabois? You guys like my digressions.
Hearing just his last name, Daddy's blood pressure gonna rise.
Is it Obama?
He is the most famous of all the biblical scholars. I give you UNC Chapel Hill's
Bart fracking Ehrman.
Dr. Ehrman's middle initial is, in fact, a D. Bart Denton Ehrman. And Christians on YouTube, they're in a total tizzy about his books.
You got people like our good friend here, Big Bad Bart Ehrman.
I love Bart Ehrman.
Yeah,
he's so brilliant. By the way, he actually went to seminary school because he was a staunch believer. He was a staunch believer in Christianity. He wanted to learn more about the Bible so that he could better defend it and better defend Christianity. And after he did his research, he became an atheist because he very quickly realized, oh, oops, I should have known. I can't defend it.
Bart.
He's been on Comedy Central. He's published over 20 books.
The best-selling author with Oxford University Press.
Yeah.
See what Bart Ehrman says in misquoting Jesus. See what Bart Ehrman says in Jesus Interrupted.
The orthodox corruption of
they hate him. God, a lot of apologists hate him.
Scripture. How about that one?
That book right there, it's called Misquoting Jesus. Bart Ehrman, in high school, he trusted Jesus Christ as his personal savior.
And how's it working today?
He's like the premier attacker of the Bible in the world right now.
Our primary English-speaking critic.
What happened to Bart?
Yeah, Trump failed.
Demon trickery.
Demon trickery, yeah, of course.
I'm going to take care of him with a clothesline.
Hilarious. Let's do violence against him, I guess.
The kinds of critical scholarship that I promote in my books, those are things that...
They have the lighting really bad on him. He looks evil, doesn't he?
Seminarians learn when they're training for ministry if they go to a mainline Protestant seminary.
They're teaching Bart stuff to everyone?
Yeah.
Anyone who has gone at least through, I would say, a master's level would be well aware of every argument that Bart Ehrman has ever presented.
Yeah, politics.
It's standard stuff.
This is standard stuff that people are taught in all the mainline Christian...
Yeah, guys, he's an atheist, but he actually teaches in seminary schools. He teaches at Princeton Theological Seminary because that's the kind of stuff they learn there. They often learn about the reality, but they just don't tell you that.
In theological seminaries across the country and in Europe.
Yeah, Wizards.
And yet most pastors who've gone through that training don't tell their congregations what it is that they've learned.
Seminary secrets.
Yep. Health insurance is super important.
If Pastor Mark wants to tell the truth and he loses his health coverage, we could do a bake sale to pay the bill.
Yeah, if his kid breaks a bone, we'll do a bake sale.
Well, that is beautiful.
And a whole lot of pie.
Yummy. Get hurt.
Here's seminary standard stuff about the book of Daniel. Standard stuff about authorship and predicting the future.
Prophecy!
Daniel was...
Yeah, you know what's funny about the book of Daniel? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like stealing his thunder. The book of Daniel claims to be the fulfillment. I think this is the book of Daniel. Claims to be like the fulfillment of prophecies, even though it was added after the prophecies were after the things that it says were going to happen happened. So it's a post hoc justification of prophecies. Does that make sense?
Stupendous.
A total winner.
Daniel made many predictions about the future that came true.
Proof the Bible is a godly...
It was made after. You see what I mean? It was written after those things apparently came true. As in, like, it made up the prophecies to match what had already happened, okay?
Look, admit it, Satan.
Daniel did predict all those things that came true.
Yeah, I wonder how Daniel did it.
By pretending to be someone living in the distant past.
Yeah.
An author could predict the future.
Huh? Pretending? Like doing impersonations?
Excellent, Betty. You are right on target.
The book of Daniel, allegedly written by the great wise man of the 6th century BCE,
BC me,
was actually written in the judgment of almost all critical scholars some 400 years later.
What the fuck?
Liar.
If the book of Daniel was written 400 years later,
Yeah,
then that
Dolly
would mean
Boy, correct. That, like, the equivalent of that professor predicting how the war would Ramwith go. Yeah.
Daniel did not author the book of Daniel.
Nope.
His name is on the book, Bart.
The reality is that the author wasn't living in the 6th century.
Yeah, that's exact. Look, Outer Signal, congratulations. You're now a treasured prophet of the Old Testament. Outer Signal says, I predict that in 1945, Russia and the U.S. will take Berlin and overthrow the Austrian painter. Oh my God, Outer Signal was Nostradamus. Yeah, right?
BCE. He's only claiming to live he was actually living in the 2nd century, 400 years later.
You have a span of time in between. And the book of Daniel can predict those events very accurately.
No wonder Daniel could predict the rise of the Persians and the Greeks. The author of these prophecies lived after they had taken place.
After?
Shocking.
This will happen, this will happen, this will happen, that will happen. He knew those things were going to happen because he was living after they happened. So he's not actually predicting the future. He's pretending to be somebody in the past predicting the future.
Oh my gosh. And so, guys, there's so much in the New Testament where the writers of the New Testament are like, Jesus fulfilled this prophecy of Daniel or whatever. Well, we know, though, that he wasn't real. He was a fraud, but okay.
It's prophecy after the fact.
Yes, and they all agree.
That seems kind of wrong.
Why pretend like that?
It's all a big setup.
Who's the mark?
The reader.
The reader reads it and realizes you've been right all along. Everything you've predicted, in fact, has happened. So that then, if you go on to predict what's going to happen very soon, it seems like that's also going to happen because everything else you said has happened.
If the predictions are known to have been accurate down to the present, then they are likely to be reliable for the future.
There you go, without
too.
Axiom.
All the after the fact
accidents waiting to
prophecies
happen.
build the reader's confidence in the very last prophecy.
What was the last prophecy?
That an enemy king, Antiochus Epiphanes, would die in Israel.
Did he?
Where did he die?
No,
Was it in
he
Israel?
didn't. The one thing he didn't actually fake, the one prediction he made that wasn't made after the fact, he got wrong.
Nope, not in Israel.
And then the real prediction wasn't actually fulfilled.
A failed prophecy in my book?
In fact, the concluding prophecy of the death of the king was not fulfilled.
That's not right-minded reading, Johnny.
Right-minded readers read rightly.
Just because the very last prophecy did not happen only means that it will eventually happen.
And will eventually be
Very
seen
valid axiom. I love that. It's because he didn't have Polymarket or Kalshi. Right?
to have spoken truly.
Daniel will eventually be seen to have spoken truly.
This is good. I really like this, guys. I wish I had alcohol. I think it'd make it even funnier. I hope we're enjoying this this fun Friday. I'm having fun, guys. It's cathartic.
It could still happen.
Oh,
thank you, Paul Squaw. Thank you for the donation.
Now, it seems very odd
No,
why
Paul Squaw.
a text should focus on events from the 2nd century BC and then skip the next 2,000 years of history.
Does it Outer Signal? Hilarious.
So most critical scholars figure the book was actually written after the last event that was accurately predicted.
Yes.
Somebody impersonated the ancient celebrity Daniel.
And it wasn't Daniel.
True, sir.
I should write second Daniel.
You know what, Satan? What about your books? You're attacking my book, saying Daniel did not write the book of Daniel, even though his name is on the book. Well, what about all your books?
My books?
How do we know the names on your books are from the actual authors?
Yeah, again, Jesus.
Satan's got fake writers.
How do we know you wrote your book, huh? Huh?
How does anyone know that I wrote my books?
You'd have to use a lot of evidence about how I write.
You could look at my other work.
Yeah. So, guys, biblical scholars are are really goddamn smart because you have to understand they have to read ancient documents written in ancient Greek, Aramaic, sometimes Coptic, Latin, Hebrew, and they have to very deeply understand the language and understand how words, what words mean exactly. They have to be able to recognize different colloquialisms from the time, different phrases, and be able to identify what time period those phrases were used in. It is not easy, and you have to be very bright to be a really good biblical scholar. There was a while where I thought it'd be fun to be a biblical scholar, but I've no way I could do it. I wouldn't. No, I don't have the time or energy to learn all those ancient languages. Okay, but anyway.
Develop a sense of my style.
Books have voices, and you can hear an author's voice. And people actually do this with ancient
Thank you,
texts
Dolly
as
Boy.
well.
Do they do it with this ancient text, Doctor?
So, for example, the question about whether Paul wrote or did not write 2 Thessalonians often gets argued on the substance of voice.
Nearly half of the 27 books of the New Testament claim the voice of Paul.
Paul has
Yeah.
the most books in the New Testament.
Oh, this
And
is
there's-
hilarious. Almost most of them aren't written by Paul. Like a lot of them aren't even written by Paul. They're people who claim to be Paul. Okay.
Something very peculiar about his voice.
My voice?
At the end of his second letter to the Thessalonians, Paul writes,
I always sign my letters as I am now doing.
What is peculiar is that he claims this to be his invariable practice.
I always sign my letters.
Even though he does not appear to have ended most of his other letters this way, including 1 Thessalonians.
Wait, so Paul doesn't
I know
always
Paul.
sign his letters that way?
What's going on?
2 Thessalonians was probably written after Paul's death.
Can the dead write letters? Why not? They vote all the time.
There are 13 books that claim to be written by Paul, but scholars are pretty confident that Paul did not write 3 of those books, 1st and
Yes.
2nd Timothy and Titus. 3 others of them are hotly debated by scholars, with probably the majority of scholars saying that Paul did not write Colossians, Ephesians, and 2nd Thessalonians.
of those 13 letters in the Bible that claim Paul's voice, only 7 are really from Paul.
About half.
7?
7, remember, is the number of perfection. And if you're talking about authorship, Satan, nothing's more perfect than eyewitness accounts.
The Bible is primarily eyewitness accounts.
So should we trust all these letters that weren't even written by the person they say they're written by? Okay, like obviously no.
What's more
As
real
if you could trust what Paul said to begin with.
than real eyewitnesses?
Eyewitnesses, Satan.
Yeah. My apostles saw me do stuff. They wrote it down like perfect journalists. Perched. at
No,
the
they
rim of
didn't.
Jesus
Only
Canyon.
one did. Well, the only Mark was the earliest gospel we're aware of, and I think it was written within a generation of Jesus. I don't think any of the gospel writers were eyewitnesses. None.
My apostle saw it all.
John was an apostle, and he was with Jesus.
No, he
John was
wasn't.
also an illiterate fisherman.
And he wrote the Gospel of John.
And in
No, he
Greek,
didn't.
a foreign language.
Did the
Yeah.
apostles go back to school after Jesus died, overcome years of illiteracy by learning how to read and write at a relatively high level, become skilled in foreign composition, and then later pen the Gospels?
Yep, that's exactly how it went down.
Most scholars consider it somewhat unlikely.
Somewhat unlikely?
But not impossible. And I got impossible covered too.
Hey, Jesus, over
Right,
here.
Dolly Boy.
Over here. It's me, Peter.
So guys, when I get into arguments with people in chat about like the gospels and how like they are utterly unreliable documents, do you see what I mean now? They're ridiculously unreliable. Most of them are forgeries or fakes. They don't even written by the authors they say they're written by. None of them are written by people who were alive when Jesus was alive. Okay? Like this is what I mean. I'm not making, I'm not just saying it like, all right.
Jesus' first follower, another illiterate fisherman, has his name on 2
Valid
letters in the
axiom.
Bible. Help me, please. I'm drowning.
You don't have any Bart Ehrman books back at home, do you?
Only one. My asshole neighbor left it for me to read. I can't even read.
It's possible, of course, that Peter went back to school, learned Greek, became an accomplished writer, and moved to Rome before writing this letter. But to most scholars, this seems highly unlikely.
Forged?
As in forgery?
As in, the Bible has 0 eyewitness accounts of Jesus.
Not even one?
Yep.
None.
Forged? Yeah. Get your Bart butt out of here.
And it's funny, guys, some of the gospels, you can tell who wrote it. For example, the Gospel of John, you can tell that whoever wrote it was a Greek physician. okay? He's constantly talking about like people's anatomy and like medicine topics and like presenting Jesus as this great healer of disease. And he wrote it in Greek, so you know it was some sort of Greek educated physician, which John from the gospel story was a fisherman, was an illiterate fisherman, even though the gospel is written by someone who's obviously a Greek physician. So, like, you can tell these things pretty easily by reading them.
Let me educate you, children. Explain what's really going on here with these critical scholars. They're just flesh and blood. Our real battle is with powers and principalities.
There are powers and principalities that are highly organized. There is an unseen spiritual battle going all around you. Invisible war that's happening. This is a real war.
And it is more real than the chair that you sit in right now.
Yeah,
everybody on this planet is in this battle, whether they know it or not.
Dark spiritual.
Oh my God, let's do it, Outer Signal. I would love to do that, okay? Though, I'll come Outer Signal. We know it, though. If it's found in Ethiopia, the Christians will lose their mind and they'll ignore it because they're like, oh, it can't be that these black folks over here, we can't let these true gospels haven't come from an area where there's black people. They would lose their mind. So we could try, but I doubt it'll take, right?
Forces through the earthly agents, they have launched.
Yeah, you're right, Invalid Accent. We could do what the Mormons did, put them in Missouri, put them over in America, and then Americans will believe it instantly. They'll be like, look, America is special, okay? America is special. So clearly these have to be real. Those ones in Ethiopia can't be real. And they'll be like, it's just unlikely, but they will wink to their audience, all right?
Repeated, coordinated attacks on the Bible.
Any attack on the God of the Bible or the Christ of the Bible is an attack on the Bible. Any attack on the truth of Scripture is an attack on Scripture.
Even at this very moment, critical scholars continue dropping their bombs on me and my book.
It's time to take action!
Me and my book will only tolerate so much.
Could you just tell them to stop doing
I know you're right, from Phil. That's what Joseph Smith did in Missouri. He like faked finding a new gospel called the Book of Mormon, and he was a racist. And he thought that was more accurate because the other books came from, darker skinned places. I'm only slightly exaggerating when I say that, okay?
They're doing?
Confronting them won't help. Critical scholars are controlled by forces higher up.
They're just pawns. They're just tools. They're just weapons.
You're just a tool of the enemy, but he needs your arms and mouth and lips to bring that about.
And a lot of times they don't even know, most of the time, they don't even know they're being used. But the real issue is this spiritual warfare.
You can't win it by just rationally arguing, for instance, or something like that. That doesn't really work. This truly is a spiritual battle.
You going to join us in the battle?
Totally, Sylvie, totally.
We wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Spiritual warriors!
Yes,
sir! The time's now!
For this is the day of battle. Put on the whole armor of God.
Put on the full armor of God.
His loins girded with truth. He has the sword.
And the sword is?
There is only one thing with which we can fight back.
The only offensive weapon to engage in spiritual warfare.
Reading the Bible
is what carries the power. The sword of the Spirit.
The sword of the Spirit. What the fuck is he doing? Is he stabbing some random person with a sword?
The Bible!
By the way, Jesus, we always say Jesus is peaceful and shit. There you go, Outer Signal. But there's a line in one of the Gospels where Jesus says, I've come not to bring what? I come not to bring peace, but the sword. Okay, he literally says that he comes to bring the sword. That's only one version of the gospel, one of the less reliable ones, but Jesus Christ. Okay, and we forget about that part.
What in God's name? Okay, are we having any kind of rational discussion here?
That's amazing, Matt Saigon.
No, Satan, we're not.
That's why it's just not a rational discussion.
Invalid action.
This is a spiritual battle, and it has to be fought on that plane.
There we go. There it is. We can't discuss it rationally, guys, because it's a spiritual battle. If you discuss it rationally, you're just an asshole. You're just mean.
God, Satan, get it through your felt skull. You're wasting your time.
How so?
In war, it all boils down to one thing. Whose side are you on? You're either with me or you're against me.
Jesus said, he that is not for me is against me.
It's that cold, huh?
It is. And everybody here is with me. Not you. Nobody wants you here anymore. Checkmate, Satan. Go on home.
Oh, but I still have one more batch of Bible secrets.
You know, why don't you just go ahead and
I love this.
mail
This is
them
cute.
to us?
I'm enjoying it.
Who loves you, kids?
Yes, oh no, I hate this song. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Okay, you know what? We're gonna skip that.
To us. Who loves?
We're gonna skip
Down
the song.
5 dB, please. Listen to the right hand. Eddie, Melody, Melody. Oh,
There
would
you go,
look
Sylvie.
at that? It looks like, yep, there's a foursome about to pass me. God's got to go now.
Up to this point, we've borne witness to the Bible's.
So I will outer signal. There's a lot of hymns that I really like, just because they're good tunes. There is a really good hymn. Don't worry, guys. Okay. There's a really good hymn called "The Dance," and it goes something like, forgive me, folks. You know I'm an atheist, but it's a good hymn. It's kind of, the lyrics are kind of weird. Oh yes, I vow to thee, my yes, outer signal. Mine is it's called the Jesus the Dancer, I think, or something. Jesus the Dance. I danced in the morning when the world was begun. I danced in the moon and the stars and the sun. I came down from heaven and I danced on the earth. At Bethlehem I had my birth. Dance then wherever you may be. I am the Lord of the dance, said he, and I'll lead you all wherever you may be, and I'll lead you all in the dance, said he. I danced for the fishermen, for James and John. They came with me, and the dancing went along. Oh yes, I danced on the Sabbath when I cured the lame. The holy people said it was a shame. I whipped, and they whipped. There we go. Then they whipped, and it gets kind of disturbing. They whipped and they stripped and they hung me high and they left me on the cross to die. Dance then wherever you may be. I am the Lord of the dance, said he, and I'll lead you all wherever you may be, and I'll lead you all in the dance, said he. There we go. Okay, whatever. I like the idea of a dancing God. That's kind of cute, right? We got Jesus dancing everywhere, dancing as while he was executed. Okay, that's cute, right? Anyway, and then I remember that, I'm a sinner because I'm a gay man. And if I were to tell them that, and that my family actually lost some of my family's friends, my mother and father's friends, when they found out that they had a gay son, stopped talking to my parents. So my mother and father lost Christian friends that they had their whole life just because those Christian friends found out that their son was gay. So, and that's one of the least bad parts of it, okay, was that it hurt other people too. So, that's why I kind of feel this way, all right? But it is a good hymn, though. It is a good hymn, all right?
Errant history, immoral morals, and dubious authorship claims. For this final round, my opponent is not Jesus' errant book.
Yeah, Drizzle.
My opponent is the errant Jesus.
Whoa. For real?
That's just fantastic. First, you would have my followers believe that my book is errant. And now you would have them also believe their Jesus was errant too?
Jesus was never not perfect.
You saying Jesus was wrong about something?
I have over about a dozen chapters of things I think he did wrong.
I got a dozen chapters on that guy going straight to hell.
Fry him.
Silencing Dr. Avalos won't put an end to an errant
No,
Jesus.
me too, Trumpfield, and it's something I have to work on. I like Christian people. Christian people are Christians. I mean, they're people, okay? They're people. And most Christians are perfectly fine, good people. But when people start speaking religious to me, like speaking in Christian speak, it's very triggering. Okay. Like if people say that they're praying for me, or even if they're trying to be nice, or like if people say to me, like I just immediately start thinking like, oh my God, I can't stand that. But just because of all that. Okay, Sylvia, I thought Jesus died for our past and future sins, so why I'm not allowed to be gay as fuck. Sylvie, clearly God sacrificing himself to himself to save us wasn't enough for the gays, okay? But don't worry, sin. Don't worry, Sylvie. I hate the sin, but I love the sinner. So I still love you, Sylvie, even though I think you're inferior. You see the implication that means? Anyway, okay.
Seminaries have long taught a Jesus who was wrong.
What about the cemeteries?
For 100+ years, Christian seminaries have been teaching an errant Jesus.
The cemeteries say I'm wrong?
Spectacularly wrong.
Where? What subject?
Yes. Apocalypticism. Yeah, by the way, guys, Jesus did say, I'm going to stop it right after this, guys. Jesus did say in the Bible that the world would end within a generation of him being there, and it never did. So, by the way, how do I frame this? Jesus lied. Sorry, according to the Bible, Jesus is a liar. Jesus lied. Jesus said that within a generation of his life, the end would come and he would be coming back and God's kingdom on earth would be established. It was a lie. He never came back. So he's a little liar. Maybe he's just procrastinating on it. Whatever the case is, he lied. I know, Dolly Boy. So that's just one example of a Jesus lying. He lied about the end coming, all right, because it never happened. So that's cute, right? That's cute. Okay, I'm going to stop there, guys. I love this. This was fun. I kind of want to move on to something else, though. So we were eating the body of a liar. Yes, Elevator Lady. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Elevator Lady. Of course, Elevator Lady. I forgot to mention that, yes, he lied to us while we were eating his flesh like cannibals at our Catholic church, at my Catholic church. Okay. Oh, I wonder, Outer Signal. That's weird, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says, if you're Outer Signal's just a sinner. Outer Signal says, if you're a religious figure, maybe it's in your interest to always claim the end of the world is around the corner. Eventually, someone will be right, Outer Signal, and it certainly bumps up attendance rates at church if everyone thinks they're about to be judged. So, yeah, that's why, like, every generation, there's a new prediction about the end of the world, which is funny, guys, because I know my Bible. I know my Bible very well. And Jesus very clearly says in there that no one knows the end of the world. Even he doesn't know the end of the world. So I don't know why all these Christians out here ever believe a preacher who claims to know the end of the world when it clearly says in the Bible that no one knows it. Okay, only God in heaven. So anyway, there we go. Okay, guys. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to move on to something else. Thank you all for bearing with me and allowing me the catharsis of watching this video with all of you. I hope you all learned something, hopefully, about history and logical thought and things like that. Yeah, oh, me too, Outer Signal. I survived it too, shockingly enough. Okay. I believe you are judging all of us, Matt Saga. You're very judgmental. Okay. So there we go. That's fun, right? That's fun, guys. Go, be all of you be you, right? All of you be you. Don't let the ramblings of lunatics from the Iron Age, illiterate farmers and shepherds and shit like that, though they weren't illiterate. Don't let their thoughts on morality cloud your own. Okay. I love you, Matt Saigai. What do you mean? I love you, Matt Saigai. What do you mean? Okay. So I'm going to go use the restroom because urine is calling my name. It's calling my name. Urine is. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'll be right back. So please stay and then we'll do some other shit. Okay. There you go, Mithro. We're going to do. Yeah, I am. I'm going to go pee, guys, because all of that made me want to expel filth from my body. So I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me.
walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes.
Why?
I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life.
No freedom in here, Drusilla. Don't you dare start celebrating. I'm like God. I'm omnipotent and I see everything and I can detect your thought crimes. All right, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing out there? You know what? I know, Dolly Boy, and I decided to ruin it for you because we can't have good things. You can't have nice things in here. All right. You know what? I'm going to give everyone a boop. Everyone's going to get a boop. All right. Dolly Boy, you get a boop. Boop. Drusilla, even though you don't deserve it, I am a merciful God and I shall give you a boop. Boop. LaCroix, you get a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom, you get a boop. Boop. Cannibal Revolt, we'll see about this cult. We'll see if it kicks off Invalid Axiom. Okay, Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want to boop? Dolly, did I miss anyone? Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Let's see here. Invalid Axiom. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Mithril gets a boop. Boop. Demosthenes gets a boop. Boop. Sylvie gets a boop. Boop. Oh, A Bright Love gets a boop. Boop. Everyone go join the gaming club. I demand it. Oh, Mr. Kincaid gets a boop. Boop. For the sake of Bright Love. Roomba party? No, don't make me bromp you, Drusilla. I will bromp you so quickly. Drusilla. But parkours, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else? Louise gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? That I miss anyone as a boop? Because it's hard to go all the way back up to, I'm lazy. I don't want to have to. Do you get invalid acting? Yes. Anyone else want a boop? Yeah. Bright Love needs friends. Okay, go help with Bright Love. Anyone else want a boop? Okay, we're done with the boops. Thank God. Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ. Oh, I can only. Ugh. Okay. So what do you guys want to do now? I was planning. Oh my God, my spine. I was thinking, guys, we could do a drama slop bit here. We can do a drama slop. Is there anyone that I should know about on the internet, like a creator, like an Asmongold type figure that has drama attached to them? Okay. They have Juvian. You get a boop. Boop. Welcome, Juvian. You get a boop. You get a free boop. But you better behave, Juvian. I'll take it away. Okay. Who should I look up, guys? Who should I look up? Who should I look up for our Friday fun stream? Who should we do some drama slop about that I need to learn about? We've learned about Asmongold. No, I didn't, Alyssa. I need to look that up. Go ahead, A Bright Love. Should we do? So Bright Love's going to send us some conspiracy theory channel. We did Ethan Klein. We've done Asmongold. We did the one guy who recently had an overdose. Okay, let's look it up, Drusilla. Alyssa, let's look it up. The quartering. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? The quartering is a cuckold, really? That's kind of fun. Okay, I should at least get dinner before you boot me. Oh, Demosthenes, I will gladly. You don't live that far from me. We can arrange something, Demosthenes. Okay, thank you so much, though. Really, thank you, Demosthenes. What about, we could do Destiny. Minutes of Horror. We could do Destiny. So we got Destiny, and then you sent me something out here, a Bright Love. Check out any second, minutes, hours of horror. Is that what it's called? Let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Oops.
This is a real.
All right. Second, minutes. Oh. Minutes of horror. Minutes of horror. All right. Ooh, I don't know who's David Outer Signal. I don't know who that is. Minutes of horror. What is this? Oh, it's like conspiracy. Oh my God. Oh dear God. This. Oh Jesus. Okay, so this is like, oh my God, this is loony stuff. This is like reptilian. Oh my God, and they're popular. They have, oh my God, Outer Signal. Outer Signal. Why? Outer Signal. I hate YouTube. Why does this person who talks about reptilians and shit have 165,000 followers and you and I don't? What? All right. Anyway, this is anyway. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to connect here with. Anyway. So, Jesus. Okay. Well, whatever. All right. So, what else? Birds aren't real. David, the David guy, the sheeple, or the. Yeah, I know. Okay. We'll get there. Outer Signal, right? Dear God. Okay. So minutes of horror. You know what? We can watch one of. I'll try to find one of their things to watch. Reptilians.
This video is a re-upload from my other channel. Second.
Ooh, this is kind of funny. Let me see what else there is, and then we may come back to this. Is there? If it's 3 channels, it's 3 separate channels. Wow. Minutes of horror. So I will save that one. Hours of horror. Hours of horror. Ooh. Creepy videos. A hill stroll. Okay, see here one minute creepy. Oh my God, this is so insane. Okay, this is funny. You do your own research. How about this? Let's watch this. This one looks kind of. We'll just watch this.
So
short
this
one.
is interesting.
Okay, now guys, to be clear, I don't like necessarily showing on the internet what conspiracy lunatics are saying, but for the sake of fun, we'll do it this one time. Okay, we'll do it this one time, and then Alyssa, we'll look up yours too. Okay, we'll look up yours too. Here in a second. That Academy stuff. This is a short one. I don't know what this is going to be about, but we're going to laugh at it. This is called don't actually go here because we don't want to actually help them their video, okay? This is creepy videos that still have me extremely puzzled. Okay, Jesus. We'll see if it's any good. How long is it? Okay, we'll watch it. Dear God, this has almost 200,000 views. All right.
Somebody this morning captured this on their weather app where in this one tiny location
Thank you,
in the
Alyssa.
Gulf, you can see all these, what looks like clouds coming directly out of it. This instantly reminded me of NASA's cloud making machine.
Okay. Oh my God. It's condensation. So oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. So that, oh my God. So the Gulf of Mexico, I'm not calling it the Gulf of America, is very warm. Yeah, it's very hot. So that is where a lot of evaporation takes place, where a lot of clouds form. They come out of the Gulf. That's what you're seeing there. If that's even a real image. That is why, guys, when hurricanes enter the Gulf of Mexico, they tend to get much more powerful and larger because they can easily suck up a lot of energy from the ocean. There, done. First one solved. No problems there.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest.
What? Why? That, I don't get it. What is it? It's just creating clouds?
The most amazing thing is that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine.
Yeah, so I don't know if oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't know if you saw the prior image that they're trying to say is a cloud machine. Those goddamn clouds went all the way up the north coast, the east coast of America, all the way up to Canada. I don't think this thing can manage that. I just don't.
It's just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
Yeah.
I told you. It's raining.
Yeah, shocking about
That's
actually.
unbelievable.
Do you think, Dolly Boy, do you think if we nuke the cloud machine, it will stop all the hurricanes? I guess Dolly Boy's MAGA now. All right.
NASA's playing God. It's making its own weather.
So the McDonald's CEO is back, the same CEO that seemed like he had a very hard time eating his product on camera. Never actually seen swallowing the product on camera, but here he is.
Yes, no, Juvian. Cloud seeding is different. Cloud seeding is where you actually drop, I believe it's salt or some other, I don't know, some kind of chemical on the clouds to make it rain. You can actually do this. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Soviet Union, I can't remember what the celebration was. Maybe it was for Stalin's birthday or for some great celebration. The Central Committee of the Soviet Union was upset because it was very cloudy over Moscow. And for this big celebration, they wanted there to be sun shining so that it would look good for the propaganda. So they literally flew planes over the clouds and seeded them with chemicals that cause it to rain so they could clear out all the clouds and cause it to be sunny. So yeah, you can do that. You can seed clouds, but you know, that's not what that is. Let's put it that way. That's right. Silver or potassium iodide. Is that what it is, Paul Squall? Okay, there you go. Okay.
After all this time has passed, finally giving an explanation.
I got a call from one of my kids and they said, "Dad, you've gone viral." And not in a good
robot.
way. That is so good. And so that's when I knew, like, okay,
there you go, LaCroix.
Something's going on. And then, yeah, I started getting
okay, what's the point of this?
Texts and emails and calls. You know, invariably they were all like, "Hey, have you seen this?" And it's like by the 1,000th time, "Yeah, I've seen it."
What do you think of the reaction?
For me, it was one of those things where it's great that people are talking about the big arch. And I think when you go onto social media in general, you have to have a thick skin.
So what do you think?
I don't get what is this a conspiracy about? This happened.
Some of the criticisms.
As you can see, I took a huge bite because this is so good.
Mouth is half closed, microscopic bite size, fighting demons to hold it in, contemplating career path.
You know, I think of some of the videos say you took a small bite. Maybe you don't even like your own burgers.
Yeah.
You know, are you secretly a
Okay,
vegetarian?
I mean, this is just true. I don't know. Like he was very awkward about it.
Yeah.
Well, you want to clear that up?
Yeah, I'm definitely not a vegetarian. I think, you know, I blame it all on my mom because she told me don't talk with your mouth full. And I think probably in that case, I should have just said, you know what? To hell with it. I'm going to go talk with my mouth full.
I am quickly going to go ahead and play this last part, then I'll go ahead and give my take at the end because this is very scary.
You got any advice for somebody to how to eat on camera?
Well, I'd say the biggest thing is just dive right in.
Cheese.
So I'm looking forward to taking a nice bite out of this chicken nugget.
This, he knows he wanted to say product.
It's a little weird to watch each other eat.
Yeah.
Well, imagine how I felt.
Yeah, no, honestly, he's just a really awkward dude. Honestly, I don't care if you took a bite of it or not. It's funny, but it's not like... I think the other thing was funnier to dismantle, but okay.
How I thought this was your idea, then that means someone else put you up to this, because there was a lot of people saying, well, he could have swapped it out for something more gourmet. And
honestly, I have better things to do with my life, probably, I think, than try and figure out if he actually took a bite of it. By the way, I'm not criticizing a Bright Love. I like this. I like these videos so far, but this particular segment, I'm just like, I really don't care. It doesn't matter.
Real burger, but maybe this whole thing was a humiliation ritual. Have him try to eat the food on camera. It's very weird. It's very bizarre. This man clearly does not.
They got lots of marketing out of it.
Like the product that he's selling to people. Even in this most recent video, he was not swallowing the chicken nugget or the fries. Yeah. Clearly, there's something wrong with it. And why this whole thing is scary happens to be, even though we all saw this man not wanting to eat this food, the CEO of McDonald's, the big arch still provided McDonald's a nice boost in sales.
I know, outer
People were buying the product. So McDonald's was actually down 5.5%, and I'm reading this.
Wait, really? Oh, but Brightlove, that makes a lot more sense. Brightlove says, so there's this long-running thing where he thinks the burgers are made out of cloned human meat. Well, I'll tell you what, all the cows down in Brazil and in South America would disagree, because a big reason why the rainforest is being cut down there is because of all the ranches. And as far as I know, McDonald's has recently been getting a lot of their, unless this has changed, from all these big ranches that are destroying the rainforest. So unless they're cloning humans down there, I suspect that that's not true, but that's hilarious, a Bright Love. He thinks that it's cloned human meat. All right.
Article from Yahoo Finance at the end of December of 2025. Yet when people all saw the CEO eating this product on camera, or what you will call eating anyway, and his absolute disgust, this boosted McDonald's sales by 2.2%. This is beyond idiocracy. We are living beyond idiocracy. 1984, They Live, Black Mirror, idiocracy, all in one. Now, I know some people out there will say, well, maybe...
No, it is a waste of effort. Of course, it's a waste of effort in your groove. Like, why would you clone humans? That's also very expensive. I mean, if we... Okay, I know I'm taking the idea that they're cloning humans to make food way too seriously, but if we think about it seriously for a second, why would a business that takes a lot of advanced shit to be cloning humans? That's extremely expensive. Those burgers would be worth a lot of money if you had to clone a bunch of humans to make them into meat. Ain't no way a corporate entity is going to be doing that. Okay, that's way too expensive. Now, maybe if they were taking dead humans and using their meat, okay, like maybe if they were using like dead humans, even though I don't know if there'd be enough of those, even those would be hard to transport and shit. And you got to keep them. I don't know why I'm like giving a reason I don't know why I'm explaining how they should do this. But like if you wanted to use dead humans, you'd have to refrigerate them and move them around. And you'd have to like, okay, this is gross. You get my point. Clearly, they're not using human meat in burgers. Okay. There's not using human meat in burgers. What thing, a Bright Love? What thing? You said it's called the Human Meat Project. What is it? What is that, a Bright Love? They're not putting human meat into burgers. That makes no sense. Why would they do that? It's expensive. It's okay. And their whole company would collapse if anyone leaked any information about it. Okay. Moving on.
Just reviewers making review videos for social media. But I drive past McDonald's almost every morning, and they are packed to the brim. Like almost cars are coming out of the line, bumper to bumper, to eat other humans, or who really knows what else. This article on March 17th even goes into how the CEO looked absolutely disgusted on camera, and yet it drove McDonald's sales up by 8.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got to look this up. The Human Meat Project. Okay. I'm looking it up. It's guys, come on, it's nonsense. Obviously, there's not human meat in McDonald's burgers. The logistics of that is impossible. Okay, one person giving. Okay, let's look it up. Okay, so let's see it here. Human Meat Project. Whatever. It's probably not real. Okay, it'll be fun though. Let's walk. It'll just for shits and giggles. It's Friday, right? Human. I'm probably gonna get like TOS. Human Meat Project. Probably it's whatever. Human Meat Project. Okay, leave. All right. All right. Yo, AP News has it. Oh, it's conceptual art. So, claim an organization seeking online donations of human bodies as a way to end world hunger. AP's assessment false. The website for the Human Meat Project states in its terms and conditions that it is a conceptual art piece meant to give an understanding of the importance of accepting any services, policies, and agreements. Organizers of the project didn't respond to messages seeking comment. Yeah, so it's not real. Okay, but that's funny. Okay. Anyway. Human Meat Project purports to seek donations of human body. Yeah, hilarious. It's just a joke. But obviously, that it just doesn't make sense that would be okay. Let's go on here. I don't know why I shouldn't be taking any of this seriously, but just for shits and giggles. All right.
$18 million. I was getting ready to hear that because of his videos, it turned people away, it turned people off, their sales went down, but no, it did not. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. So in my last video on Minutes of Horror, I had spoken about ticks. There has been an explosion of ticks in the month of April to the point that doctors and researchers are coming out and saying they have never seen anything like this before.
This is true.
Involving ticks in the month of April. It's way too early for this. Usually you would see such sightings in June, July, and August. What is going on here, right? But one of the main words that I'm seeing popping up in these news articles is alpha-gal syndrome. A tick which carries the alpha-gal, which is generally the Lone Star tick, but now they're saying that other ticks also
I will
found
say
in
there
Europe.
is a huge problem with ticks where I live. Because of climate change, ticks that normally live on the East Coast have started moving into the Midwest to the point where, like, I have family members who they can't really sit outside much anymore because when they do, they always end up getting a tick, no matter where they sit, because they're reproducing at an enormous rate.
Can carry this as well, very convenient. When it bites somebody, that person will contract what's known as alpha-gal syndrome, which makes them allergic to red meat and all types of animal products. But supposedly you can still eat fish and chicken. But again, the question happens to be, why are we seeing so many ticks in the month of April?
Please don't tell me, well, oh God, please don't tell me they're going to say that it's like a conspiracy, right? They're going to say it's a conspiracy, that they're purposely doing that. Okay, I'm excited to see what they're going to say. The conspiracy is that the oil and gas companies want to stop talk of climate change, so it's allowing climatic changes that are causing the ticks to move. That's the conspiracy. Isn't that kind of helpful to the oil and gas industry? Well, okay, we'll see what they say. Maybe they'll say it's climate change. I don't know.
And it looks like they are trying to get us also mentally prepared to see ticks during a time when you usually do not see ticks, which is the winter.
Getting us mentally prepared to see ticks. Why? What? Okay.
Take, for example, this news article from 13abc.com, which was published back on February 4th, 2026. Ticks can be active in the winter months, and study shows Ohio is seeing a significant
it's true. There's a lot of ticks here now.
Increase in cases of Lyme disease. So yeah, when ticks were dormant and not a problem during the winter, for whatever reason, as of 2026, now they are.
5 tonight.
Wow, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, Outer Signal. I'm sorry, that's really funny, guys. You see how, like, the implication, who knows why this is happening? Ooh, be careful. Who knows why this is happening for whatever reason? Yeah, we know the reason. We know the reason. Okay, it's climate change. And if you actually look at maps of the tick distribution, you can see them slowly moving west over the years, more and more appearing coming from the East Coast because of temperature changes, and it correlates to temperature changes. Okay, that's because of climate change. Whatever. Tickety Mithril. Gee, okay, all right.
Lisa.
One of the authors of the Ohio State study says that even when there's snow on the ground, as long as the ambient temperature is above freezing, black-legged ticks can be out. That's the tick in our area that can cause Lyme disease.
Yeah. But here's something funny, a very funny coincidence. There's a company you may be familiar with called Pfizer. They're trying to seek FDA approval for their Lyme disease jab candidate despite the trial missing. Well, why did it miss? Well, according to Pfizer, the jab missed the trial's statistical goal because not enough people in the study contracted Lyme disease to be confident in the results. There is also another problem in the fact that it's also all about money, given the fact that
Well, of course it's all about money. I don't get what this has to do with the ticks, though, unless he's saying that Pfizer is releasing the ticks. Okay.
Pfizer had partnered with a company called Valneva, which they estimate that the Lyme disease jab could reach annual peak sales of more than $1 billion. But the problem is, if nobody's going to buy it, if there's no issue happening, if nobody's going to get this
seriously, though, fuck Pfizer
jab, then they lose a lot of money. They have to be very careful what they do here because as of right now, there are no approved jabs for Lyme's. Pfizer and Valneva will be the very first company to create such a thing. Or are they? No, they're not. Back in December of 1998, the FDA approved what was called Lymerix, the first and only licensed jab for Lyme's, developed by SmithKline Beecham, which was roughly 78% effective in adults, which was actually more effective than what Pfizer's working on, because what Pfizer's working on is only 70% effective. But SmithKline Beecham, among others,
you're right, Paul Squall. The fact you said jab shows he's anti-vax. Yeah,
lost a lot of money in this because the demand wasn't really there. Not a lot of people were needing it, and also people were scared of side effects.
Yeah, well,
so there's definitely proven history there that companies can indeed lose a lot of money trying to get into the Lyme jab game, so much so nobody has tried making one since 1998. So then 30 years later,
Sylvie, you're right. You're right about that. Of course, we know why the ticks are moving. We can see it on a map, but yeah.
Pfizer making a jab for Lyme's. Their trial failed because not a lot of people are contracting Lyme's. They see the writing on the wall. If they go through with this, there could not be that demand. And then again, in April, now there is an explosion of ticks. Just out of nowhere. So they really have to sell this one, given the fact...
Oh, I know, Outer Signal. Pfizer is horrific. They did do human experimentation on Nigerians. That's a real conspiracy, folks. They actually did that shit.
That, again, the only other one failed due to low demand. It's just very interesting timing that we're going into 2026 now, hearing that there's going to be a lot of cases of Lyme's. And not just that, they're also bringing on top of this as well, alpha-gal syndrome. Again, all to make sure that this time it sells.
Okay, well, more ticks coming from the East Coast, bigger chance of Lyme disease. This is called Occam's razor. Exactly, Juvian. This is Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the easiest. We can tell that the temperature is changing, which is making the ticks move. So maybe that's why there's more Lyme disease, because they're breeding more. And we found more of them, and we can tell how they're moving with the climate. Anyway, so that's cute. You know what? This is fun, though. Let's watch one more of these. I kind of like this. This is kind of fun. Let's find a different one. You guys liking this? I think it's kind of fun. I don't know about you. I think it's kind of fun. These are kind of silly. I like this. I like the silly shit. NASA gets caught lying. Oh, God, no. Oh, this is good. Creepy videos that I still can't explain. Ooh, they're saying be prepped now. Creepy videos that are disturbing. Proof that our reality is fake. Oh my God, so many good options, guys. So many good options. You know what? Let's go to videos. Let's find a really good one. Oh, I like the thumbnails. I need to make like conspiracy scary looking thumbnails. I'd get more viewers, I think, if I did scary looking thumbnails for all my live streams. Okay. Are they I'm gonna try one more here because they let's see here. Let's watch
this. This video is a re-upload from my other channel, Seconds of Horror, because I plan to do a much...
Of course it is. Trump failed. It is conspiracy brain rot, which is why it's funny. Okay, let's do that, Invalid Axiom. And since we're having a fun Friday, we're going to watch some conspiracy theory brain rot to enjoy ourselves, because I love dismantling this shit. That's a good idea, though. We should go to the most popular one. This disturbing video made me lose sleep. Okay. I'm going to go back here. Videos, popular. Oh, I've seen this one before. Okay, you know what? Maybe we should do that one. Well, I believe that. I believe Kenneth Copeland is a goddamn demon. Okay, we can just watch this one.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and
the first one had Charlie Kirk.
Let's go ahead and get right into today's video.
ABC News has obtained a videotape that shows clearly what happened when the president fell ill. Here's White House correspondent Ann Compton.
Here's something odd I came across.
I like the music.
This is President Bush Sr., not to be confused with his son, a later president. And in 1992, he vomited on the Japanese prime minister and then fainted.
That was funny.
Now the odd things.
One second. I'm going to sit down, guys. Give me 1 second. Because I'm going to need to move some shit. Because I need to sit down so I can focus on this crap. I don't have to focus on standing. I don't have to be a productive goddamn person. All right. All right. We do need more. All right, this is better. Me too. Conspiracy theories are fun. Yeah, who hasn't vomited on the Japanese prime minister, really? Get a bad bit of sushi. You know, shit happens. Vomit happens. All right, there we go. This is better. Much better. Yay. Okay, we're all happy now, right? I'm happy. You're happy. Everyone's happy. Okay, let's go.
Firstly, I don't remember this happening at all. But now there's all these clips on YouTube I'm just seeing. Secondly, watch his wife. That's Barbara Bush, who some say is Aleister Crowley's daughter. Some say is a man.
Some say, I can say that too, guys. You know, some say Barbara Bush is actually, I don't know, Satan. Some say, like we can say whatever, we can say that some say whatever we want, right?
As soon as she sees he's gonna vomit, she darts over to cover his mouth and nose. Possibly the worst thing you could do, right? Was she trying to hide something being seen from camera? And thirdly, look at this news clip. They are about to report that the president died the same day. Then suddenly
probably, Sir Bart. Yeah, you're right, Sir Bart. Some say she's actually bald, yeah.
Into CNN headline news, and we repeat, or we say right off the bat, we have not confirmed this through any other source.
Stop.
We are now getting a correction. We will not give you that story. It was regarding some rather tragic news involving President Bush, but...
Now, I have to say, I never heard of this news story before where George Bush Sr. had thrown up on the Japanese prime minister. But then again...
What's a Silurian, Mithril? I haven't heard that one.
I was around 6 years old when this had happened. But the video footage is rather bizarre,
there
given
you
the
go,
fact
TJ.
that Barbara Bush, she jumps up immediately to George Bush's aid, which is fine. But the fact that she covers and hides his face, which is not something you would do if a person is vomiting, given the fact that they may vomit again, and you could block their airways. You know what this reminds me of?
Wait. What do you mean she's covering his face? What the fuck are you talking? I don't see her covering his face.
That General Petraeus, he started to have a seizure on camera. Some people believe that he may have been shapeshifting.
Okay, whoa. Okay, we need to go back to Barbara Bush. We haven't even gotten to McCain yet.
Which is not something you would do if
shapeshifting.
To George Bush's aid, which is fine. But the fact that she covers and hides his face, which is not something you would do.
Guys, come on. We know, like, come on. She was cleaning the vomit off his face, and she was probably trying to make sure he wasn't embarrassed since he's the president of the United States. So she was probably, I got you, Mithril. I'm sorry, yeah. Probably trying to, like, hide the fact he was vomiting so that he wasn't humiliated on TV.
Person is vomiting, given the fact that they may vomit again, and you could block their airways. You know what this reminds me of?
I kind of wish she had blocked his airways. That would have solved a lot of problems, right? Maybe she should have done that for a while.
Reminds me of the time that General Petraeus, he started to have a seizure on camera. Some people believe that he may have been shapeshifting. John McCain witnessed.
Oh my God, I love how we could just state shit. And it's that, like, some people say he may have been shapeshifting. Okay, yeah, I'm sure some people say anything they goddamn please. Okay.
And he started to get freaked out. He jumped back. But all these people started to surround him so you could not see what was going on. Then he stands up and walks out like nothing had happened.
They're not surrounding. Okay, you know.
Then we had the news anchor towards the end saying that it seemed like he was going to say that he passed away.
Guys, this is why sourcing is important. This is why I always say, you know, there you go. Yeah, some people means Redditors on conspiracy. Yeah, we have to have sources, right? You have to have sources. What are the sources of this information, right? Yeah, what is the evidence we have? There's zero evidence. It's just some guy on the internet saying some people say, right? And if it is just some random guy on the internet, that is not an accurate source, obviously. You see how we could easily debunk these if we took half a moment, okay? All right, you say the question is shapeshifting to what? God knows, Juvie, and I don't know. Probably not a good person. It's General Petraeus, so it probably definitely not shapeshifting into a good person. Who knows?
Which is interesting given the fact that there are unclassified documents of George H.W. Bush reflecting on that incident. Reading this article right here,
that's awesome, Tater Tot. Are you shapeshifting into a human since you're a Tater Tot?
Published on December 22nd, 2023, it says, or it's titled, Diplomatic Documents, Bush reflects on collapsing at Prime Minister's dinner in 1992. And this article goes on to say how, according to a top-secret official telegram conveying the exchange, Bush said he did not remember fainting at all, and he gave a courtesy call to the Prime Minister of Japan. And he also goes on to say that the last thing he remembered was seeing a beautiful light and feeling like he was in a quiet heaven. They say immediately after this, he stood up, went right to his car, and left. Now, there are some people in the comments of other videos about this incident. They're saying that perhaps he really did pass away and he was replaced and so forth.
Is that the only evidence we're ever going to get is some people say? Some people say.
But who really knows? All I know is that this clip is pretty weird. Now, I know some people are going to say that this isn't weird at all. What Barbara Bush did wasn't weird. Anytime my Meemaw throws up, I suffocate her with a pillow. Look, that's between you and Meemaw. Moving on. This next video comes from
I know, Kroll. I don't know what I'm expecting, but this is still very funny. But we do know, guys, I feel gross even kind of showing this online, like amplifying it. But I know all of you. I'm not like I have a huge community. It's not like I know most of you, so I know almost all of you don't take this shit seriously. But obviously, we know it's bullshit. Regardless, this is still kind of fun, okay?
Plus LLC on TikTok.
I can't even say that, Bill. Research scientist Amanda Wynn will be aboard the fully autonomous 11-minute journey.
Norman, we're doing this because you left. Okay, this is your fault. We're watching, because it's Friday Funday, we're watching conspiracy theory videos by lunatics who claim insane things about the world, and we're making fun of it, okay? Yay, Norman.
Above the international... I can't even say that, Bill. Research scientist Amanda Wynn will be aboard the fully autonomous 11-minute journey above the international...
What is she pointing at? I don't get it.
...recognized boundary of space. The crew will experience...
Gail King.
Right, Drumfield. What are we seeing?
I'm just going to make the prediction. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to pull a Challenger on them. Watch, I'm telling you right now.
I know, Mithril.
I'm telling you.
Guys, Mithril, this is a good point. We have to remember, guys, the American government is run by people who believes this shit, right? Just a reminder. There's a lot of people in our government who believe lunatic conspiracy theories like this, including RFK.
As soon as I heard it like a couple of days ago, because I didn't know about this, but I heard it a couple of days ago, the hairs on the back of my neck just fucking stood straight up. They're going to pull a Challenger. Watch.
They're going to pull a Challenger.
I can't even see.
Now, look, I'm not saying anything disastrous is going to happen here. So if this is successful and everything is...
Well, guys, here we have an example. I don't know. That's kind of dark. Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, you're right, Outer Signal. Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. The pulling a Challenger. What was I going to say here? They made it. Okay. Apparently this prediction didn't pan out. Okay. So I hope that lady is no longer making predictions because she knows she's wrong. But pulling a Challenger is kind of dark given that the Challenger exploded. Exactly, Outer Signal. There's a Book of Daniel prediction for you. Of course, in this case, she messed it up because she predicted it before she saw if it happened, and she ended up being wrong, right? Okay.
Fine. Don't want anybody saying that you said this was going to explode. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying... Guys, don't worry. Some people are saying...
Is that, what if it does? That's all I'm saying. What if this shot...
Oh, God. But I'm just saying, what if it does explode? Okay, good. What if tomorrow the whole planet gets hit by a meteorite, or a meteor, whatever. I can't speak.
Explodes. This would pretty much prove to me that these people are faking their passings and they are hiding underground in their fabulous underground bunkers.
That's is quite a leap to make, all right? Even if it did explode and someone pulled a Challenger, that still doesn't mean that they're hiding underground in bunkers. It's possible that it would blow up and it would just be an accident, okay? Because it's really hard to make these things. Okay, this is so stupid. Yeah, Norman.
That's all I'm saying. So if you're not aware, on April 14th, the NS-31 mission will launch Monday. It's called the Blue Origin.
And it worked out fine.
It's an all-female space flight with Katy Perry. The women are Aisha Bao, Amanda Wynn, Carrie Ann Flynn, Katy Perry, of course, Gail King, and Lauren Sanchez. But you also understand with a lot of these conspiracies, there's sort of a
there's sort of a truth, there's truthiness underneath it. What do I mean by that? You can sense a distrust of the powerful and the elites, right? A lot of these harbor a deep distrust of people in power. That is understandable. Unfortunately, people misidentify, the effects of that and the results of that. But a lot of conspiratorialism oftentimes is linked to people mistrusting the powerful and the government and things like that. And for sure, people in the United States and around the world have a lot of reason to mistrust people in power, but they come up with this kind of loony stuff to explain it.
Beyonce or the wife of Amazon founder billionaire Jeff Bezos. Now, I predict that this is going to be successful.
Oh my God, is she a real person? I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm going to say some mean things. What is wrong with her face? What is wrong with her face?
People are going to...
Jesus Christ, she doesn't look real. Like, she looks like a plastic person that's actually moving around. And her breasts look like beach balls. Like someone literally, she went to her surgeon and requested beach balls. It doesn't look real. Anyway, Juvian, you say, may I ask what pulling a Challenger means? So, Juvian, the Challenger was a rocket that the United States sent up into space, okay? And it exploded and it blew up before it got to space, and it killed all the astronauts on board. So this video is implying that that was somehow done on purpose, that it was done by the government or done by the wealthy on purpose. It wasn't. It was an accident, but these are conspiracy theorists. So when they say pull a Challenger, they're implying that the government purposely blew it up. Okay.
Point out how it's going to look like CGI or AI.
How
like
dare you, Sir Bart? Why would you say that, Sir Bart? Sir Bart says, I just find it pretty interesting. CR calls this loony, yet he believes in Greater Israel. Where did that come from, Sir Bart? Why are you randomly attacking me? I didn't say anything to you, Sir Bart. That is just rude, okay? That is so rude, and I'm going to remember it. Paul Squaw, you be quiet, all right? Anyway, that woman looks very fake.
But, again, if something does indeed happen, this is really...
Okay, can I ask you guys an inappropriate question? For the straight guys out there, and the lesbians and the bisexuals out there, okay, well, whoever, is she attractive? Like seriously, is she? Oh my God, Sir Bart, I swear to God, you did that on purpose. You did that just so you could tell me to calm down. Is she attractive to people? Does anyone? You don't have to. I don't know. It's probably awkward to ask that. But like, I feel, I'm not attracted to women, but I feel like she just looks so fake. I don't know how that could be attractive to people. Like, if there were a guy that looked that fake, I would not find him attractive. Who knows? Who knows? Whatever. Yeah, Norman, yeah, there you go. I'm doing that on purpose, Norman. I'm sorry. If you're asexual, do you think she's attractive? All right. I'm gay and I wouldn't get it. You're right. That's why I'm asking. Like, I feel, okay, whatever. I shouldn't ask all of you. You all have different points of view. Not really? Okay, gotcha, Mithril. Lacroix, I don't find her. I got you. So it's just that she does look fake to everyone. Nope, looks like a ghoul. See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. She used to be Alyssa? Okay. Interesting, because I just seems so fake to me. Okay, you're right, Mr. King K. I'm sorry. You're right, Mr. King K. I should leave it to the Straits. You can use her chest as a flotation device. That's true. Look her up from before. All right, I know I'm doing some misogynistic shit here, guys, but I am curious. Because, like, to me, if that were a guy, that would not be... What's her name? I don't even know who she is. What's her name? I don't know. What the hell is her name? Jeff Bezos' wife. Wife before surgery. Stay out of politics, Norman. How dare you, Norman? All right. Oh my God, she was so pretty beforehand. Aw. Oh my God, she ruined it. Why'd she ruin her face? Why? Women have so much pressure on them. It's so gross. Women have such pressure on them. She looked fine. Anyway, okay, whatever. Moving on. So gross. So gross.
They're going to confirm a lot of suspicions that I have been having. But to say something is going to happen is not coming from me. What I find interesting is that there are news articles that came out back on March 2nd, 2025. Articles that are titled, Gayle King warned not to go on Blue Origin space trip.
Okay, we already know this didn't
astrologer
work.
Has terrifying premonition. Gayle King did not want to do this, but reading this article here, it says, once Kirby and Will and Oprah was fine with it, I was fine. I thought Oprah would
No,
say
but she does. She does have a lot of pressure on her, Mr. King. I don't know her well enough to like say if she's a good person or a bad person. But like, she's probably worried that she's not going to be staying with men unless as she gets older, unless she maintains this certain look, because a lot of time that's all that women are valued for is how they look.
Oh no, she said. I think
if anyone's ever seen the movie, what is it called? The movie about the woman who takes that chemical that makes her younger and it does a lot of damage to her. What is it called? It's a good movie. It's a horror movie. A lot of people don't like it. I love it. Thank you. The Substance. That's what it reminds me of. It's kind of like women often feel pressured to like literally destroy themselves in order to maintain a certain look. Otherwise, the world devalues them and discards them like they're trash. So yeah, the Substance, she's kind of like a substance thing. She's kind of taking the substance and it's destroying her. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah. To look max, but no, that's true, Bright Love. I shouldn't just be talking about women. Men these days are also pressured to do it, but you don't see as many men as they get older feeling pressured to combat their age as much, I guess. Anyway, it's sad. Okay, whatever.
If you don't do it when they all come back and you had the opportunity to do it, you will be kicking yourself. And she goes on to say how she's right. Then the article continues to say, however, a Los Angeles-based astrologer revealed in a damning TikTok that King's horoscope...
Guys, can we just listen to what they said? A Los Angeles-based astrologer, a Los Angeles-based astrologer said that according to a horoscope, that should end what he says right away. Okay? Automatically, we should hear that. And, like, that should be it. Done. We don't need to hear the rest of that. Not exactly a reliable source.
Show the stars may not be aligned for the trip.
Oh, wow, that's telling. These stars may not be aligned. Wow, that's a definitive answer, right? That tells us a lot. That can't be interpreted in multiple different ways and will be correct no matter what happens.
And urged the CBS News host to stay home.
I have to tell you, I'm so afraid.
Stop, Gail.
I'm so afraid, but I'm also...
There's
Mithril
also an eerie video...
What's the use of a partner if you cuddle up to on a winter's night next to a roaring fire? They melt. Dear God. Yeah, TJ. So like, yeah, you consulted your magic 8-ball, right?
From CBS Mornings that says Gayle King says goodbye before heading to space for the first time. And the video is very somber, and all the comments they are saying,
she's scared.
Don't go, please don't go.
Does anyone here have I'm sorry, I keep pausing. Does anyone here have a fear of flying? A lot of people have a fear of flying, and I suspect that that fear would be greater if you're going up on a rocket into space. Okay? And I think it's stupid. I think it's a waste of resources that we send these people into space. But, you know, in Gail's defense, yeah, I'm sure she was nervous. She might have even been a bit panicky about it. So, like, yeah. She was kind of paranoid, and I don't blame her.
Oh, she's crazy.
Oh, God,
and so
Norman.
forth.
Norman, really? Wow, lucky you, Jesus.
So the whole thing...
Oh, so do I, Matt Saiga. I have some thalassophobia, too. I'm not a big fan of deep waters. I don't like swimming in the ocean, either.
It has a very eerie vibe to it. And they're quoting the astrologer by saying, Miss King is headed to space, okay. She's getting in a rocket mid-spring.
Great,
I believe,
astrologer.
I don't know the exact date, so we're going April 15th, and her gut is telling her not to go, and I'm telling her not to go, astrologer Ashley Sipes said, and they continue to quote her by saying, I'm not saying something terrible or tragic is going to happen, but this just doesn't feel right to me. Then we have...
I love that, guys. The astrologer said, I'm not telling her something bad's going to happen, but I think she be concerned about it. So clearly, she'll be right no matter what.
The numerology at play.
I love Subnautica, Bright Love.
Here, the number 6, and we often see 6 connected to these tragedies.
Norma, Gayle King is like an American media personality. She's not great. I don't like her.
Like, people are pointing out how the number 6 was connected to the helicopter crash in New York. And 6 plays a very strange role in a lot of bizarre news stories. This story just screams Titanic submersible.
Oh my God, I love the Ocean Gate disaster. I probably shouldn't say that, but I do love the Ocean Gate disaster. Okay, great times. One of the best disasters to ever happen. Right, elevator lady? Yeah, Comrade Submarine. All salute the great Ocean Gate submarine. Greatest constructed submarine of all time. Worked really well for all of us. I'm sorry, am I being rude here? Let me rephrase that. Guys, it's always sad to lose a life. It's always sad to lose a life. I'm very sad about that incident, but it was still kind of funny. I know, Drusilla. Okay, you're right. You're right. I guess there were some innocent people who died. I guess like one innocent kid. I mean, and when it comes to America, that's small numbers, right? When it comes to children. But still, okay, you're right. Fine. Yes, it was sad that a kid died. Anyway, I don't really miss the other people that were on there. Yeah, that's actually very scary. Oh, absolutely. It was terrifying, right? You guys have you guys watched documentaries about it? It's very terrifying. And, you know, I do feel bad. I know. God will punish you for your hubris, but okay. Moving on.
Remember that submersible?
I know I'm an asshole.
That had imploded with all those billionaires on board.
Oh, what a shame. So I will say, yeah, I know this kid in the middle. I do feel bad for him, although I do feel bad. Okay,
who knows?
Yeah.
Who really knows? Like I said, the first thing that went off.
I know, guys. If you watch this documentary, yeah, they were very stupid, Paul Squad. It was so obvious that that the guy who was running the business was a fraud, and that they didn't do safety correctly. It's so goddamn obvious. It's terrifying though. Like it traumatized me because I'm scared of the deep ocean. So
mine were these underground bunkers, especially given the fact that Lauren Sanchez will be on board. Yesterday, I had uploaded a video where in Jamaica, Hellshire, Jamaica, a container full of Predict's chicken arrived on their shores. People were taking this chicken.
Maybe Matt Saigai, maybe. Maybe they didn't feel what happened. Let's put it this way. There is a possibility, we're not sure, Matt Saigai, that they lost control of the vessel and the electricity on the vessel before it collapsed, which means that they would have been kind of floating, dropping in the water for a while before it finally collapsed, in which case they would have known what was about to happen. But that might not be the case. It may have just randomly happened too. Okay. Yes, their death would have been very quick. Okay. But I'm not meaning to ruin that. But we're not sure if they knew what was about to happen or not.
They were eating this chicken, but they were warned not to eat the chicken because perhaps it could be contaminated. Well, more and more people are finding shipment containers in their neighborhoods. This video comes from New 2025.
All right, y'all, look.
I don't get it.
Just Jamaica, they be doing that shipping.
Doing
container.
what? What did I miss?
See that? See that train?
Norman.
Old container with a freezer on the back. Let me show you.
I don't get it.
What on the back of that?
So
got it parked right in the neighborhood where people can see it from the street.
I don't blame him, Mithril.
Listen to it.
What is it?
I don't even think it's a lock on that, man.
What?
You see, when intended for a certain area, this is what they do. They put it there, just like this.
I don't get it.
Now, he goes on to say that this container was there for 4 days.
So what? It's a refrigerator. Yes, Matt Saigai, but they lost communications beforehand, and it's unclear, Matt Saigai. It may be that they didn't know what was about to happen, but they definitely died instantaneously. But they may have lost power and stuff beforehand because of a bunch of issues. You should watch the documentary, Matt Saigai. It's really good. Anyway, why is he worried about this train? It's literally a refrigerated train cart. I don't get it.
And a lot of people are saying that this could be some kind of bait container. They are hoping that people will take whatever inside this container, and maybe if it's food, they'll eat it, and who knows what this could pass around if it's contaminated food. The easy solution to all of this is not to go near that container, open it up, and take the contents out that container. But
so wait a minute. Why wouldn't they just hand out the food then? Why would they need to leave it sitting there? Okay. Is this right and valid axiom? Is this how they're spreading around the ticks? Is this how they're spreading the ticks? Okay.
Perhaps they are dropping these off at locations
totally, Paul
where
Squall.
people are struggling, and they know that.
It's really good documentary.
Hoping that once again people will take the bait and grab whatever inside.
All right, so check this out.
Jesus, okay.
This is something I noticed not that long ago. This right here is Breakfast in America.
I know, right, Juvian, right?
America by Supertramp from 1979, right? Look at this. You're in an airplane window. We got the two towers right there.
Yeah.
What does that say above it?
What does it say above it? I didn't see it. What did it say?
That is such a big coincidence.
What did it
it's
say?
Not even a coincidence. That is.
What did it say? I don't get it. What does it say above it? I don't get it. Up? Sup?
Is very intentional. Yes, it's a Supertramp album that's a U and a P, but mirrored, you get a 9 and 11 over those.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. So if it's, oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So the New York skyline is okay. You know what? I just got it. The New York skyline is pictured in like millions of pictures. Millions of pictures. Yeah, you may eventually find one where there's a backwards S and P, U and P or whatever that end up looking like 9/11. I don't think that Supertramp predicted 9/11. Exactly, Norman. Obviously. Okay, you know, can we just, all right, the UP equals, you're right. Hey, you're right, LaCroix. This is evidence that the hijackers must have been from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, right? Okay.
Hours. But this is not the only album that people connect to what happened that day. There's also Michael Jackson's Blood on the Dance Floor that came out in 1997. People are saying that it looks like Michael Jackson, he's stretching his arms out as if he's pointing to the time on a clock. One arm points to the 11 and the other arm points to a 9. And if you look behind him, you can see smoke and what looks like to be New York. And at the bottom, you can see the Free People's Checkerboard. But there is a plethora of different media, a ton of predictive programming that connects right back to that day. The X-Files Smoking Gun spinoff really blows my mind. And somebody did an entire breakdown of the movie Back to the Future, and they basically say that Back to the Future is a 9/11 plot. While that may sound...
Yeah, guys, you're right. You're totally right there, TJ. He is blitzing through the conspiracy theories.
Crazy. While it may sound kooky, watch the video. It's very, very well done. And I'll go ahead and actually link it in the description box of this video.
That's a good point, Juvian. You're right.
This next video comes from the Paranormal Chick on TikTok.
The following footage is from a young man named Connor Kelly. This was actually captured about 3 years ago. He and his family had heard of McCoy Mine out in Nevada, and while they were out riding, they decided to go and investigate the mine. But they captured more than they intended, and it all left them feeling unsettled and scared.
All right.
Take a look at this.
Louise, we're watching lunacy. We're watching a bunch of conspiracy theorist nonsense. So these are this is like a conspiracy theory channel, and they're trying to convince us that these things are real, even though they're clearly not. So we're just kind of making fun of it.
And pay attention to the pile of shoes and bones that they found.
Okay.
Some of those shoes go back decades, and some looked newer. But the question they all had leaving that mine, who or what was there?
Valid axiom.
And still may be there.
Animals.
There are no follow-up videos.
Animals.
And
you know
he
what?
Actually hasn't posted anything.
You know what's funny is I've actually read about this before. I got you, Louise. That's okay. I'm sorry I'm so boring, Louise, that you can't stand here for me. Okay, I'm just kidding. So I literally, real fast here, I've actually seen this footage before because I'm interested in archaeology and stuff, and I watched someone debunk this crap. The bones that are near those those bunch of shoes are animal bones. Animal bones, because there probably is an animal living in this cave who is storing the bones of other animals it eats. And on top of that, it is very common for big corporations and shit to just dump shit in random places. So yeah, like some were old and some were newer. That's hilarious. They're using that as a point, right? So like, no, they're animal bones. And, you know, sometimes companies or even individuals dump in caves because it's easy and they don't have anywhere else to put shit. Okay, yeah, it's the libs, I guess. I don't know. It's just funny.
Years. So I don't have a follow-up story for you. Just questions. Take a look at this footage. Comment below. Tell me what you think.
It looks like nothing to me. Is that the best they got? Well, this is a weak one.
So, do you see that reflection? They're trying to...
You're right, Outer Signal, right, 100%. Okay, this is a dumb question. Does that happen in Nigeria too? I'm sure it does. Are there like a bunch of myths around Nigeria about like cryptids and stuff? I'm guessing there is. I'd like rarely hear about cryptids elsewhere. I know about like the cryptid, the Loch Ness monster or whatever. Okay, and like a bunch of American ones. I know that there's some in like South America. I'm guessing there's like cryptids all over the place. People think that they see cryptids everywhere. I know in Japan there's some cryptids. Are there a lot of cryptids over there in Nigeria too? No, Matt. Dear God.
Jesus, what the fuck? It's a shoe.
Oh,
Is that like a fossil? Dead animal or human?
Okay, wait, don't move, Wyatt.
Maybe crawl actually.
So that's bone over there? Yeah, Dad.
It might be Wizard Brett's book.
Check it out.
So this is more than a little disconcerting. It's just a pile of shoes.
Are you serious? Brightlove says this guy thinks the government is releasing cryptids into the wild for science. Okay.
There's some bones in there.
There's like bones. There's bones.
Pile of shoes and bones down there.
So Outer Signal says in Nigeria, the most famous cryptid I know of is the bush baby, a demon child that calls people to their deaths. Oh, that's a good one. That at least is scary. Like the idea of a Bigfoot doesn't scare me that much, but like the idea of a creepy baby bush thing, that's kind of creepy. All right. Yeah, they might actually be Outer Signal. Bush babies are so cute.
Well, that's where the Yeti leaves his victims. Thanks, Shane.
Oh, Matt Seig, I have you. You've seen the Loch Ness Monster? Okay, right.
Hey, Wyatt. Fall back. Wyatt.
There's like ribs and stuff.
Yeah, dude, let's let Shane take point here.
I'm sure you do, Norman. I was waiting for Dolly Boy to come in and start defending all of your guys' local legend, you know?
Second off, you look at the ground for prints.
Matt Saigai, I love that. Matt Saigai says you need to be in the pitch dark to be able to see it.
I think that's Wyatt. Did you take a picture of it, Shane Connor? I've been videotaping everything. Okay, well, let Shane go a little bit.
Sam Squanch? Aw.
Check out the Yeti bones.
So, these shoes...
Totally Outer Signal.
Disconcerting.
Is this it? Are we just going to keep watching video right now of the shoes? The dump? Oh, Norman, that's hilarious. Whoa, Juvian, that's cool. That's kind of scary sounding. I like that's better than ours. Juvian, in India, there's a cryptid called Dayon that can detach its head and walks with its tongue. Oh my God, that's interesting. Yeah, Alyssa, that's a good question. Alyssa said they did not think to just call the police so that the police could tell them it was animal bones. Yeah, Alyssa, I don't think they did. Because, you know, they needed the views. As I recall from the story, that they didn't call them or anything. Yeah, they're shoes. It's a bunch of shoes that have been... Yeah, Norman. Like, those myths sound so much better than, like, a big, scary ape, right? I much prefer the idea of, like, a baby crying that's going to lure you in, or the idea of, like, a creature that walks on its tongue. All right. How old are these shoes? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
$10 says they're the ones that dumped them there, too, a long time ago.
Actually, there's quite a few bones in this.
No. It looks like a cow or a horse.
Jesus.
Way too big for a human.
Oh, absolutely, Matt. Like, when I was a kid, there's a myth, guys, like if you say Bloody Mary in front of your mirror in the dark, for many of you may know this, at night, then Bloody Mary will come through the mirror and come and grab you and take you. And yeah, when I was a little kid, my sister and I would like get a flashlight and go in front of the mirror and be like, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. You know what I mean? Bloody Mary. And it was very fun. I get it, Norman.
I kind of want to see what's in there.
There's nothing funny.
Guys, I kind of want to do a ghost hunting stream now. What if I go ghost hunting? That like the Jester goes ghost hunting. That'd be kind of fun.
Oh, Is that actually?
That'd be hilarious.
What's even more bizarre is the fact that
You guys
there
would watch
is
it?
absolutely no follow-up
I
whatsoever.
could totally do that. I'll try to figure out how to do that.
When
Okay,
it comes
yeah.
to the story. I try to look online to see if I can find any more information, but this is all there is. There's no follow-up as to who these shoes belong to, if police ever came out, and so forth. It's like the people who had recorded this video footage had just fell off the face of the earth. When I see things like this, a few things come to my mind. People who go missing.
You're right. You're right. I'm like, oh my God, you hear that? There's a bell jingling. What was that? What was that? What was that? You know?
Mountains, people who go
Okay,
missing
can we get
in
through this
national
story?
parks. The missing
You can tell I'm bored by this story because I keep talking over it. We'll just wait. We'll wait till we get to the next one.
And the so-called elite when it comes to tunnels. Now, the people who are taking the video footage joke that it may be a Yeti, but to me, I think something far more worse is at play here.
Okay, massive trigger warning. Did y'all know that there was a game that was on Steam that just got pulled off Steam that is a grape simulator? Yes, you heard that right. It encourages people who play the game to never take no for an answer and to be a woman's worst nightmare.
I guess
but
so,
that's
two
not
Yetis.
it, because there also is some family things with the storyline.
Guys, can
And
I just say something? Can I just I love it, bro. This is fun. Can I just say something? Bigfoot doesn't exist. Okay, and listen. I know many reasonable people who do believe in Bigfoot because it kind of sounds more plausible than the other things, I guess, right? Because like, yeah, maybe there's a large primate living in the woods or whatever. Okay. And it sounds reasonable because it could just be a regular animal. But guys, if there was a creature that large, Norman, living in the woods, why don't we have any bones? We haven't even found a corpse of it. Like, we haven't found anything. Not a bone, not a corpse, nothing. Because it's not like you can't, we literally, there's a lot of people in the United States and there's a lot of people that go into the woods. Not a single person has found a goddamn bone, right? Not a single person has smelled a rotting Bigfoot corpse. Or we would have shit from them if they existed, right? We would have shit from them. Okay? Just something to think about, that there's no leftovers apparently from them.
No Mercy is a violent,
I guess so, Lurking Snow Leopard. Okay.
An explicit video game slammed as a simulator. It was taken off of digital distribution service Steam globally after being...
Yeah, that's funny, Brightlove. So, Brightlove, you say that's because the government made a secret deal with the cryptids so that they only hunt in national parks. Isn't that hilarious, Brightlove? I wonder why no one has leaked that. There would have to be thousands of people involved in that conspiracy. Not a single one through all these years has decided to admit that they've been releasing cryptids into national parks. They would become famous and a hero overnight. A lot of incentives to leak that information. Okay. So, okay. I believe it, Brightlove. I know you're saying that he believes that. That's crazy.
Banned in multiple countries, as it should have been. It shouldn't have even made it on these platforms, or it should have even been created. The game centers around a protagonist who blanks his family members, including his own mother.
What is this shit?
Players are instructed to never take no for an answer.
Okay.
Mind you, little kids were able to play this game, and little kids did play this game because it was out for about 4 days. Even more than that, they make the women have real emotions. And that's the character there.
We're going to skip this one. This one's boring. I'm going to go on. Let's go on to the next one. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? What's this? Is this a good one?
But that goes above and beyond.
Tonight, the beekeeping...
Okay, beekeeping what? Oh my God, are we going to do chemtrails? So I'm going to go back here. What's this one about?
Above
bees?
and beyond.
Tonight, the beekeeping industry...
Okay, Mithril, you say, I can tell you were a town in casual revolt. Decomposing animal matter vanishes amazingly quickly. Do the bones, Mithril? Because bones do not disappear amazingly quickly. They take a while to disappear. And then you can find them a lot of the time still. They still disappear eventually. But we have bones from every other animal. and that we know, like, you see what I mean, that are in the forests and stuff. Why don't we have any Bigfoot bones or anything?
Beekeeping industry is in crisis over the shocking and unexplained deaths of hundreds of millions of bees over the last 8 months. Now, this could impact all of the U.S. as
this actually is sad. Bees are very important.
Bees, called the backbone of agriculture, are responsible for pollinating, get this, more than a third of the nation's crops. CBS's Janet Shamlian in Savoy, Texas, has the story.
This is what an unfolding disaster looks like in the U.S. beekeeping industry.
There we go, Norman.
Each of these hives can hold as many as 80,000 bees. But for reasons no one can pinpoint, the bees in all these hives and tens of thousands more have turned up dead.
Have you ever seen it this
That's
bad?
sad.
Never, not even close. The data is showing us that this
So this is actually a real thing. What is it called? Sudden, what is it called? Sudden bee death? Like, there's been a big issue. There's been a really big issue recently with like large populations of bees dying. Okay. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see here. It's causing lots of issues because they're big pollinators. Outer signal, how do you feel about UAP UFOs? I feel like there's unexplained stuff, but not aliens and secret bases. Yeah, there absolutely is outer signal. There absolutely are there is unexplained aerial phenomena where the government and other people can't figure out what they saw or what it was, right? That's what it is. Yeah, you're right. It's something hive collapse. So I agree. Yeah, which is why they're unidentified, right? But I'm not like, we don't know. We don't know what that is, you know, and there's so much stuff in the sky all the time that it's very possible people are misidentifying stuff. It's hard to keep track of everything in the sky. There's lots of things that are, obviously, the word UAP or UFO gets associated with extraterrestrials, which there's zero evidence of. But yes, okay, there's zero evidence that they've come to Earth. I do think there's probably living things out there somewhere. Okay.
is the worst bee loss in recorded history.
Blake Shook is one of the nation's top beekeepers.
Sure, Norman.
He owns Desert Creek Honey and several other beekeeping businesses.
Mithril, where were these where was that? Let me look that up, Mithril. I've never heard of that. Let me look it up. The Vu Quain Ox. Okay, Vu Quain Ox. Let's see here. First, Boris to the Annamite. Oh, that's cool. Oh, the Annamite range. So they have very low. So they live way up in the mountains. Interesting. I've never heard of them. Cool. And they were only discovered in 1994. Wow. Huh. Yeah, they found its bones and stuff. They found bones, etc. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's go on. But again, there's still no evidence for the freaking let's see, Sasquatch, okay? And any evidence we do have is not evidence. So unless there's evidence, like no one was saying before they discovered this ox that there's a mysterious ox living in the mountains. But people have already made up that there's this animal, but zero evidence of it, zero bones, zero bodies, zero anything. But regardless, let's go on here. Where the fuck was I going? All right, let's go on. So we'll talk about the bees.
If this is a multi-year thing, it'll change the way we consume food in the United States.
That's a pretty significant statement.
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, if we lose 80% of our bees every year, the industry cannot survive, which means we cannot pollinate at the scale that we need to produce food in the United States.
Bees play a critical role in U.S. food production. In addition to making honey, they pollinate...
Oh, well, there we go, Mithril. So they did know about it. Local tribes knew about it. Okay. But no one is saying anything interesting. Okay.
75% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S. That's $15 billion worth of crops. So what's causing the deaths, and why now?
So these are dead bees in there, and they have always an identifier for a project.
Juliana Rangel studies them at Texas A&M University.
One potential explanation is that over the last few years, we've seen some locations across the U.S. that have had lower forage available for bees. So when they're supposed to be blooming, let's say in April, they're blooming either earlier in the year or later in the year. And so we have these food deserts basically in the summer and fall that the bees sometimes cannot withstand.
Back at Shook's Bee Farm,
here we go with the hood.
We suited up for a look at his commercial operation.
Okay, you ready?
That's hilarious, Outer Signal. I once fooled a bunch of folks on Reddit with a fake Bigfoot post made up of gorilla and bear info. Oh my God, that's so funny, Outer Signal, with a quote saying, "I am lying."
Yep.
All right, first thing we do is smoke the entrance.
So what's the point? So what is this? Are they trying to imply that the bee thing is a conspiracy?
And that calms the bees down.
This is what a healthy hive looks like.
And then in the center here, this is where the baby bees are raised.
These just returned from California, where the bees were used to pollinate almonds. Beekeeping groups say the losses may put as many as 25% of commercial operations out of business by year's end, with wide-reaching impact.
I got a call from a friend who has 20,000 beehives at the start of winter, and he's at less than 1,000. And he said, this is it. I'm done. And I've had far too many of those calls in the past weeks. It's not just a beekeeper issue. This is a national food security
Really? Wait. A Bright Love says the bees are dying because of chemtrails. Is that what they end up saying?
issue.
An industry
Fun.
I just wonder if this has anything to do with certain things being sprayed in the skies. This at the end.
No, Mithril, you never need to apologize to me, Mithril. Okay, you know that you and I disagree on some things, but you have a good point. You made a good point. There are land mammals that haven't been discovered recently, right? Okay.
The day has all to do with control. Of course, they don't want farmland. Bees are very important. Bees are very important for crops and so forth. So once the bees go, a lot of things go, and they get to really now control the food sources. This type of news story does not shock me one bit. The way
so they're claiming that apparently the bees are dying because of chemtrails. I could be wrong, guys. I have not looked at the scientific literature of this in a long time, so I don't know if there's new studies. The two things I've heard is one, climate change, and the other one is that bees will oftentimes, they take pollen and they bring it back to the hives, and we have so many pesticides and stuff all over the place that they will oftentimes end up collecting a lot of pesticides that are then brought back to the beehive, which will then kill the beehive. And I don't know if I'm wrong about that. Don't quote me. I haven't really looked much into the research, but it's not chemtrails. And isn't that a lovely distraction from the fact that we are either doing climate change or that chemical companies are like massively, we're doing over fertilization or whatever, okay? We're over spraying and shit like that, herbicides or whatever the fuck it is, okay? So anyway, yeah, okay.
That they spray the skies. It's very sad. It's horrible. Shocking.
There you go. Nicotinoids. There you go, Mithril.
No.
So they've replaced the bells with cell phone towers.
Oh, no.
They say that the cell phone towers are safe, but there's been plenty of 1970s U.S. Navy documents and Department of Defense documents showing that they're not safe. When the bells ring, number one, they can deter a storm, which I thought was really interesting when I was researching. People ringing bells to get rid of the storms in Europe. And then also, too, they could heal and harmonize the surrounding land.
I believe you guys. So the neonicotinoids, so is that literally nicotine? That's what it sounds like.
And you could also ring a bell if there's a weirdo in the town. You know, you can ring the bell and make people aware that there's some strange people trying to invade your town.
Oh, come on, you know it, Outer Signal.
And the other reason, too, during World War II, a lot of the bells were destroyed. But I started to notice that was after World War II that a lot of the bells were destroyed. And a lot of these pictures of those bells, they have language written on them. They have all these different languages that I've never seen before. The one was a combination of Spanish and Italian, and it was some old language. And I started thinking, oh, okay. So if you remove this, now people don't see these cultures or these people who also used to exist. So you get into bells, and it's a pretty remarkable one the more you go down it.
It is so true in the fact that bells make you feel absolutely amazing upon hearing them. And there are hardly any more bells. I mean, they do exist in certain locations, but We're talking about in the past, they used to be everywhere. But now you can see as they dig them up, a lot of these bells have been destroyed. They have been cracked. They have lost their...
What the fuck are we talking about? Oh my God, how do you know all this stuff, Brightlove? A Brightlove says this is in the vein of that there used to be giants. I'm so excited to see how this connects. I know, Dillagaff, really. I'm so excited. You're saying that the giants could make special magical... Okay, I'm sorry. We got to finish this. What?
Attributes, and you have to ask yourself why. Bells do have a sort of natural healing effect to them.
What are you talking about? What the fuck? They have a natural healing effect? I've never heard that. I've never heard that as a conspiracy theory. I've never heard that as a bullshit theory. That's just a bullshit. What is that?
But it's also been said that bells have exposed certain entities, certain beings, and this is why they are...
It has been said,
We are going
guys.
to be looking at some...
Oh my God. Okay, we're done with that. We're done with that. We get it. So apparently they're implying that there's some... Okay, yeah, sound therapy, Alyssa, but that's not like healing effect. That's just like a relaxing noise or whatever, like you can use to kind of... Anyway. Yeah, LaCroix, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. Oh, that's why I got my wings yesterday, LaCroix. Anyway. Yeah, it's called it's called sound healing, you guys. Is that true, Conan? Sound healing? What the fuck is that? Anyway, okay. So this is cute. Thank you, guys. This was fun. Thank you for sharing that. Now, Alyssa, I want to look what you did. So, guys, obviously conspiracy theories are nonsense. They're absolute nonsense. And you have to understand, guys, when people make claims, they must provide evidence, and they have the burden of proof, and nothing was provided to prove any of this stuff, obviously. And we basically don't even have to look into it because it's such nonsense to begin with that it's kind of a waste of time. But anyway, let's see here. Alyssa, would you resend me that story about... I know evidence is woke, right? Would you resend me that story about the grape thing? All right. All right. Thank you, Alyssa. I found it. How dare you, invalid axiom? Right now, I know what that is, lurking snow leopard, and you're a dirty degenerate. Okay, you're a dirty degenerate. All right. Everyone shame lurking snow leopard. Lurking snow leopard says not to be confused with sounding. Don't look that up. Oops, I said it aloud, lurking snow leopard. Everyone will know what you just told us to look up. Okay, you disgust me. All right. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. I'm not kink shaming. How dare you? I'm just making fun of lurking snow leopard. Okay. No, I'm just saying what lurking snow leopard said. Everyone blame lurking snow leopard. Okay. No, Norman. Norman says, is that like a power bottom? No, Norman. No, Norman. Okay. Don't look it up. Okay, let's go on. This is, let's watch this. Online Grape Academy. Visited by... Oh, my God, this is going to be horrible. Thanks, Alyssa, for the great news on a Friday. Let's watch.
Halfway through Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and tragically, there have been several headlines in just the last few days that really remind all of us of how prevalent this issue is, particularly when it comes to violence against women. Tonight, we're going to talk about several news stories over the last 7 days that might be really hard to hear, including a U.S. congressman's alleged sexual assaults of multiple women, a renewed discussion over consent, a former lieutenant governor taking the lives of his wife and his own, and a bombshell investigation by CNN exposing a worldwide ring of men who systemically target and abuse their own wives. And
why is everything so awful all the time? Yes, it is a fun stream, Norman. How dare you?
that investigation is the main reason we're talking about all
No,
of
I
this
want to hear it,
tonight.
Alyssa.
My executive producer, Dylan Dahlberg, and I spoke about this at length. And even though this is going to be extremely disturbing and hard to talk about, tough for a lot of people to hear.
Is that true,
It's an
Sylvie?
important story that really needs to be talked about. Millions
Seriously,
of men from all over
Alyssa?
the world collaborating on ways to drug and abuse the people they swore vows.
Oh my God, really? Okay, that's really disgusting.
To love and protect, and teaching each other how to do it. The fallout from this investigation spreading like wildfire on social media. So here to unpack some of this for us is Dr. Tracy Stolberg, a marriage and family therapist who has a lot of experience dealing with tragedies, just like the ones we're talking about tonight. Before we get into it, though, we thought it might be a little bit helpful to take this by the numbers and break down the hard truth behind the topic.
Dear God.
Take a look at this. First, in just this last month, there were 82 million visits to that online Rape Academy website. So hard to even say those words, which we're going to talk about in just a second.
They actually call it that?
Meantime, across the U.S., between 10 to 14% of married women are raped by their partners. And in 17 states, a spouse cannot be convicted of raping a partner who is unconscious, drugged, or otherwise incapacitated, all because of outdated laws still in the books. In the meantime, according to a survey conducted by the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence, 50% of male college students believe
You're right, guys, Outer Signal's right. Marital rape was legal till very recently. It was not long ago where there really wasn't a concept of marital that. Because we're because we're human beings, and we've been very barbaric towards women for a very long time. It's really gross, yeah. It says right there, it's still legal in 17 states, really? Jesus Christ, in 17 U.S. states, a spouse can't be convicted of doing that to an incapacitated partner. 50% of male college students believe a man is incapable of doing that to his wife. Oh, my God. 34% of the students say they would do that to a woman if there was no consequence. Okay, that's disgusting.
Rape his wife, and 34% said they would rape someone if they knew they could get away with it. Now, you may have heard people say, not all men, which is shorthand for not all men are responsible for hurting women. Well, when you have statistics as shockingly high as the ones we just mentioned, it's not surprising that you're seeing more and more people say it's all men until it's none of them, meaning until women can be sure they don't need to worry about being harmed, it's better to be safe than sorry.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't blame women at all for feeling paranoid.
And so we thank you so much for joining us here today, Doctor, to unpack some of this.
Well, thank you for having me.
I know it was quite disturbing for you to even hear about this, but anyone who spends time online or in the news talking and listening about how to protect people during this important month would have heard about this Rape Academy. This is a really disturbing thing. Men telling other men how to hurt their own spouses. Unpack that for us for a moment.
Well, I was quite shocked. I mean, I thought I couldn't be more surprised since I work with...
Well, Sylvie, admittedly, they said, what, half? Half of those college students would?
With survivors and offenders.
Which is bad. That's a lot.
Dealing with many of these issues. But there was some kind of idea that this is okay. And it's not just the person who created this website, who maybe created it because they might make money. But they're also... But you're right. They have some serious mental health issues that obviously other people that are part of this website have as well.
Yeah.
When I heard the numbers of people that had visited this, I thought, oh my goodness. Because I was trying to think, well, how many does that mean in a day? Or how many does that mean in a year?
That's for sure, Invalid Axiom. They all probably think they're following the Bible. Right, Invalid Axiom.
Where are these people coming from? And what's going to happen when these women get told that they were videotaped by the person who vowed to love, honor, respect them?
And so we take for a moment that supposed academy away for a second and talk about the underlying issue with spousal rape that people don't even consider. In fact, some of the stats that we talked about indicated the way...
They're posting videos of it, Alyssa?
Some young men are growing up thinking what is and isn't acceptable. Consent can be given, consent can be taken away.
Yeah, look, well, a lot of them don't understand consent, that's for sure.
That for a moment.
So, you know, consent, first of all, if you're going to give consent, it can't be obliterated by alcohol or drugs.
Yeah.
You can't be sleeping.
Yeah.
You need to be...
It doesn't matter, guys. Even if a person says yes, if they're intoxicated, no go. Don't do it. Don't be a monster.
Verbally able to give consent. And if any time during a sex act, either things get dicey
Me too,
or
Sylvie.
you're not wanting, you can take away consent.
Yeah.
But it has to be respected. And we have plenty of people who say, well, no, I mean, if someone told
And that's
me,
the problem, guys. We like can't teach consent. A lot of times in schools, especially in America, especially in red states, that you can't really talk that deep about sex. You basically just have to say no sex. And again, it gets hard because you will get tons of pushback if you talk about consent. All right. Like it's weird. All right. Because then people will be like, you're trying to encourage children to have sex. This is why I keep saying one of the biggest things we need to change is we need better sex ed in this country. All right. All right. All right. All right. We need to normalize, by the way, conversations about these things with children. And it's weird for me to even say that because I know people will view it weirdly, but we need to teach children about these things, and we need to normalize talking with children about the consent and things like that. And by children, I mean teenagers. Okay. So Matt Saigai, not to take away from the discussion, but it's okay. Not to take away from the discussion, but it's interesting. So Matt Saigai, like Fox is there are a lot of like local Fox channels that aren't very closely linked to the national one. So a lot of like local a lot of local Fox channels are not the same as the national, if that makes sense. Okay. All right.
yes,
Yeah, no
'cause
problem.
I
That's okay.
checked, and they said, yeah, I'll have sex with you. But then they wanted to stop. No, that you can't do that. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
And we're trying to teach our younger people this, but according to whatever survey that was, a lot of people don't get it. And it's not just them. I work with women that for years
it doesn't help too that the manosphere is screaming at people. There you go, Mithril. You said it before I did. It does not help. It is not like the manosphere is making this worse, all right?
Report to anyone, even family members, that they were being raped by their spouse because they weren't sure if it was rape.
Well, and the myth here is that because you have a wedding ring on your hand and that you've made a vow with this person, they made a vow to you, that somehow that ensures some kind of a forever bond to be able to do whatever the heck you want. And you're saying, quite to the contrary, as someone who deals with victims all the time, that's just not true.
No.
You don't have right or an access to sex anytime you want.
Absolutely,
No,
Norman.
it's not a get sex free card.
Yeah.
You have to get consent. And
Yes.
to think that we've raised.
I sound conservative with some of these things, guys, but like I think also I got to tell you, maybe I'm wrong about this. I think a lot of young men, they experience a lot of pornography. Okay. And I think pornography also does a really bad job of portraying consent, doesn't it? A lot of the time, a lot of guys think that, sex is real. I mean, pornography is real life. And you know how a lot of times not getting consent is portrayed as a sexy thing. I'm just trying to think of all the ways this could be happening. Okay. I can imagine that there's a lot of this online too. When it comes to all men, I feel, yeah. No, Nightfall. So Nightfall says, now when it comes to the all men part, I feel uncomfortable about it. I don't know if my feelings are right or wrong at the end of the day. I certainly don't want to get lumped in with all the pervs and creeps and rapists. It also rubs me the wrong way when women are afraid of me when they have it's all men doctrine in the back of my mind. And I think no matter what I do, I'm just going to be branded as a potential rapist every time I walk down the street and come across ribbon. Am I wrong? No, Nightfall. And I got to tell you, let me explain this, okay? So I feel the same way. You know why? Because I'm a gay man, and oftentimes I am not going to be assaulting women, but oftentimes I'm treated like I'm a threat to women. Now, I want to point out that, however, it also makes sense why so many women feel so threatened by men. My point being is that that it is not the fault of women necessarily that they feel that way. Men who are upset at that women viewing them that way, okay, need to work on making sure other men aren't ruining the image of men. You see what I mean? Because, yeah, if enough people are getting assaulted by men, a lot of women are going to start viewing men as assaulters. So we need to start working on, men need to start putting pressure on each other to not do that. Okay. Obviously, because clearly there's an image problem out there. And, yeah. Does that make sense? And that's the problem. The reason that a lot of men are viewed this way is because some of us are doing this shit. You see what I mean? And what is it, like 1 in 4 women are assaulted? Okay, it's probably more than that at this point. Yeah, and the stats are not on the side of men. And yeah, so yeah, okay. Now I will say those stats are slightly misleading in that they're asking people about whether they would do it if they had a chance, and they asked college students, which is one age group. Typically, college-age men are some of the most sexually active on the planet. They have a lot more, what's the term? Libido. Okay, like the older you get, there's less of it. I'm just saying we need to look more, but that's still a massive number. That's a massive number. It's bad. Okay, and it's on men. If we need to blame men, we need to blame men for giving that perspective. All right, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, no, no. I'm not saying that, Alyssa. I'm not saying don't worry that their views will change. I'm just saying, I suspect the number is really high, but I'm interested to see more numbers on this. Okay. I'm interested to see more numbers on this. All right. I've had more women as friends as I've gotten older, and it's terrifying. Every single one of them has had a sexual harassment. Yep. For sure. That is true, Bright Love. Men can also be sexually assaulted, but there does seem to definitely be a trend here of men doing it. All right. Yeah, if that makes sense. So this is horrific, and there needs to be some major changes. Okay. All right. So this all being said, I think it's bears mentioning that folks with dicks can also be SA'd. Yeah, and yeah, that's for sure. Okay.
These are women.
We also don't have very many good stats on that. A lot of times men don't report when they're sexually assaulted. I'm not saying it's at the same level, guys, but a lot of times a lot of men don't report when they're sexually assaulted. That's a big issue. So a lot of statisticians say it's underreported when men are assaulted. I still suspect men do it a lot more often. Yeah. All right.
Ways to not know that difference also is very sad. You know, we've had some that say, well, you know, we didn't physically fight anymore, but he made me have sex with him. And you said, well, what does that mean? Well, I don't know. He said, let's have sex. We're going to have sex.
Jesus
and I
Christ.
said, okay. So the message then is that I don't even know if I...
This is true, Matt Saigai. You're actually right, Matt Saigai. I'm glad you reminded me of this. When men are assaulted, guess who normally assaults them? Men. Men. I don't know. I gotta tell, I don't want to go into too much personal details here. Gay men are assaulted quite frequently. Transgender folks are assaulted quite frequently. And yeah, yes, oftentimes it's other men doing the assaulting. If that makes sense, okay, of other men. All right. So that's for sure. But also men likely make assaulted men feel like it's a high five when it's a woman, but also men likely likely make assaulted men feel like it's a high five when it's a woman doing the assault. Yeah, you're right, Alyssa. A lot of times, Alyssa, it's a shaming thing. Well, guys, let me point out. Yep, so have I, LaCroix. That's my point, LaCroix. I've been assaulted. I don't know if I want to go into this, but yes, I've experienced that more than once. Okay, but you say, Jonas, same with domestic violence. Men tend not to report it. That's true. But guys, it is just a fact that women are assaulted more. Like even if we add in the amount men are assaulted, women are assaulted quite a bit too. I'm sorry, women are assaulted more, it appears. There might be, there's lots of reasons for this. It might partially be patriarchal reasons. What I was going to say, Alyssa, is that that's not necessarily true, Alyssa. A lot of times if men are assaulted, they're shamed for it. They're viewed as being like, what do you mean you were assaulted? You're a man. There's a misogynist element to it. Okay. Where it's like, you were assaulted by a woman. What's wrong with you? And so they're shamed for it. And if they go to the police, they will be told by the police won't believe them, or they'll laugh it off. That happens a lot. I am not saying that men get assaulted as much as women, but men do get assaulted, and oftentimes it's by men. Okay. So it's a mess. All right. But that's amazing, Mithril. Anyway.
Can say, no, I will not have sex with you, or I don't want to have sex with you, and have it be respected.
Let's talk about this this Congressman Swalwell and the issue that we're seeing here. These are just allegations right
Jesus
now. However,
Christ.
so many of the folks who are on the side, I guess Swalwell and his attorneys would say there was consent. Unpack that for us. How important is it for us to make the differentiation between what true consent really is in a case like this?
Well, if you are deciding to have sex with someone, there are plenty of issues, especially with this, that you have to take a look at. One, does he have control over your work? Is this somebody who you report to?
So has
Jesus.
rank and power.
That's so terrifying, guys. Oh my God, that's scary.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like just imagine a woman in that scenario, or any person, but especially a woman in that scenario, right? Like your boss is the one who's doing the assaulting. You rely on that job for income. That is terrifying, and a situation no one should ever be stuck in.
I mean, if you take a look at...
And it happens a lot. A lot.
Plenty of these cases that come up, some of these women felt like they were forced.
Yeah, right, Alyssa.
Some of these women with this particular case, one in particular said she was willing to have sex. But what she wasn't willing to do is go to a bar, think that they're just going to have a drink, and then not remember anything and wake up.
Yeah, Shiv.
And then we have another case, obviously, in the news on this really important month to talk about stopping violence against women.
Jesus Christ, Jonas. I've seen a person at a C-suite level feel up a coworker. That was disgusting. Disgusting.
And this one was the murder-suicide that we just reported up on today with that high-level lieutenant governor, former lieutenant governor, and his wife. This is obviously a very tragic turn of events, but one that we see all
Exactly,
too often.
LaCroix.
I think you're right. I mean, I believe that there was a restraining order as well because there had been violence.
No,
in
you're
this
right,
family.
Alyssa. You're right.
My heart breaks. Those kids were in the house. What had to have been going through his mind to decide he was going to kill this person and then kill himself because he's too much of a coward to...
Sure. Well, it is a very sad case, and that one, of course, is one that continues to haunt so many people. But the most dangerous time for so many people is when they're planning on leaving a marriage, as you've reported to us before, and we know so many therapists have talked about. Look, the bottom line is all of us have a responsibility to call out bad behavior and terrible behavior and abhorrent behavior. And that's hopefully what we're beginning is if we start the conversation at this table, it continues in the important places in your home where that can then continue.
They did a really good job on this. Okay, that's really dark, Alyssa. Thank you for sharing that. I did not hear this story. That's horrific. Matt Saigai says, I was shocked to realize how many men do not realize that having sex with an inebriated person amounts to SA. I had to spend hours together to explain this simple thing. Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is horrible. Okay, dear God. Of course, women are still massively oppressed, folks. As you can tell, a lot of women are being assaulted left and right. Okay, obviously you can see that. Meanwhile, Jesus Christ, I'm going to become a misandrist very quickly. We also know men are moving more towards the right. There's so many men that are on Trump's side that are like going to the far right, that are listening to the manosphere folks. it's a goddamn disaster. Jonas, I've always thought about post-clubbing weird behavior from guys. You just see them waiting for inebriated targets. That's so gross. That is so gross. Yeah. That is so nasty, Jonas. Okay. Dear God. Maybe we do need to have weapons. All women need to be armed, okay? God. All right. Are Trump's rates decreasing? They might be. You mean, yes, he's not as popular as he used to be, but still, men are his biggest fan base. Men, disproportionate number of men vote for the right wing. Okay. There's a lot of issues out there. Okay. And it sucks, guys, because it has created a cycle where people will overgeneralize about men, and then people will react in a negative way towards men, which then feeds into a narrative being fed to them by the manosphere that men are targets, and which will radicalize them. And we need to okay, it's a very big problem. All right. So yeah, I know, right? Me neither, Sylvie. I've never been so intoxicated that I can't control myself. I don't understand. It's a lie. I think it's a lot of people. Okay, well, all right. So, okay, guys, I'm going to put my face up. Where's my face? That was kind of a sad note to end on. Damn it, Alyssa. All right. I tell you what, like, I started experiencing all this stuff when I was a teacher and seeing all the young men who were like really going down a dark path, when it comes to believing in this shit. Okay. And like their views on women. And it's an epidemic, and there's so much going on. I don't know what to do. Okay. All right. Doesn't dip below that by much. Okay, guys. So it was fun, Norman. We had fun. Okay. Yeah, the fun was earlier. We're having lots of fun. Okay. Anyway, guys. So, all right. There absolutely is Nightfall. Of course, there's hope, Nightfall, right? We have to understand men are human beings. So men have the ability to change, and men have the ability to control themselves. And here's the thing, guys. This is like one of the things. If we're assuming that men just can't control themselves, well, then there's no hope, right? And also, if that's the case, then that implies that there's no reason to be mad at men, because men just can't control themselves. Clearly, men can control themselves, and they need to control themselves. And you know what'll help make that happen? Feminism. If we get rid of the patriarchy and stop giving men the impression that they have some sort of right to objectify women and use them as they will, then things will get better. Alas, we don't. And I do caution that we should not say that this is a natural thing that men do, because then, well, if it's natural, what are we going to do about it? Right? Okay. You see what I mean? We need something that we need to be able to teach and get men to change. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, it's not natural, I don't think. I mean, anyway. There we go. Teach consent, promote feminism, find better male voices that are more feminist, etc. Okay. So, all right. I just saw a headline that said Atlantic Ocean current collapse now almost inevitable. Oh, great, Sylvie. This is good. All right. So you're right, Bright Love. You know, guys, you know what happens in bonobo communities where men engage in rape? Those men get killed or beaten up by the women, by the female bonobos. And I want to point clear, guys, I am not putting any of the onus. I am not putting any of the onus on women for dealing with this. But I will say, women out there, maybe you need, something that might be helpful, especially while you're under siege, is to look out for each other. You see what I mean? Because maybe, if a man is going after one of you, you should beat him into a pulp like the bonobos do. Teach these men a lesson. And again, the onus isn't on you, but if we're not fixing the problem right now, unfortunately, self-defense might be the option. You'd be totally justified. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So yeah. Oh, Oh, no, totally, LaCroix. Other men should probably hold their male friends accountable. Correct. And men should do that too. I'm just saying, yeah, and I shouldn't say just women, but like, yeah, men, you should also help with that, I guess. Insane, Sylvie. Insane. All right, you guys. All right, you guys. So let's go on here. I'm so tired. Oof. All right, I've been streaming now for over 5 hours. All right. So I am going to go. Muay Thai is amazing. Okay. Muay Thai, Matt Thai guy. All right. So I'm going to probably go eat now. Any last comments, questions, observations? Okay, any last comments, questions, and observations we have for today? Matt Thai, what did I ignore? What did I ignore? Did I ignore something? LaCroix, I am calm. What do you mean? What did I ignore, Matt Thai? Let me check. Time guesser. And then Louise says, yeah, time guesser. Louise said time guesser too. No, we can't. It's too late now. It's too late now, Matt. I'm gonna go now. I'm hungry. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. So if unless someone donates, and then maybe I'll change my mind. Okay. Anyway, yes. Props to everyone in chat. We're all making an effort to educate ourselves. Fantastic, guys. So all right. So everyone ready for this? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, guys. Free Palestine, right? Free Palestine, free Ukraine, free the world, free Sudan, free everyone, God damn it. Okay, free the world. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and not blindly listen to authority figures, but do good research. Don't just, don't worry, we won't forget. Excellent. Don't blindly listen to authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Okay. Free comedy, right, Sylvie? We need major reforms in this country, revolutionary change. Okay. If we cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Okay. Do not let them walk all over you. All right. Do not let them walk all over you, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And I didn't mention, God damn it. Don't forget about Chainbreaker. Our ancestors made sacrifices for what we have today. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste, and always fight for a better future. And let me find someone for you guys to raid really fast. Let me see who we have here to raid. Okay. I'm going to send the Twitchers over to someone to raid. How dare you, Norman? All right. You did, Oxpecker. Who'd you recommend? Sure, we'll do that. A storm chaser. Sure. Right. Let's see here. What's breaky tie, Louise? Let me look it up. Breaky tie? I'm going to look up that just because if that's a political streamer, that might be better than a storm chaser. But if that's not a good one, then I'll do the one you suggested there. Breaky time? Breaky time. Ooh, that's another weather person. Left is best. You know what? We'll do that. We'll do breaky because he looks like a lefty. Okay. Oh, he's both? Oh, okay, they're both lefties. Just for this time, Oxpecker, please don't get mad at me. I'm going to do what Louise asked just because I normally do what you ask. So next time we'll do what you asked, unless they're the same. Are they the same? Is that what you recommended too? Whatever, it doesn't matter. For now, I'll do what Louise said. All right. Okay, breaky time. It's the same person. Okay, whatever. It's close enough. All right, so everyone ready? Let's do a raid now. Raid, breaky time. I hate you. Don't you laugh at me, Louise. Don't you laugh at me, Oxpecker. Oxpecker, I want you to at least think that I'm ignoring you, okay? I want you to think I'm mad at you. All right? All right, you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Love you all very much. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Goodbye, everyone. You're great. Love you very much. Bye-bye. Okay, we just sent everyone over. All right. Bye-bye, guys. Love you all very much. You're the best. Okay.